Chapter 1. The Tianlang Gang. What time is it now? Jiang Li awakened, feeling somewhat dazed. He rubbed his temples with his thumb, realizing that his late-night gaming session had indeed taken a toll on both his kidneys and his mind. His head still throbbed slightly. After a moment of adjusting to his surroundings, his vision gradually cleared, and he glanced around, pausing in surprise. This doesn't seem to be my room. The chamber was modest in size, but certainly distinct from the rental flat Jiang Li had previously resided in. The air was imbued with a faint fragrance of sandalwood, wafting gently into his nostrils, while delicate rays of sunlight filtered through intricately carved window panels, filling the room with a warm ambience. Examining his surroundings more closely, Jiang Li noticed he was lying on a soft wooden bed, ornately carved far from typical fare for an ordinary household in ancient times. After a pause, as he struggled to make sense of his situation, his mind unexpectedly filled with a surge of foreign memories, akin to forcefully stuffing a disordered bundle into his brain. The sensation was somewhat unsettling. I've actually crossed over. Jiang Li opened his mouth, spending considerable time familiarizing himself with the influx of memories. He reluctantly accepted the reality of his situation, looking at his unfamiliar, yet somewhat recognizable hands, calloused from years of weapon training. How did I even end up here? Am I a soul that has crossed over? In his previous life, Jiang Li had merely been an ordinary individual among the throngs of humanity. After graduating from university, he had stepped into society and found a job somewhat aligned with his field of study, which he felt was a satisfactory outcome for his years of hard work. As for his interests, he enjoyed gaming and reading novels. After straining his mind to recall, he found it challenging to determine how he had come to cross over. He resolved not to dwell on that anymore. After all, he had crossed over. What more was there to do? Try to commit suicide and return? Don't be ridiculous. Whatever happened in his past life could now be considered an unsatisfactory ending. Previously, a rather pessimistic saying had circulated online. Life is akin to being raped. Since one cannot resist, one might as well enjoy it. This was a brand new beginning. If the memories in my head are correct, today should be the day I succeed to the position of the Tianlang Gang's leader. Jiang Li climbed out of bed, pondering for a moment before breaking into a smile. This is indeed amusing. In my past life, I was just an ordinary person, yet now I find myself becoming a gang leader after crossing over. The Tianlang Gang may not be particularly prestigious, but it does have 100 or so underlings. I can't say I'm at a loss here. Knock! Knock! Someone was knocking at the door. Young master? Young master? A melodious voice resonated from outside, imbued with a cautious tone. Who is it? Jiang Li inquired. There was a brief pause from the woman outside, seemingly caught off guard by the unexpected response. After a moment, she regained her composure and continued, Young master, you're awake. The elders have called for you to the gathering hall. Today is the day you assume the role of the gang leader. You can't be late, or the elders might become displeased. I understand. I'll be there shortly. Jiang Li recalled that the woman outside was likely his personal maid, Xiaolan, who had followed him since childhood. She should be around 14 this year, quite striking, and if a few more years passed, she might very well end up warming his bed. May I come in, young master? Xiaolan asked from outside. Come in. Jiang Li replied casually. Creak. The door swung open, and Xiaolan stepped in gingerly. She was petite and pretty, dressed in a pale yellow pleated long skirt, her distinct black and white eyes betraying a hint of anxiety and apprehension. Young master. Xiaolan bowed respectfully, stealing a few furtive glances at Jiang Li before lowering her gaze, as if feeling guilty like a thief caught in the act. Jiang Li scrutinized her for a moment, but sensed something was amiss as she kept her head down, seemingly afraid to meet his gaze. Am I really that intimidating? All right, you may go now. Jiang Li waved his hand. Entering this unfamiliar world, he instinctively felt a degree of wariness, and upon recognizing Xiaolan's odd demeanor, he dismissed any intentions he had of teasing her. Yes, young master. Xiaolan quickly exited the room, even forgetting to close the door behind her, indicating her unstable emotions. What in the world? Jiang Li shut the door himself. There's something off here. Taking a seat in a nearby chair, Jiang Li propped his chin on his hand and began to contemplate. Naturally, he had a carefree disposition, but he wasn't a fool. Now, reflecting on the circumstances that had led him to cross over, he realized that the Jiang Li of this world must have died, allowing for his soul to take over. But the questions arose. How did this world's Jiang Li meet his demise? Who was responsible for his death? Who were his enemies? And how should he protect himself now? A myriad of queries swarmed Jiang Li's mind, sending chills down his spine. He couldn't help but shiver. This situation is quite precarious. Jiang Li shrugged his shoulders, thinking he was arriving to take the helm of the gang, leading a throng of underlings willing to serve him at a moment's notice. And yet, it appeared to be otherwise. There was a high likelihood that even his devoted maid, Xiaolan, had been compromised by enemies. Thus, it seemed there was not a single trustworthy subordinate by his side. This is too much. What to do now? He anxiously pondered a solution, his thoughts swirling. Who could it be? Jiang Li mused inwardly. Is it the third elder, the second elder, or perhaps the first elder? Or could they all be in cahoots to orchestrate a coup against me? Ultimately, it does come down to strength. My so-called father, Zhang Huahong, was merely a martial artist at the early stage of internal power, which is why he established the Tianlang Gang. What a pity. I wonder how he met his end. Had he lived, I could have comfortably served as the young master of the gang without this drama. The three elders of the gang are all peak non-mainstream fighters, mere steps away from cultivating internal power and becoming true martial artists at the early stage. And yet I am barely at the early non-mainstream level, having scarcely learned a few flashy moves. Given his feeble abilities, it was no wonder they would conspire for power. Despite acknowledging this, Jiang Li felt an unwillingness to accept his fate. Moreover, even if he renounced the position of leader, there was no guarantee that they would let him off the hook. With their ruthless tactics, they were bound to eliminate any potential threats to ensure their dominance. In this situation, either way leads to death. Jiang Li thought grimly. I cannot just sit idly by. Delving deep into his mind, Jiang Li searched for any remnants of memory. If I'm not mistaken, my father must have left me something. According to his recollections, Jiang Li crawled beneath the bed and pried open a loose floorboard, revealing a hidden compartment that contained a square wooden box. Found it! Jiang Li exclaimed with delight, disregarding the dust that coated him, and immediately pulled the box out, placing it atop the table. Whether I live or die now hinges on what's inside this box. Taking a deep breath, he felt a surge of tension and unease, his breathing becoming hurried. After all, his life was at stake. Click! The black wooden box slowly creaked open. What is this? Jiang Li peered inside and found only two items. A book and a ginseng root that almost resembled a human figure. Ginseng? A martial arts manual? Jiang Li's head throbbed anew. What use are these two items? Are they really instructing me to eat the ginseng and practice martial arts? Are they making a mockery of me? The enemies are already rushing into his time to train. By the time I master martial arts, it'll already be a corpse. After a moment's thought, he decided to hold on to the martial arts manual. It was still worth a shot. Perhaps he was exceptionally gifted, a martial arts prodigy of unparalleled talent. One must have a dream, after all. NEI Qigong. First grade, upper tier, internal power technique. As Jiang Li flipped open the martial arts manual, the fused memories allowed him to recognize the script of this world, so he wasn't entirely at a loss like a blind person confronted with a complex text. Before long, he finished reading the internal power technique and gained a preliminary understanding of the cultivation system in this world, albeit limited to what was detailed in this manual. Before entering a higher level, martial artists must temper their physique and blood. First-grade martial artists start to cultivate energy into internal power, subsequently opening the meridians within their bodies to allow the internal power to travel freely. Jiang Li noted, the NEI Qigong only details the techniques needed to traverse the 12 meridians, allowing one to attain the perfected first-grade stage. To advance further, one must learn more advanced internal power techniques. Then, Jiang Li attempted to practice the stances required by the NEI Qigong, but found no results. If not for the memories had absorbed, he wouldn't even have been able to strike a single stance. His dreams of being a martial arts prodigy came to an abrupt end. Then he'll just eat the ginseng. Jiang Li gritted his teeth. There is a saying that goes, if one's talent is insufficient, one can make up for it with resources. With sufficient resources, even a pig could be turned into a celestial general. As he grasped the ginseng, the game system chimed in. Energy point detected. Loading Super God Mechanical Legion. Locking candidate for dominance. Soul binding and gene binding successful. Confirming highest dominion authority. Jiang Li froze, his left hand clutching the ginseng, becoming rigid in midair as a sudden voice reverberated in his mind. Chapter 2. The Fighting Mechanical Soldier Wang Gang. As the Dominator panel activated, a translucent pattern suddenly appeared within Jiang Li's field of vision, occupying a portion of it without obstructing his sight. Dominator panel. Dominator. Jiang Li game. Super God Mechanical Legion interface. Military types: Mechanical Army. Expandable Mechanical Navy. Not expandable Mechanical Air Force. Not expandable Mechanical Starfleet. Not expandable Mechanical Special Forces. Not expandable Energy. Points: 0 Soul Fire Seeds. 0 inch. This is a game. Jiang Li suddenly rakayat. Yes, a game. Indeed, it is a game. Just before his transmigration, he had spent an entire night engrossed in a game called Super God Mechanical Legion, and had even completed it, falling into a deep sleep afterward. Upon awakening, he found himself in an alternate world. Thus, it seemed that this game, Super God Mechanical Legion, had accompanied him into this realm. If this is indeed true, Jiang Li inhaled deeply, suppressing the excitement within him and calming down. Then I have a means to navigate the current crisis. And it is not limited to that. Jiang Li did not finish his thought, to be honest, while playing this game. He had become exhilarated at the thought of the powerful units he had unlocked in the later stages, their devastating capabilities igniting a thrill within him. Deploy the Mechanical Army interface immediately. Jiang Li commanded the Dominator panel. Military types. Mechanical Army Tier 1 units. Fighting Mechanical Soldier unlocked. Cold Weapon Mechanical Soldier locked. Firearm Mechanical Soldier locked. Communication Mechanical Soldier locked. Biological Mechanical Soldier locked. Information Mechanical Soldier locked. At present, among the 5 military types, only the Mechanical Army could be deployed, while the other 4 remained in a locked state, with the Mechanical Army only having 1 Tier 1 unit available. Young Master, are you inside? Outside the door, due to Xiaolan reporting Jiang Li's situation to the elders of the gathering hall had sent steward Su Long to inquire. He knocked on the door and asked. Upon hearing the rugged voice, Jiang Li's pupils constricted, and a burly figure immediately flashed in his mind. It's Steward Su Long. How did you arrive so quickly? Convert energy points immediately. With a thought, Jiang Li successfully converted 100-year-old wild ginseng, gaining 10 energy points. He glanced at the virtual page, and indeed, the energy points had changed from 0 to 10. Manufacture a Tier 1 fighting mechanical soldier. Jiang Li issued the command. The unit page immediately displayed a virtual image, revealing a translucent figure surrounded by countless glowing points, gradually taking on a more corporeal form. It would take approximately 1 minute. Young Master, it's getting late. You should accompany me to the gathering hall. The elders and other stewards have been waiting for you. Su Long's tone grew more insistent. If you don't respond soon, I might just come in. Steward Su Long, I am changing clothes inside. After all, I am about to inherit the position of the gang leader, which is a significant matter for the Tianlang Gang, so I naturally need to dress more formally to maintain the gang's dignity. Wouldn't you agree? Jiang Li fabricated a convenient excuse to buy time. All right, just hurry up. Su Long couldn't help but chuckle, a smirk of derision forming on his face, thinking this inexperienced youth truly believed he could become the gang leader, preparing to change into something more formal. Fine, let him change. Looking presentable would at least afford him some dignity in death, and it could also serve to honor the former leader. A minute passed, and the fighting mechanical soldier was complete. Buzz! The figure in the image transformed into a tangible entity, expanding to a normal human height as if materializing out of thin AI. It was quite surreal. Standing before Jiang Li was a man of similar height, appearing to be around 20 years old, with a cold expression, wearing a military green camouflage cap and fully clad in camouflage attire, featuring a soft shoulder insignia with an inverted obtuse angle pattern. He was outfitted in standard military garb, yet armed with no weapons, standing barehanded. Designation GD-01, Tier 1 Initial Fighting Mechanical Soldier, at your service. Dominator. He approached Jiang Li, snapping to attention and offering a precise military salute. Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback. The mechanical soldiers he had manufactured in the game had merely been data, lacking the impactful presence of a real entity. However, this sensation was indeed quite pleasant. Of course, The mechanical soldier before him was not a living being but a mechanical construct, merely resembling a real person. The designation GD-01 is rather unorthodox, Jiang Li remarked. From this day forth, you shall be called Wang Gang. Understood, Dominator. The fighting mechanical soldier, Wang Gang, nodded. What are your capabilities? Jiang Li inquired. Report to the Dominator. I possess the strength to simultaneously contend with 10 peak martial artists of lesser caliber. Against a typical Tier 1 initial martial artist, I can secure victory. In desperate circumstances, I could match 2 Tier 1 initial martial artists to a draw, Wang Gang replied. Although the mechanical soldier was indeed a mechanical construct, it possessed intelligent programming. Its cognitive abilities, while limited, allowed for simple communication and execution of commands. Naturally, the higher the tier of the unit, the more advanced its intelligence and cognitive capabilities. Let me take a look. Jiang Li accessed Wang Gang's information panel. Unit: Fighting Mechanical Soldier Tier. Tier 1 Initial Designation. GD-01 Wang Gang Skill. Tier 1 Inferior Combat Technique Mechanical Attributes. Mechanical Construct, impervious to death and pain, infinitely loyal. Only when a mechanical heart is destroyed or damaged to a degree of 90% will it be truly rendered inoperable. Upon death in battle, it can be recovered, yielding half the production cost in energy points. Promotion conditions. 20 energy points. Wang Gang's combat prowess exceeded Jiang Li's expectations, capable of handling Tier 1 initial martial artists. It was worth noting that Jiang Huahong had built the Tianlang Gang solely on her Tier 1 initial strength, managing a flourishing Red Flower Street, while the 3 elders were merely peak martial artists of lesser caliber. With the presence of the mechanical soldier Wang Gang, Jiang Li felt a preliminary assurance of personal safety in this new world. Wang Gang, from this moment forth, you are to remain by my side and ensure my safety, Jiang Li instructed. Rest assured, Dominator. Each mechanical soldier's highest directive is to safeguard the Dominator's well-being, even at the cost of our lives, Wang Gang proclaimed earnestly. Excellent, excellent. Jiang Li's spirits lifted further. Bang! The door was forcefully pushed open by Tsang Long. Young master, what on earth are you doing? Does changing clothes really take this long? Moreover, I could have sworn I heard other voices inside. Tsang Long strode in, glaring at Jiang Li, his tone stern. Chapter 3. The Gathering Hall. Tsang Long's Steward. Jiang Li's good mood evaporated, his gaze turning unfriendly and his tone displeased. This fellow had barged in without knocking, but thankfully, the fighting mechanical soldier had completed its formation. Wang Gang swiftly positioned himself in front of Jiang Li, his eyes sharp, fixed intently on Tsang Long. Who are you? Tsang Long disregarded Jiang Li's words, having never regarded him as significant. However, he was taken aback by Wang Gang's piercing gaze, pausing to scrutinize him. Yet, sensing no aura of a martial artist emanating from Wang Gang, he quickly lost interest, assuming he was merely an ordinary person. Wang Gang, being a mechanical soldier, was inherently not a living being and thus lacked any martial energy fluctuations. Wang Gang is my newly appointed personal guardian. Do you have any objections? Jiang Li replied coldly. Personal guardian? Tsang Long scoffed, curling his lip. Employing an ordinary person as a personal guard seemed futile. Perhaps it was merely a psychological comfort for Jiang Li. Nevertheless, Wang Gang's sharp gaze indicated he was a resolute individual, and there might be an opportunity to recruit him as a capable subordinate. If the young master wishes to have a personal guard, that's perfectly acceptable. Weren't you just saying you needed to change clothes? Why are you still in this outfit? Oh, I suddenly lost the desire to change. Jiang Li shrugged. This attire is quite suitable. It's simple yet elegant. You, Tsang Long frowned, feeling as though Jiang Li was mocking him. Tsang Long's steward. The elders are likely growing anxious. Let's not delay any further. I am eager to inherit the position of gang leader, Jiang Li said with a smile. Very well, very well. Tsang Long laughed in response, thinking to himself that since Jiang Li was so eager to meet his demise, he wouldn't stand in the way. Not long after leaving the residence, they arrived at the gathering hall. At the entrance stood 2 members of the Tianlang Gang on guard. Tsang Long's steward. Young Master Jiang Li. They bowed respectfully. Tsang Long nodded haughtily. Excellent, excellent. Jiang Li beamed with a broad smile, patting the shoulders of the 2 men. On this sweltering summer day, enduring the heat while standing guard in the sun truly is commendable. It is our duty, the two men responded, appearing pleasantly surprised by his acknowledgement. Keep up the good work. Once I ascend to the position of gang leader and expand the Tianlang Gang, I shall certainly enhance the welfare of the members. In due time, everyone will rise to greatness, enjoying the finest of luxuries. Jiang Li casually painted a grand vision for them. Thank you, young master. The two members expressed their gratitude. Songlong harbored a cold disdain within. Utterly dismissive of Jiang Li's words, scoffing at notions of expansion, enhanced benefits, and indulgence. Such sweet talk was more melodious than the most enchanting song that I in this world. Without strength, all is mere illusion, this moment. Jiang Li and Songlong entered the assembly hall, sealing the door behind them. It seems the young master is quite decent, that if he truly becomes the leader, our lives as members of the gang might improve a little, one member commented. What are you thinking? The young master's strength is far too inadequate. The elders would never agree that he probably can't even secure his own life, let alone anything else, the other replied. It would be better if the leader were still alive, they murmured quietly, their words trailing off in fear. Inside the assembly hall, Jiang Li surveyed his surroundings. Xiaolan knelt on the ground, and at the highest seat directly ahead, there was but one primary throne, the leader's seat. Below it, 3 individuals sat, the grand elder Li Hualong in the center, the third elder Dong Yan to the left, and the second elder Yang Tsangdong to the right. Flanking them were 5 stewards of the gang. This small gang, with barely 100 members, has 9 elders and stewards, nearly a tenth of the total membership, Jiang Li silently critiqued. 3 elders. Young Master Jiang Li has arrived, Songlong announced with a bow. Thank you for your hard work. Steward Songlong, please take your seat. Li Hualong gestured with his right hand. Thank you, Grand Elder, Songlong replied respectfully, returning to his place. Young Master Jiang Li, according to the gang's regulations, with the unexpected demise of leader Jiang Huahong, and as his biological son, the position of leader rightfully belongs to you, Li Hualong spoke slowly. I wonder if young Master Jiang Li is willing to accept. All eyes in the room turned towards Jiang Li, rife with disdain, scorn, and a sense of schadenfreude, as if awaiting a spectacle. Xiaolan, kneeling with her head bowed, trembled in fear, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Ha! Jiang Li observed this with amusement, reflecting on how utterly unreliable his deceased father seemed, someone he had never even met. The entire gang was rife with disloyalty, devoid of camaraderie. Otherwise, his predicament would not be so dire. With Jiang Huahong's death, not a single high-ranking member was willing to assist him. All were engaged in backstabbing, even resorting to poison. It was evident that these individuals possessed no sense of loyalty or affection, their eyes only gleaming with greed. Contemplating this, Jiang Li felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had these people still held on to old sentiments, he would have found it difficult to act decisively. Now, however, he was free from such concerns. The Tianlang Gang was established solely by my father, Jiang Huahong, overseeing the enterprises of Honghua Street, the son of the leader. It is only natural for me to inherit the position and manage the foundation laid by my father, and I shall endeavor to elevate the Tianlang Gang to greater heights, Jiang Li declared, casting a steady gaze around the room, his tone resolute. Splendid. Such words indeed reflect the spirit of Brother Huahong's son. Ambitious, idealistic, and driven. I cannot help but feel moved. Dong Yang laughed heartily, though his smile bore a hint of mockery. Reminiscent of a cunning fox, the 6 stewards remained silent. Please take your seat, leader. Li Hualong gestured grandly, rising to indicate the leader's throne. Very well, Jiang Li nodded, displaying no hint of trepidation as he confidently approached the throne. With Wang Gang steadfastly at his side, in the assembly hall, every gaze was fixed upon Jiang Li. Upon reaching the throne, he smiled slightly, then turned to survey the assembly before sitting down in full view of all. This young man is rather audacious. Unafraid to claim the seat, one remarked. Patience. Let him bask in his moment of pride a while longer, another cautioned. He shall soon face the consequences. Several stewards' expressions turned grim. Grand Elder, I have now inherited the position of leader and formally assume my role as the head of the Tianlang Gang. The leader's decree should now be handed over to me. Jiang Li raised his head, fixing his gaze upon Li Hualong. That Hualong smiled amiably, casting a sidelong glance at Songlong. Indeed, the leader's decree is to be entrusted to the leader. Hand it over. Jiang Li extended his hand. Wait a moment, Songlong. Understanding the implications, abruptly stood and declared, 3 elders and esteemed stewards, do you not believe that young Master Jiang Li is wholly unsuitable for the position of leader? His strength is far too feeble. Merely at the initial stage of a novice, having only learned some superficial techniques. Of what use is that? Such a person as our leader will only lead the Tianlang Gang to ruin. Steward Songlong speaks wisely. Strength is paramount. Jiang Li's capabilities are insufficient to merit the position of leader. I concur with this sentiment. Elders, we do not recognize Jiang Li as our leader. One by one, the 5 stewards stood in unanimous agreement. Their alignment so conspicuously coordinated, it was as if prearranged. The plot was laid bare. The counterattack had finally begun. Ha! Jiang Li yawned, his demeanor calm, entirely unperturbed, as if merely observing a play. Your performance concluded so swiftly. How dull. Stretching his arms, he rose from his seat, his previously languid gaze sharpening into a piercing glare. Now that your act is over, it is time for the leader to take the stage. Jiang Li, silence. What audacity to act as if you are a formidable wolf. You, a mere novice, think to turn the tide. If you refuse to descend willingly, I shall be forced to intervene personally. Songlong retorted coldly, his eyes gleaming with malice as he sprang from his seat, rushing toward Jiang Li with formidable speed, his right hand aimed at Jiang Li's heart. In an instant, Songlong was upon Jiang Li. Wang Gang, take action. Jiang Li commanded immediately. Yes, master. Wang Gang responded, bang. Wang Gang raised his fist, devoid of any aura, yet it shattered Songlong's assault with an explosive crack, his overwhelming strength breaking Songlong's arm. Ah! Songlong screamed in agony, hurtling backward at an astonishing speed, blood spewing from his mouth as he collided with Xiaolan, both sent crashing to the ground. Boom! The door of the assembly hall was flung open. With a single blow sent Songlong flying over 10 meters. Silence enveloped the room, save for Songlong's wails. Chapter 4. A fatal blow. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. Wang Gang's strength was indeed formidable, easily overpowering Songlong in a single move. Quite satisfactory, Jiang Li thought to himself. Songlong! Li Hualong exclaimed in shock. Who is this young man? What is his background? How could Songlong be defeated by him with a single punch? Keep in mind, Songlong is a seasoned practitioner at the late stage of the novice level. Yang Tsangdong, Dong Yang, and the other stewards regarded Wang Gang with astonished eyes, their expressions grave at the entrance. The 2 gang members stationed before the assembly hall were equally dumbfounded, gazing in disbelief at the fallen Songlong. What a tragedy! The maid is finished as well. The 2 gang members cast a glance at the lifeless Xiaolan, who lay on the ground, having succumbed to her injuries from the collision. The callousness of the situation was stark. Master, shall we eliminate all of these individuals? Wang Gang inquired respectfully of Jiang Li. Indeed, Jiang Li nodded in affirmation. Eliminate them all? Dong Yang paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Jiang Li, while I am unsure of where you found such a powerful ally, one with innate strength, it is remarkable that Songlong was severely wounded by a single blow. However, one pair of fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Do you truly believe he can take on all of us alone? Such delusions, moreover. We have already reached the pinnacle of the underworld. Jiang Li, according to the gang's regulations, you have been stripped of your position as the leader and are no longer the master. I, as the 2nd elder, hereby expel you from the Tianlang Gang. Yang Zongdong bellowed. If you wish to live, then get lost immediately. Out of respect for the former leader, we may spare your life. You are indeed shameless, Jiang Li retorted with a laugh, his voice cold. The Tianlang Gang rightfully belongs to me. Jiang L, do you truly believe that a few misfits can expel me from my own gang? Effective immediately, The positions of elder and steward are abolished. You are dreaming, Jiang Li. You are no longer the leader and lack the authority to issue such commands. We will not comply, Yang Zongdong and the others shouted. That is not for you to decide, Jiang Li commanded. Waving his hand, Wang Gang, take action. As you wish, master. In an instant, Wang Gang leaped into action, his speed far surpassing that of the average warrior, directly charging toward the nearest Yang Zongdong, raising his fist to strike. Seeking death, Yang Zongdong scoffed, channeling his internal energy to coalesce into a blood-red palm imprint, hurling it toward Wang Gang. Blood imprint palm. Bang! Wang Gang's fist descended with tremendous force, shattering Yang Zongdong's blood imprint palm in that moment of collision. Yang Zongdong felt as though he had struck steel, reinforced by an overwhelming kinetic force. Impossible! Yang Zongdong's eyes widened in disbelief. With a spurt of blood, Wang Gang seized the moment of Yang Zongdong's shock, delivering a left hook that obliterated Yang Zongdong's skull, reducing it to a bloody pulp, akin to a shattered watermelon. The headless corpse crumpled to the ground. Elder Yang is dead, killed. My heavens! His speed is astonishing. His strength unparalleled. Could he be a first-tier warrior? Yet, why did we not sense any fluctuations of blood energy or internal force? Is he truly just born with divine strength? A monster! How did Jiang Li manage to subdue such a formidable ally? The stewards were filled with terror. Outside, the two gang members gaped in astonishment, witnessing Wang Gang wreak havoc while Jiang Li sat calmly upon the leader's throne, resembling a puppet master orchestrating everything. Young master is truly remarkable, having recruited such a powerful subordinate who dispatched Elder Yang in mere moments. Utterly invincible. Indeed, indeed. The two gang members gazed at him with admiration. Jiang Li, I will fight you. In that moment, Dong Yang, gripped by fear, especially after witnessing Yang Zongdong's helpless demise, turned and charged at Jiang Li, confident that Jiang Li's strength was merely at the initial stage of the underworld. Capturing Jiang Li would resolve the crisis at hand. Attempting to harm the master, Wang Gang roared, the ground trembling beneath him as he surged forward, positioning himself between Jiang Li and Dong Yang. Martial arts. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Gang unleashed his skills, delivering a flurry of punches within a brief span, each landing upon Dong Yang, causing blood to erupt as Dong Yang's chest was pierced through. Dong Yang's eyes widened in shock. His life force extinguished, his mangled body collapsing to the ground. Kill! Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Elder Li Hualong launched himself into the fray, his form graceful as a crane, hands coiling like serpents, enveloped in a faint white glow, internal energy. Serpent strike! Thud! Li Hualong's move was not only swift but also exceptionally cunning and fierce, imbued with internal energy, powerful enough to penetrate steel. Wang Gang was struck in the chest, sent hurtling backward, shattering furniture in his wake. Internal energy. The Elder just utilized internal energy. A first-tier initial warrior. The Elder has successfully broken through to become a first-tier warrior. Excellent. Jiang Li is finished. He is doomed. The stewards gasped in excitement. Congratulations, Elder, on becoming a first-tier warrior. May your martial path flourish and your fortunes prosper. Songlong's complexion paled as he regained some composure. Initially intending to flee, he rushed in, eager to curry favor with the suddenly formidable Elder Li Hualong. Jiang Li, Li Hualong's face slightly paled. Having just recently broken through, his internal energy still lacking in strength. The last attack had drained much of his energy. I never anticipated such events would unfold. However, your public execution of the third Elder and the second Elder was exceedingly ruthless. Even if Jiang Huahong were alive, he would not spare you. Thus, I, as the Elder, must personally take action to cleanse the ranks. I offer you a dignified death. Take your own life, and thus you shall not tarnish the reputation of Jiang Huahong. Li Hualong, you are indeed a cunning old fox, Jiang Li scoffed coldly. You possess first-tier initial strength, yet chose to remain idle, watching as Yang Zongdong and Dong Yang were slain by my guards, only to intervene at the last moment. Then you can stand atop the moral high ground to criticize, as if you were so noble, while others are merely insidious villains. Absurd, Li Hualong retorted sharply. I am completely unaware of what nonsense you are spouting. Furthermore, Jiang Li continued, do you truly believe I am oblivious? You conspired to take my life, and my personal maid, Xiaolan, has already been bribed by you, hasn't she? After failing in your assassination, you concocted some impeachment scheme to humiliate me. Your plots are clever, but alas, I, the master, am wise and have seen through it all. This, the steward stammered, rendered speechless by the truth of the matter. Outside the door, the two gang members overheard everything, astonished by the depths of treachery among the gang's higher-ups plotting against the former leader's own son. If they can do such things to the leader's son, what fate awaits us ordinary members? We might as well be sold without even knowing. Perhaps we should consider leaving the gang, they murmured quietly. Jiang Li, cease your words. Li Hualong's expression changed. This information must not be allowed to spread. If all gang members learned of it, their unity would crumble. With a fractured morale, the gang would surely fall. Li Hualong lunged at Jiang Li, realizing that eliminating him first and then dealing with the two members outside would keep this secret buried. Boom! At that moment, Wang Gang leaped into action, his speed surging as he barreled toward Li Hualong, launching a surprise attack from behind. Elder, be careful, Songlong shouted. You are still alive. Li Hualong turned to see Wang Gang, exclaiming in shock. Serpent strike! Li Hualong summoned his internal energy once more, his palm enveloped in a faint white glow, striking at Wang Gang with a serpentine precision. Martial arts! Wang Gang's fists danced, disrupting Li Hualong's line of sight as he nimbly dodged the attack. Li Hualong's palm missing Wang Gang's cheek by mere inches. Bang, bang, bang. In a matter of moments, Wang Gang unleashed a barrage of punches, each connecting with Li Hualong's chest, shattering his defenses and pulverizing his internal organs. Pfft. Blood erupted from Li Hualong's mouth, mixed with fragments of his innards. The light in his eyes dimmed as he fell, staring at Jiang Li, opening his mouth yet unable to utter a word. His face etched with bitterness. Chapter 5. Unlocking New Troop Types. As Li Hualong breathed his last, Jiang Li observed a flickering gray light resembling a firefly emerging from Li Hualong's corpse, dancing erratically before merging with Jiang Li's brow. Ding! Captured a first-tier soul seed. Jiang Li received the notification. Soul seed. A glimmer of joy lit up Jiang Li's eyes as he murmured, according to the game mechanics of the Super Divine Mechanical Legion, killing high-tier lifeforms grants a certain probability of capturing a soul seed, which is key to unlocking troop types and military units. Ding! Interface. Mechanical Army Troop Types First-Tier Troop. Combat Mechanic unlocked. Cold Weapon Mechanic available for unlocking. Firearm Mechanic not yet unlocked. Communication Mechanic not yet unlocked. Biological Mechanic not yet unlocked. Information Mechanic not yet unlocked. Cold Weapon Mechanic. Jiang Li immediately accessed the Mechanical Army Troop Type interface to inspect it, finding that only the Cold Weapon Mechanic had an available unlock option. Excellent. Jiang Li's heart soared with delight. Thud thud. The 6 surviving deacons, including the Azure Dragon, were thoroughly terrified. They exchanged glances and then knelt directly before Jiang Li. Please spare us, esteemed leader. It was all Li Hualong's coercion that forced us into this. Indeed, esteemed leader, our loyalty to you is as evident as the heavens and the earth, as undeniable as the sun and moon. The 6 deacons cried out in unison. With a swift motion, Jiang Li closed the interface, his gaze settling on the 5 kneeling deacons. As evident as the heavens and the earth, as undeniable as the sun and moon. Jiang Li shook his head with a smile, mocking, you must have a monumental misunderstanding of those phrases. Perhaps it's best for you to start over. Wang Gang, eliminate them all. Yes, master. Wang Gang coldly executed Jiang Li's command. Ah, Jiang Li, you wretched creature, may you meet a cruel fate. If you kill us, your time will be short-lived as well. You are dooming the entire Tianlang Gang. Let us fight back. Don't come any closer, please. Help! Stab, stab, stab. Minutes later, the assembly hall bore 6 more corpses. Blood flowed, staining the tiles crimson, filling the air with a thick, acrid scent of blood. Master, the task is complete. All 6 have been eliminated. Wang Gang approached Jiang Li, his clothes soaked in blood, respectfully reporting the outcome of the battle. Well done. Jiang Li expressed his satisfaction, though the sight of the corpses and the stench of blood unsettled him somewhat. Soldier type, melee mechanical soldier rank, early first stage ID, GD01 Wang Gang skill, low-grade first stage combat technique mechanism, mechanical creation. Fearless of death, impervious to pain, infinitely loyal. Only when the mechanical heart is destroyed or the damage exceeds 90 does it truly become scrap. Damage level. 101 energy points required for repair promotion condition. 20 energy points. Are you injured? Jiang Li inquired. Reporting to Master. Damage level is at 10. It does not affect me. Wang Gang replied. I underestimated first stage warriors. Even Li Hualong, who has just recently advanced, sustained a damage level of 10 after enduring a single blow. Jiang Li pondered. I currently lack energy points for repairs. So as long as it's not a major issue, it's fine. Come here, Jiang Li commanded. Yes, Master. The 2 gatekeepers rushed in, immediately kneeling with expressions of fear and fervent reverence. They had witnessed everything that transpired within the assembly hall. From this day forth, the entire Tianlang Gang would undoubtedly belong to Jiang Li. What are your names? Jiang Li asked. Reporting to the Master, I am called Wang Chao. The taller one on the left answered. Master, my full name is Mahan. The darker-skinned one on the right said. Wang Chao. Mahan. Jiang Li rubbed his nose. Let me ask you a question. Do you have 2 brothers named Zhang Long and Zhao Hu? Wang Chao and Mahan exchanged puzzled glances and shook their heads, reporting to the Master. We do not. Very well. Jiang Li Shuzha. From today onward, you 2 will work for me. Jiang Li waved his hand and commanded. I guarantee you will enjoy a life of luxury under my rule. Go summon a few people and clean up the assembly hall. Also, relay my orders. The positions of elder and deacon are hereby suspended, and all matters will be decided by me. Do you understand? Yes. Master. Wang Chao replied promptly. Master, there is one more matter. Mahan spoke nervously. What is it? Jiang Li asked. Master, although this hero possesses formidable strength and unmatched combat prowess, having even slain Li Hualong in his early stages, we have now lost 3 elders and 6 deacons, leaving us without high-end combat power. If this news spreads, the nearby gangs, especially the Scorpion Gang, Axe Gang, and Crimson Flame Gang, will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to attack us. That would put us in grave danger, facing the risk of annihilation. You mean the Scorpion Gang, Axe Gang, and Crimson Flame Gang? Jiang Li waved his hand dismissively, responding calmly. Those 3 insignificant gangs pose no threat, should they dare to come. I assure you they shall return empty-handed. It would be a perfect opportunity to annex their territories into our Tianlang Gang. But Mahan chuckled wryly. Indeed, with the Master here, we need not fear anything. If 1 comes, we will kill him. If 2 come, we will slay them both. Mahan, why worry? Wang Chao clapped Mahan on the shoulder. Mahan rolled his eyes internally, thinking, Brother, are you out of your mind? If it were just 1 gang, we wouldn't need to be overly concerned with the Master present. But if all 3 gangs unite, that equates to 3 early first-stage warriors, along with numerous peak fighters from lesser backgrounds. No matter how you calculate it, our doom is inevitable. Let us go. Jiang Li stood and walked straight out of the assembly hall, with Wang Gang closely following at his side, ensuring Jiang Li's safety. As Jiang Li passed by Xiao Lan's corpse, he glanced at it, shook his head, and said nothing. He hadn't anticipated that Xiao Lan would meet such a fate. It serves to illustrate the vast disparity between ordinary individuals and warriors. After leaving the assembly hall, Jiang Li proceeded to search the quarters of the 3 elders and the 6 deacons, collecting all their accumulated wealth. 9 10-year-old Ganoderma, 10 10-year-old Hisho Wu, 5 10-year-old Wild Ginseng, 300 taels of silver, 10 grade blood chi pills, and 3 martial arts manuals. Jiang Li returned to his room, placing his spoils on the table before him, a broad smile illuminating his face. Haha, this bounty is truly substantial. It's all mine now. Chapter 6, Preemptive Strike. Cold weapon mechanical soldiers. Detecting items that can be converted into energy points. Would you like to proceed with conversion? Of course, Jiang Li confirmed. What good is it to leave it unconverted? To sell for money. What I lack is not silver, but energy points, specifically the kind that are in short supply. Buzz! A flash of white light appeared, and the Ganoderma, ginseng, and Isho Wu on the table vanished, leaving Jiang Li with a total of 24 energy points in the virtual interface. 10-year-old herbs can only be converted into 1 energy point each. Jiang Li pondered aloud. 24 energy points can create 2 early first-stage mechanical soldiers or upgrade Wang Gang to mid-first stage. Energy points are still lacking. Manufacture 2 early first-stage cold weapon mechanical soldiers, Jiang Li declared. He was acutely aware of his own insufficient strength, being merely at the early first stage, a mere novice. So ensuring his safety was paramount. 1 mechanical soldier was far from sufficient, and Jiang Li understood that his current strength was his most significant weakness. The Super Divine Mechanical Legion could only produce mechanical soldiers and could not create gene enhancement serums or similar items. Of course, in the later stages, once he unlocked the research soldier type, he might be able to develop gene enhancement serums or other technological products, but that was not a possibility at present. Fortunately, Jiang Li existed within a grand and fantastical world where martial arts could be cultivated, allowing one to become a warrior, by continuously enhancing his strength. He could eventually eradicate this glaring weakness. His goal was to manufacture mechanical soldiers, gather martial resources, elevate his martial arts realm, and continuously strengthen himself until he forged a super divine mechanical legion that was devoid of weaknesses and flaws, a veritable ironclad force. This was Jiang Li's ambition. With a flick, the soldier-type interface popped up, revealing a virtual window displaying a phantom figure surrounded by countless glowing points gradually filling in, bringing the phantom figure to life. Beside the phantom was an X2 symbol point. 2 minutes later, buzz. Buzz. The phantom figure expanded, becoming fully tangible. ID. LBQ-01 Early First Stage Cold Weapon Mechanical Soldier. ID. LBQ-02 Early First Stage Cold Weapon Mechanical Soldier. We greet the master. Before Jiang Li stood a man and a woman, both dressed similarly to Wang Gang in camouflage military uniforms, tall and with stern expressions. However, unlike Wang Gang, who was unarmed, the cold weapon mechanical soldiers were equipped with weapons, albeit rather rudimentary. Each wielded only a metallic dagger prominently attached to their thigh. Jiang Li nodded. For the time being, as the number of mechanical soldiers is still limited, for ease of reference, LBQ-01, you shall be called Wang Yin. Yes, master. Wang Yin snapped to attention, saluting sharply, her striking features cold and her short hair neat. Exuding a valiant aura, that it was a pity she was a robot. Jiang Li felt an inexplicable sense of regret. LBQ-02, you shall be called Wang Long. Jiang Li continued. Yes, master. Wang Long stood at attention, saluting. Unit type, cold weapon mechanical soldier rank. Initial first rank ID. LBQ-01 Wang Yin skill. Mastery of low-grade cold weapons. First rank, mechanism. A mechanical creation. Fearless of life and death. Impervious to pain. Displaying unwavering loyalty. That it will only be rendered inoperative when its mechanical core is destroyed or when damage reaches 90%. Upon death in battle, it can be recovered, yielding half of its production energy points. Promotion condition, 20 energy points. Unit type, combat mechanical soldier rank. Initial first rank ID. LBQ-02 Wang Long skill. Mastery of low-grade cold weapons. First rank, mechanism. A mechanical creation. Fearless of life and death. Impervious to pain. Displaying unwavering loyalty. That it will only be rendered inoperative when its mechanical core is destroyed or when damage reaches 90%. Upon death in battle, it can be recovered, yielding half of its production energy points. Promotion condition, 20 energy points. The abilities are fundamentally identical, Jiang Li murmured, nodding discreetly. Cold weapon mechanical soldiers. These constructs are initially outfitted solely with daggers as standard equipment, and as their rank ascends, they gradually acquire short swords, long swords, and sabers. Generally speaking, a fully realized first-rank cold weapon mechanical soldier can proficiently wield 4 types of cold weapons, showcasing formidable combat prowess. Of course, exceptional circumstances may arise. For instance, When manufacturing 100 cold weapon mechanical soldiers, there exists a probability of producing particularly exceptional elite units, which upon creation are equipped with polearms and halberds. The strength of these elite units is markedly superior, albeit the chances of their emergence are quite limited. Tonight, you will accompany me as we take the initiative, Jiang Li declared. Yes, Dominator, Wang Gang and the others replied. It was evident that Jiang Li had no intention of passively enduring attacks. Instead, he aimed to launch a proactive assault, systematically dismantling the Scorpion Gang, Axe Gang, and Crimson Flame Gang, confident in his ability to handle a single gang with his current strength. Vitality pills. Jiang Li grasped the porcelain vial on the table, uncorked it, and poured out the crimson pills, rich in vitality. The vitality pills, being of the low-grade variety, are suitable for refining the vitality and physique of non-mainstream warriors. However, even such pills command an external price of 100 taels of silver each, which, when converted to the value and purchasing power of Earth, amounts to approximately 100,000 RMB. The assets of the Celestial Wolf Gang have essentially been appropriated into the personal coffers of Li Hualong and his associates. Even the gang's warehouse has been completely emptied, Jiang Li noted. Let's test the effects of the vitality pills. Jiang Li retrieved one and consumed it. Gulp! The pill slid down his throat, traversing his esophagus into his abdomen, where it dissolved, unleashing a surge of vitality emanating from his core. Boom! Boom! Jiang Li felt his internal organs tremble. Dominator, Wang Gang and the others called out in concern. I am fine. You must guard the entrance and allow no one to enter, Jiang Li commanded. Understood. Dominator, they nodded. Internal breath technique. Jiang Li immediately commenced the internal breath technique while assuming a training posture, refining the vitality and medicinal power contained within the vitality pill into himself. As time elapsed. After an hour, the medicinal potency and vitality of the pill were largely assimilated by Jiang Li through his internal breath technique, that a faint white mist enveloped him, his complexion flushed, and his vitality surged. The effects are remarkable, truly worth the 100 taels of silver per pill. With just one, I nearly broke through to the mid-level of the non-mainstream realm. Jiang Li, feeling the changes within him, was in high spirits. Another one. He produced a second vitality pill, consuming it while activating the internal breath technique. Grounding himself firmly in a horse stance and resuming his training posture to assimilate the pill, an hour later, boom. Jiang Li's entire being quaked with vitality, breaking through his limits, his vitality thickening and elevating to the next level. Successfully achieving the mid-level of the non-mainstream realm. The second pill was thoroughly refined. I have broken through, Jiang Li smiled. Though my martial arts aptitude is somewhat lacking, it matters not. With resources and pills, I can easily surpass my limitations. With 8 vitality pills remaining, I wonder if I can reach the pinnacle of the non-mainstream realm. In the deep of night, Jiang Li had refined a total of 5 vitality pills. But his vitality had become unstable, necessitating time to settle and stabilize. Refining 3 pills had not enabled him to ascend from the mid-level to the late level of the non-mainstream realm, which was somewhat regrettable. Let us proceed. With a creak, the door swung open. Jiang Li stepped out, followed closely by Wang Gang, Wang Yin, and Wang Long, stealthily departing the Celestial Wolf Gang and entering the Red Flower Street, which was eerily deserted and tranquil under the obscured moonlight. First, we shall extinguish the Scorpion Gang, Jiang Li stated. Chapter 7. Infiltration. As Jiang Li advanced, he rummaged through his mind for memories and information regarding the Scorpion Gang. The Scorpion Gang, led by Lu Yanbing, known as the Scorpion, was rumored to be an expert in poison, raising scorpions as pets. Numerous first-rank warriors had met their demise at his hands, as recorded in Jiang Li's recollections. Swish, swish, Jiang Li, accompanied by 3 mechanical soldiers, arrived at Scorpion Street. The midnight streets were silent, devoid of any presence, and they proceeded along the route etched in Jiang Li's memory. After half an hour of unobstructed travel, they reached the entrance of the Scorpion Gang's courtyard, where 2 members stood guard, drowsy and lethargic. Wang Long, you take care of them, Jiang Li instructed. Understood. Swish, Wang Long nodded, utilizing the night for cover as he stealthily approached, drawing forth a metal dagger. swiftly silencing the two Scorpion Gang members with a single stroke to their throats. The glimmering blade flashed. Blood spattered. Ugh! The two Scorpion Gang members perished without uttering a sound. Wang Long then dragged the bodies away, concealing them in a shadowy corner. "Let us move," Jiang Li commanded. Swish, swish, they scaled the courtyard wall, entering the yard, hiding beneath a large tree, scanning the surroundings, and seeing no one, whether it be the Celestial Wolf Gang or the Scorpion Gang. Each gang controlled a street's territory, managing various enterprises, including brothels, taverns, and gambling dens. Typically, these establishments required the oversight of gang members, so the headquarters of each gang would not be overly crowded, but a presence of 20 to 30 members was not uncommon. "Wang Yin, go and fetch someone," Jiang Li instructed. "Remember, be cautious and keep the noise to a minimum." "Yes, Dominator." Wang Yin nodded, swiftly departing, her agile form disappearing from Jiang Li's sight as she infiltrated a nearby building. With Wang Yan's skills, capturing someone should be a simple task, provided she remained vigilant. That a few minutes later, Wang Yin returned, dragging along a member of the Scorpion Gang, who had been knocked unconscious. "Dominator, the task is complete," Wang Yin reported, tossing the member onto the ground. "Excellent." Jiang Li expressed his delight, praising her. "Well done. It is our duty to alleviate your burdens, Dominator." Wang Yin replied. Jiang Li shrugged, crouching down to pinch the captured member's pressure point, prompting him to regain consciousness shortly. The member of the gang attempted to cry out, but Jiang Li swiftly covered his mouth. "Answer my questions if you wish to live," Jiang Li intoned gravely. "If you dare to scream, you shall meet your demise." The gang member nodded frantically, eyes wide with terror. "Where does Liu Yambing reside?" Jiang Li interrogated, releasing his grip. "The gang leader is in the council hall. He has summoned the leaders of the Axe Gang and Crimson Flame Gang, likely discussing significant matters." The gang member stuttered. "I have told you all I know. I am just an ordinary gang member. Please spare me." Thud! Jiang Li delivered a swift chop to the member's neck, and the gang member's vision darkened once more as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Three gang leaders gathered together, the perfect opportunity to ensnare them all. Jiang Li mused aloud. "We shall proceed to the Scorpion Gang's council hall." "Dominator, one question. Do you know where the council hall of the Scorpion Gang is?" Wang Gang inquired. Wang Yin and Wang Long turned their gazes toward Jiang Li. Jiang Li paused momentarily, then looked down at the unconscious gang member and murmured, "Wake him once more." After a brief interval, Jiang Li acquired the information he sought. "Brother, if you have any more questions, feel free to ask them all at once. I can endure a few more rounds. The key is not to waste your time," the gang member lamented pitifully. The pain was excruciating. It felt as though his neck might snap, and the blows were overly harsh. Thud! Jiang Li's hand fell again, and the gang member rolled his eyes back, collapsing once more. "A mere captive, yet so much fuss." Jiang Li remarked that in the deep of night, within the council hall of the Scorpion Gang, Liu Yambing occupied the main seat. "Scorpion, is it merely for a drink that you summoned us here at this late hour?" The Axe Gang leader, Lu Daokai, remarked, savoring a fine wine, while embracing a voluptuous beauty whose alluring form squirmed restlessly as his hand ventured beneath her attire. "Get straight to the point. No need for roundabout discussions." The Crimson Flame Gang leader, Hua Yinjie, frowned slightly, casting a disapproving glance at Lu Daokai. Liu Yambing remarked, "Jiang Huahong perished in Shirtu village, leaving the Tianlang Gang leaderless. Li Hualong stumbled upon a stroke of luck, unexpectedly becoming a first-tier initial martial artist, which deprived us of our opportunity to act. However, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Just today, Li Hualong met his demise, and not only him, but also 2 elders and 6 deacons of the Tianlang Gang have all fallen." Lu Daokai's eyes widened in disbelief. "How do you know this?" "There are informants arranged by our gang leader within the Tianlang Gang," Liu Yambing replied with a smile. "What transpired?" asked Hua Yinjie. Jiang Li somehow found a formidable expert, endowed with innate strength, who eliminated Li Hualong and his companions. Liu Yambing continued. "Ultimately, he was youthful and impetuous, acting without foresight. although he avenged his grievances and fury by slaying Li Hualong and the others. He has irrevocably severed the foundation of the Tianlang Gang. Without subordinates, how can he uphold the Tianlang Gang by himself? So, what do you say, esteemed colleagues? If our three gangs unite, we can strike tomorrow and seize the Tianlang Gang. Then, the assets of Honghua Street and the Tianlang Gang shall be divided among us. Are you interested? Ha ha. Of course I am interested. Lu Daokai laughed heartily. This is a cake delivered right to our doorstep. I've had my eyes on the assets of Honghua Street for quite some time, but I have long awaited the right opportunity to act. That little brat Jiang Li has provided us with such a splendid chance. He is truly our lucky star. I shall surely sever his limbs as a token of gratitude. Yet Hua Yinji pondered. What concerns does the gang leader have? Lu Yambing inquired. I am somewhat apprehensive about the expert Jiang Li has summoned. His ability to slay Li Hualong and the others indicates he is not to be underestimated, Hua Yinji replied. Do not worry, Lu Yambing assured confidently. Even if the expert Jiang Li has found is a mid-tier, first-tier martial artist, our united strength ensures our victory. The Tianlang Gang is destined to perish. Honghua Street will inevitably be ours, and Jiang Li is undoubtedly doomed. Is that so? The gang leader does not share your conviction. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the doors of the council hall were forcefully flung open, splintering as shards flew in all directions, embedding themselves into the walls, a testament to the strength behind that blow. Who dares? Lu Daokai glared. How dare you intrude upon the council hall? Lu Yambing rose to admonish. It is Jiang Li. Hua Yinjie recognized the figure standing at the entrance, her beautiful eyes narrowing. It truly is him. How could he appear here at this moment? Esteemed gang leaders, you conspire here to discuss how to take my life and annihilate my gang. And yet, I have overheard your treachery, Jiang Li stated with a smile. You put me in quite the predicament. Ha ha! Lu Daokai snapped back to reality, laughing heartily, his expression one of utter disdain. I thought it was someone significant. It turns out to be you, little brat with audacity to venture into the tiger's den alone. You have come at an opportune time. I shall eliminate you here today, sparing the trouble for tomorrow. Get lost! Lu Daokai hurled the beautiful woman in his arms to the ground. Drawing his great blade, a faint aura of menace radiating from him. The woman scrambled to the corner, rolling and crawling away. Chapter 8. A complete capture. The Axe Gang's leader, Lu Daokai, Jiang Li assessed his opponent, feeling the immense pressure emanating from him. However, Jiang Li need not engage directly. With the mechanical soldiers at his command, he held the reins of the situation. Comme fort? Lu Yambing bellowed, his voice resounding loudly, clear in the stillness of the night. It is the leader in the council hall. Quickly, something has happened. Hurry! Outside the council hall, the members stationed at the Scorpion Gang were all roused, the sound of hurried footsteps echoing as they armed themselves and rushed towards the hall. Act swiftly. Jiang Li's expression shifted slightly as he commanded. Kill! With a swift movement, Wang Long leaped forward, his figure darting like a leopard, the alloy dagger gripped in his right hand, slashing towards Lu Daokai's throat with lethal precision. Well met! Lu Daokai roared, charging forward to meet the attack. His great blades swinging down with ferocity, the clash of weapons creating sparks as they met midair. The forces of both combatants were evenly matched. Seizing the moment, Wang Long aimed a kick at Lu Daokai's chest. But Lu Daokai retreated, dodging the assault while wielding his long blade, aiming a strike at Wang Long's head. Wang Long swiftly evaded, his alloy dagger darting towards Lu Daokai's side, the speed of the strike so swift it tore through Lu Daokai's clothing, leaving a gash upon his flesh. Such speed! Lu Daokai's face grew serious as he glanced at Jiang Li. Where on earth did this little brat find such a powerful ally? He may only be a mid-tier martial artist, yet he commands the loyalty of a first-tier expert. Lu Gang leader, I shall assist you. Lu Yambing rushed in, his right hand sweeping as over a dozen dark shadows flew from his sleeve like hidden weapons towards Wang Long. Thud, thud, thud. Wang Yin leaped into action, her movements graceful as she brandished her alloy dagger, effortlessly slicing through the oncoming shadows, severing them mid-flight. Hiss! The shadows were all venomous scorpions, Upon landing, their bodies corroded the ground, revealing the potency of their venom. Viper strike. Boom! Lu Yambing charged, his internal energy surging, enveloping his palms with a faint dark glow, his hands imbued with deadly poison. Whoosh! Wang Yin gripped her dagger tightly and thrust forward with all her might. A sharp glimmer slicing through the air, directed at Lu Yambing's palms with tremendous force. Thud! Blood splattered. Ah! Lu Yambing screamed in agony as Wang Yan's dagger pierced through his palms, even with the ice silkworm gloves. It was futile, and he was impaled. Bang! Simultaneously, Wang Yin was also pushed back by Lu Yambing's palm force, the toxic energy clinging to her hands, corroding her arm and emitting wisps of white smoke. Sizzling ominously. Ha ha! Lu Yambing laughed maniacally, his face contorted with malice. You have fallen prey to my Viper Strike. There is no salvation for you unless you possess my antidote that my Viper Strike is not so easily countered. Opposing me is tantamount to courting death. Jiang Li. Your fate is sealed. I will ensure your suffering is profound, leaving you in a state of despair. Hua Gang leader, why do you not act? Lu Yambing urged repeatedly. Very well. Hua Yinjin nodded slightly. She had long been informed of Lu Yambing's Viper Strike, which contained deadly poison. Being struck was tantamount to a death sentence. Bang! Hua Yinjie unsheathed the long whip from her waist, its barbed body of vivid crimson, writhing like a fiery serpent as she wielded it. Martial arts! Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Wang Gang's figure leaped, evading Hua Yinjie's whip strikes while closing the distance, launching himself towards her. Crimson Flame Whip! Hua Yinjie's beautiful eyes widened. Wang Gang's strength exceeded her expectations in a moment of crisis. She summoned her internal energy, channeling it into the whip, which straightened like a colossal serpent, striking out. Bang! Bang bang! Wang Gang unleashed a flurry of punches, shattering Hua Yinjie's internal energy. The powerful force transmitted through the Crimson Flame Whip struck Hua Yinjie directly. Thud! Hua Yinjie coughed blood, staggering backward, her beautiful eyes filled with terror. So powerful! Kill! Lu Yambing bellowed, seizing the moment when Jiang Li was momentarily unguarded. He charged forward with blinding speed, his face twisted with murderous intent as he swung a fist. Whoosh! Wang Yin, light as a swallow, blocked with her alloy dagger, adopting a defensive stance that effortlessly repelled Lu Yambing's assault, countering with a kick that sent Lu Yambing sprawling. You! Lu Yambing stumbled as he fell, exclaiming in shock. How are you unharmed? Jiang Li chuckled, smirking that he thought to himself. The gang leader would not know that Wang Yin and the others were mechanical constructs. Poison and toxins would have no effect on them. Lu Yambing's prideful trump card was rendered nearly useless before Wang Yin and her companions, though the corrosive nature of the poison still inflicted a 10% damage on Wang Yin. Wang Yin, Wang Long, eliminate them with utmost haste. Jiang Li noted the footsteps surrounding them growing increasingly dense. Clearly, the members of the Scorpion Gang were about to arrive. We must hold them off. Once my subordinates arrive. Jiang Li is doomed, Lu Yambing shouted. Understood. Hua Yinjin nodded decisively. Damn! After a prolonged battle, Lu Daokai bore several wounds upon his body that he unleashed his martial prowess, shouting, Tiger descends the mountain. Whoosh! Lu Daokai gripped his blade tightly, unleashing a roar as his internal energy coalesced, resembling a fierce tiger pouncing forth, his long blade descending towards Wang Long with tremendous force. Crack! Wang Long advanced rather than retreating. He slightly angled his body, bracing with his left arm, enduring the full force of Lu Daokai's strike, his left arm severed. Thud! Seizing the opportunity, Wang Long thrust his alloy dagger into Lu Daokai's chest, piercing his heart, crimson blood seeping from the wound, staining his attire. Why? The Blade Master Lu opened his mouth in shock, completely unprepared for Wang Long's ruthless actions. When he caught sight of Wang Long's severed arm, a series of electric sparks erupted from the wound. Not human. Lu seemed to want to say more, but his heart was pierced and crushed, the light of life dimming in his eyes as his body fell straight down. Master Lu! Lu Yambing and Hua Yinjie exclaimed in horror. Their expressions pale. Whoosh! After dealing with Lu, Wang Long immediately joined forces with Wang Yin to besiege Liu Yambing. While Liu Yambing's poison techniques were formidable against other warriors, they proved ineffective against Wang Long and Wang Yin. Thud! Ultimately, after a few exchanges, Liu Yambing's head was pierced by a dagger wielded by Wang Yin. Spare me! Spare me! The only survivor, Hua Yinjie, immediately knelt in supplication. Bang! Wang Gang harbored no thoughts of mercy, delivering a punch that shattered Hua Yinjie's heart, killing her instantly. Buzz, a flicker of gray light, akin to a firefly, erupted from Hua Yinjie's corpse, drifting towards Jiang Li and merging into his body. Whoosh, captured a first-tier soul flame seed. A prompt appeared. I managed to capture a first-tier soul flame seed after eliminating 3 early-stage warriors. That's a rather mediocre drop rate, Jiang Li murmured. Quickly go in and support the master. At that moment, outside the council hall, more than 20 members of the Scorpion Gang, led by the Grand Elder, surrounded the building. However, when they entered the hall, they were met with the sight of Liu Yambing, Liu, and Hua Yinjie's corpses, instantly turning their faces ashen, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Dead. All dead. 3 leaders, 3 early-stage warriors, all perished. Chapter 9. The moment of harvest. Jiang Li surveyed the members of the Scorpion Gang and spotted a familiar face, the Grand Elder. Wu Zong, appearing to be in his 40s with a square face, short hair, and a barely discernible scar on his left cheek. He trembled with fear, his legs shaking, eyes filled with terror and astonishment that it was known that the 3 leaders were true warriors, having cultivated inner strength, and Liu Yambing had slain numerous warriors in the past. Yet now, they were all slain. Fear. The atmosphere was thick with dread, the courage of all present crumbling to dust. Their earlier bravado vanished, and even their legs felt weak. How could they fight now? Charging in would only lead to their demise. Clang, clang. Subsequently, every single one of Wu Zong's followers dropped their weapons to the ground with a resounding clatter. Jiang Li regarded Wu Zong with a smile, signaling Wang Long to conceal his severed arm and injury to avoid raising suspicion. Wu Zong's face was a mask of ingratiation. Young Master Jiang, no, it's gang leader Jiang Yu. Wu Zong, cut the nonsense, Jiang Li interrupted. Liu Yambing is dead. So from today onwards, the Scorpion Gang and Scorpion Street will officially belong to the Tianlang Gang, becoming a branch called the Scorpion Hall. Wu Zong, as the Grand Elder here, you will temporarily assume the role of Hall Master. Thank you. Gang leader Jiang. Wu Zong's fear instantly dissipated, replaced by wild joy. He promptly knelt, bowing to Jiang Li, exclaiming, I will surely manage the Scorpion Hall well for gang leader Jiang and will not let you down. Devoting myself to the cause, unafraid of any tribulations. Liu Yambing was dead, yet Wu Zong rose to power. For him, this was nothing short of a blessing. As for loyalty, what was that worth? Jiang Li nodded slightly. The combat prowess of the mechanical soldiers was indeed formidable, but they lacked the ability to manage a gang or oversee its enterprises. Killing Wu Zong and the others would be wasteful. Keeping them around to manage the gang and its assets, amassing wealth to purchase herbs and elixirs for energy conversion and the production of mechanical soldiers, would create a perfect cycle of growth. As long as he commanded a powerful mechanical army, he had no fear of Wu Zong's schemes. Of course, vigilance was still necessary. Caution should never be forgotten, for a misstep could lead to dire consequences. Hall Master Wu Zong, pay your respects to the gang leader. Thud! Wu Zong immediately knelt, bowing his head to Jiang Li and proclaiming, I pay my respects to the gang leader. Following suit, over 20 members behind Wu Zong knelt in unison. Jiang Li merely smiled. First, take me to your gang's treasury. Wu Zong, as the Grand Elder of the Scorpion Gang, you should know where Liu Yambing kept his savings, correct? Reporting to the Hall Master, I am aware, Wu Zong replied. Lead the way. Jiang Li stood up. Yes. Wu Zong rose. It was time for the harvest. However, before leaving the council hall, Jiang Li turned to glance at the beautiful woman hiding in the corner. This woman had witnessed the entire battle, including Wang Long's severed arm and the unusual wound. If this secret were to be exposed and others learned that Wang Long and the others were not human, Jiang Li could not fathom the trouble it would bring. In fact, he was well aware that this secret could not be concealed for long. As the number of mechanical soldiers increased and stronger foes emerged, it would inevitably be revealed. But until then, he could only hide it for as long as possible, rapidly growing and producing more mechanical soldiers to form a powerful army that I end this way, even if the secret were exposed. As long as he had sufficient strength, he would have no need to worry. It can only end in death, Jiang Li thought to himself. Please spare me, my lord, spare me. The beautiful woman sensed her life was in jeopardy. She immediately crawled to Jiang Li's feet, her garments slipping slightly to reveal her fair skin and alluring figure, her long, porcelain-like legs strikingly seductive. It is indeed you, Yin Jiao. You deserve to die. Thud! Suddenly, a flash of steel gleamed as Wu Zong wielded a shiny long knife, plunging it into the woman's heart, pulling it out to reveal a smear of crimson blood. The beautiful woman gasped, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Forgive me, my lord. Wu Zong immediately knelt, his tone anxious as he explained. This woman was Lu's mistress, managing the Ichuan courtyard on Axe Street for him. Before I joined the Scorpion Gang, my only daughter was sold into the Ichuan courtyard by her, ultimately driven to suicide. I have been seeking revenge for my daughter, but I have not succeeded, which is why I could not help but act. Jiang Li glanced down at the woman's corpse, shook his head, and offered no further words. Noticing Wu Zong's anxious demeanor, he said, "Given your eagerness for vengeance on behalf of your daughter, I will let this slide this time, but do not let it happen again." "Thank you." Gang leader Wu Zong rejoiced. "Of course." Jiang Li's tone shifted. "Since you have erred, you must be punished. All your savings and medicinal materials accumulated over the years will be confiscated." "Huh?" Wu Zong stared in disbelief. "Do you have any objections?" Jiang Li's gaze turned sharp. "No, absolutely none." Wu Zong quickly shook his head. Lu Yanbing's residence was located at the heart of the Scorpion Gang's compound. With Wu Zong leading the way, Jiang Li quickly found the secret chamber where Lu Yanbing stored his treasures. Rumble! Upon pressing the mechanism, the door to the secret chamber automatically opened, revealing a bookshelf as the entrance. "Gang leader, this is it," Wu Zong stated. "I discovered it by chance. Let's take a look inside." Jiang Li stepped toward the secret chamber. "Master, allow us to scout ahead," Wang Gang suggested. "Very well," Jiang Li nodded, wanting to avoid any traps or dangers. Wang Gang led the way into the secret chamber. Whoosh! He had hardly taken a few steps when he triggered a trap, and dozens of small, sharp arrows shot out from the walls on either side. Clang! Clang! Wang Gang, with his ironclad physique, found the arrows merely pierced his camouflage suit, causing about 5% damage. "There really are traps," Jiang Li murmured. "I had no idea." Wu Zong's face turned pale, fearing Jiang Li would think he had deliberately set a trap to harm him, leading to his own demise. That Wu Long and Wang Yin cast cold glances at Wu Zong, making him feel a chill run down his neck, causing him to tremble all over, his legs weak. Terrifying. Hiss! Before long, scorpions and venomous snakes began to crawl out from hidden corners of the secret chamber, numerous and swift, rushing towards Wang Gang. Though Wang Gang managed to slay many of the scorpions and snakes, several still climbed upon him. "Wang Long, Wang Yin, assist him," Jiang Li commanded. "Yes, master." Whoosh, whoosh, Wang Long and Wang Yin dashed into the secret chamber, holding alloy daggers, moving with incredible speed, their blades flashing as they cut down the snakes and scorpions. Minutes later, all the venomous creatures in the secret chamber were eradicated. Wang Gang and his companions' clothing had been corroded by the venom, sustaining around 40% damage, while Wang Long, having lost an arm, bore the highest damage at 60%. "The master, all the mechanisms within have been resolved," Wang Gang remarked. "Good." Jiang Li sighed in relief and stepped into the dark chamber, treading upon the corpses of scorpions and venomous snakes. The air thick with a nauseating stench. Inside the chamber lay 2 black wooden chests. "Wu Zong, you go and open it," Jiang Li instructed. Chapter 10. Promotion of Troops. "Ah? Me?" Wu Zong pointed at himself, his mouth agape, fear and apprehension etched across his face. His footsteps faltering. "Master, Lu Yanbing was adept in the art of poison, and the dark chamber was laced with several traps. Who knew whether these chests concealed hidden weapons or toxic substances that could be triggered upon opening?" "Hurry up!" Jiang Li commanded coldly. Yes, master. Wu Zong gritted his teeth, aware that Jiang Li had orchestrated this situation deliberately. This was his sole opportunity to clear his name. Should he refuse to open the chest, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Thus, he had no choice but to take the gamble, betting that the chest held no traps or hidden weapons. Taking a deep breath, Wu Zong approached the chest, crouching slightly, his body tense, ready to evade at the slightest hint of danger. Master, may I request something? He ventured. What is it? Jiang Li inquired. If I should unfortunately meet my end, could you bury me in a picturesque location facing the sea? If possible, it would be even better if you could burn a paper effigy for me, Wu Zong implored. Jiang Li replied, his expression impassive as he slowly stated, rest assured, if you die, I shall chop your body into pieces and mix it with leftover food to feed the dogs. Wu Zong's face contorted in disbelief. How much enmity must the master harbor? With a crack, Wu Zong extended his hand and opened the left chest at a glimmer of dazzling gold and silver jewelry spilled forth from within. So much silver, Wu Zong exclaimed, his eyes widening as the reflection of wealth illuminated his face. If converted to silver, this treasure must be worth around 5,000 taels. Not bad, Jiang Li commented, his expression unchanging as he nodded. Now open the other chest. Of course, master. Wu Zong replied eagerly, his spirits lifted, evidently relieved that his gamble had paid off and the first chest bore no traps. With a crack, the second chest opened to reveal a humanoid wild ginseng, a palm-sized purple spirit mushroom, and a white jade vial, with a manual resting at the bottom. Master, this is a century-old wild ginseng and a century-old purple spirit mushroom. Both considered genuine spirit herbs, albeit of the lowest grade, Wu Zong exclaimed, his tone brimming with excitement. These two items are priceless. One could fetch at least 10,000 taels of silver. I can't believe Liu Yambing had concealed such treasures. Jiang Li nodded, concealing his delight as he approached, picking up the century-old wild ginseng and purple spirit mushroom that a prompt appeared, but instead of immediately converting them into energy points, he returned them to the chest. The 5 Poisons Classic. Jiang Li then lifted the manual and began to read. This is a treatise on poison techniques. A second-tier elite internal cultivation method, albeit only a fragment, containing records of 2 types of venomous creatures, snakes and scorpions, with even the entry on snakes being incomplete. Even so, it surpasses the ordinary first-tier techniques in potency. With a formidable toxicity, he mused. Congratulations, master! Congratulations on acquiring an unparalleled divine skill. Wu Zong chimed in, eager to flatter. Jiang Li, however, paid no heed to him. While the 5 Poisons Classic was commendable, it was not the internal cultivation manual he sought, especially given its incomplete nature. After setting the manual aside, Jiang Li picked up the jade vial, opening it to release a refreshing medicinal aroma, revealing a pill as translucent as jade. The Wu Zong's eyes widened, his gaze fervent with excitement. This is indeed the capable of aiding peak-level martial artists in consolidating their vital energy and cultivating internal power, a first-tier upper-grade elixir. Gulp! Wu Zong swallowed hard. It was known that Wu Zong was a peak-level martial artist. His vital energy sufficiently cultivated. He just needed to consolidate his internal power. Success would elevate him to a first-tier novice martial artist. Naturally, he craved yet its exorbitant price and the difficulty of its refinement made it a coveted item. Often inciting fierce competition, it would command at least 100,000 taels of silver, or 1,000 taels in gold, far exceeding the purchasing power of an inconspicuous gang. Wang Gang, take it all back, Jiang Li ordered, placing the jade vial back into the chest. Yes, master, Wang Gang nodded, hoisting the chest and exiting the dark chamber alongside Jiang Li. After pillaging Liu Yambing's hoard, Jiang Li proceeded to the treasury of the Scorpion Gang, where he reaped a substantial bounty of decade-old medicinal herbs, vitality pills, and 500 taels of silver. Clearly, the Scorpion Gang was far more affluent than the Wolf Gang. In the end, Wu Zong's resources were entirely confiscated by Jiang Li, who departed the Scorpion Gang laden with treasures, returning to the Wolf Gang, now to be called the Scorpion Hall. Finally left, Wu Zong murmured as he stood at the entrance of the Scorpion Hall, glancing at a guard in the corner who had been slain. A significant event transpired tonight. Also, with the matters concerning the Axe Gang and the Crimson Flame Gang, tomorrow will be hectic. Why do they refer to Master Jiang Li as the Dominator? Shouldn't it be the Master? Is it due to Master S' peculiar preference? Should I join in calling him the Dominator? Indeed, as subordinates, we must align with the Master's preferences, ensuring we become favored and ascend to greatness. At Jiang Li's residence in the Wolf Gang, he declared, "Convert all to energy points." He laid out all the spirit herbs and medicinal materials he had acquired that day on the table, which were numerous, and immediately initiated the conversion. The conversion was successful, yielding 53 energy points. The virtual interface, combined with the prior 3 points, brought the total to 56. Repair Wang Gang, Wang Yin, and Wang Long. Jiang Li operated the Dominator panel. Buzz, buzz! 3 energy points were consumed, and a white light enveloped Wang Gang and the others. Their injuries fully mended, even their camouflage uniforms restored, and Wang Long's severed arm reattached. Clearly, regardless of the extent of damage, as long as they were not rendered inoperative, they could be fully restored with just a single energy point. "Thank you, Dominator," Wang Gang and the others chorused. Jiang Li nodded, opening the virtual interface. Division interface. Mechanical Army Troop First Tier Troop. Combat Mechanic Soldier unlocked. Cold Weapon Mechanic Soldier unlocked. Firearm Mechanic Soldier 12. Communication Mechanic Soldier not unlocked. Biomechanical Soldier not unlocked. Information Mechanic Soldier not unlocked. There is only one Soul Fire Seed. To unlock the Firearm Mechanic Soldier requires 2 first-tier Soul Fire Seeds, leaving 1 short. What a pity, Jiang Li mused. However, it's no matter. Unlocking is merely a matter of time. Of course, once the Firearm Mechanic Soldier is unlocked, I will have ranged attack troops. Promote Wang Gang to Combat Mechanic Soldier and manufacture 1 Combat Mechanic Soldier and 2 Cold Weapon Mechanic Soldiers. Jiang Li swiftly expended 50 energy points. Buzz! A white light emanated from Wang Gang, lasting only a few seconds before dissipating, signifying the completion of his promotion. Upon closer inspection, Wang Gang's appearance had not undergone significant change. He had transitioned from being unarmed to donning a pair of black gloves made from a special alloy. Resilient, flexible, and highly protective, his rank had also ascended from private to corporal. Chapter 11. A Night. Information. Jiang Li opened Wang Gang's information interface for review. Troop. Combat Mechanic Soldier rank. First Tier Mid-Stage ID. GD01 Wang Gang skills. First Tier Mid-Grade Combat Technique Equipment. First Tier Mid-Grade Standard Special Alloy Gloves Mechanics. Mechanical Creation. Unperturbed by life or death. Impervious to pain. With unwavering loyalty. Only rendered inoperative if the mechanical heart is destroyed or if damage reaches 90%. Allowing for recovery upon death, yielding half the energy points of its creation cost. Promotion requirements. 40 energy points Not bad, Jiang Li nodded. He has advanced to first tier mid-stage and gained an additional piece of equipment, resulting in a substantial enhancement of strength, as anticipated. However, the energy points required for the next promotion have doubled. Soon, a combat mechanic soldier and 2 cold weapon mechanic soldiers were fabricated, their ethereal forms materializing within the room, making it feel slightly cramped. Combat mechanic soldier ID GD02. Cold weapon mechanic soldier ID LBQ03. Cold weapon mechanic soldier ID LBQ04. Greetings, Dominator. The 3 male mechanical soldiers immediately saluted Jiang Li. Good, Jiang Li replied with a smile, refraining from naming these 3 mechanical soldiers. That it should be noted that Jiang Li had named Wang Gang, Wang Yin, and Wang Long primarily because in the beginning their numbers were few and for ease of address. After all, it would be cumbersome to refer to them by their IDs in front of outsiders. Having names made it more convenient to assign tasks. As the number of mechanical soldiers increased, naming them became quite a cumbersome task. To alleviate this burden, henceforth, barring exceptional cases, no further names would be assigned. They would simply address one another by their respective numbers. Jiang Li had arranged accommodations for the mechanical soldiers, ensuring that he resided next door, for it was impractical for 7 individuals to squeeze into a single room. It must be around 3 or 4 in the morning, Jiang Li mused as he glanced at the night sky outside. Feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him, He stifled a yawn, but refrained from succumbing to sleep. Instead, he began to organize the day's gains. The medicinal herbs he had acquired had all been converted into energy points. And after manufacturing and repairing the mechanical soldiers, he was left with merely 3 points, an insufficient amount, as more would always be welcome. I have obtained 7 martial arts manuals, he noted, including 2 low-grade inner strength techniques of the first rank, the Nourishing Chi skill and the Nourishing Essence skill, and 1 medium-grade inner strength technique of the first rank, the Cultivation of Essence skill. Jiang Li retrieved the manuals. Continuing, the remaining are martial arts techniques, 2 low-grade martial arts techniques of the first rank, the Horn Bull Fist and the Wandering Dragon Step, 2 medium-grade martial arts techniques of the first rank, the Blood Seal Palm and the Serpent's Grasp, and the last is a fragment of the 5 Poisons Classic. For now, I shall set aside the matter of martial arts, Jiang Li murmured. After all, this is not something that can be accomplished overnight. It requires time and diligent practice, and moreover, the grades of these martial arts are rather low, yielding limited power. In terms of silver, I have accumulated nearly 7,000 taels of silver in total. Given the price of medicinal herbs at nearly 100 taels for 10 years, 7,000 taels could procure 60 portions. Converted into energy points, that amounts to 60 points, which is quite substantial. Additionally, tomorrow I plan to subjugate both the Axe Gang and the Crimson Flame Gang. Should all go as expected, after another round of plundering, I anticipate acquiring a considerable amount of medicinal herbs and silver once more. Lastly, there are the elixirs. Jiang Li produced a porcelain vial and counted, discovering he possessed a total of 18 Qi blood pills that he murmured, with these Qi blood pills, along with this precious essence condensing pill, I should be able to cultivate my inner strength in the shortest time possible, achieving the status of a beginner in the first rank. Of course, while cultivating inner strength, one cannot consume elixirs without restraint. Taking a large quantity in a short span necessitates time for consolidation. Otherwise, it would result in an unstable foundation or even lead to a detrimental path. It is time to rest. Tomorrow holds even greater endeavors, and I must be well rested. Jiang Li placed the martial arts manuals and elixirs into a box, then concealed it once more in the hidden compartment beneath his bed, lying down to close his eyes and slumber. However, he found it difficult to drift off, as images from his past life involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Having experienced a multitude of events that day, Jiang Li's spirit was weary, and before he realized it, he fell into a deep sleep. After several hours, dawn broke, and the delicate rays of sunlight filtered through the window, casting a glow upon Jiang Li's face that he furrowed his brow slightly and awakened. I now realize that the position of this bed is quite unideal. The headboard faces the window, allowing the sunlight to shine directly on my face. How can one expect to get a good night's sleep like this? If there were an assassin, an arrow could easily be shot through the window, striking me directly in the head, resulting in my demise. Jiang Li grumbled in dissatisfaction, contemplating that it might be prudent to seek a new place to reside, or at the very least, to rearrange the bed's position. Previously, he had a personal maid named Xiaolon, who would prepare his toiletries and breakfast daily, attending to him with utmost care. However, that luxury was no longer afforded to him, for she had perished. "Boss," a voice called from outside, belonging to Mahan, who gently rapped on the door. "Come in," Jiang Li replied. Rising to change into his garments, that it must be noted that this world bore a striking resemblance to ancient Huaxia, particularly in terms of clothing, which was quite similar. The long-sleeved attire proved somewhat cumbersome, and Jiang Li, relying on the memories in his mind, struggled for a while to dress himself, resulting in a somewhat disheveled appearance. "Very well, boss," Mahan said as he entered the room, followed closely by a timid young girl, her head bowed and her small hands nervously clutching the hem of her garment. "What is this?" Boss, the maid Xiaolon unfortunately met with an untimely demise. Thus, boss, as the esteemed leader of the wolf pack, how could you possibly be without a devoted attendant? Therefore, I have specially sought out a clever, obedient, and endearing young maid who is particularly adept at serving others. The girl remained silent, her head still bowed, exuding an air of palpable nervousness. "Where did you find this girl?" Jiang Li asked. Rest assured, boss. She sold herself to bury her father, that I found her pitiable and saw her sharp wit. So I purchased her. There are absolutely no issues with her background. Mahan replied promptly. Aha, Jiang Li shuklat, kastina sidalon nalan sa Austria Mahan. So, how did you ascertain that this girl is clever, obedient, endearing, and particularly skilled at serving others? Mahan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. All right, let her stay. I do indeed require a maid, Jiang Li stated. Yes, boss, Mahan exclaimed, relieved, having narrowly avoided a blunder. In truth, Mahan had primarily chosen this maid for her decent appearance, considering that the boss was a newly appointed leader, youthful and vigorous, which prompted him to think of gifting her to Jiang Li in hopes of currying favor. What is your name? Jiang Li asked the young girl, replying to the esteemed gentleman. I am Du Xiaohua, she stammered nervously. The title gentleman does not suit me. Henceforth, call me young master, Jiang Li instructed. Yes, young master, I understand. Du Xiaohua nodded eagerly. Lift your head, Jiang Li commanded. The young girl, trembling with anxiety, raised her head, revealing a thin, pale face. Although she had donned a clean outfit, it did little to conceal the hardship etched upon her features. She was emaciated, little more than skin and bones. However, her facial structure and physique were not unremarkable. With proper care and nourishment, she might thrive and gain some flesh, enhancing her overall appearance. Mahan has a keen eye, Jiang Li mused inwardly. Very well, let this arrangement stand. From today onward, you shall serve as my maid, and I entrust you with my daily needs. Yes, young master, Du Xiaohua replied earnestly. I shall diligently fulfill my responsibilities. Chapter 12. Martial Arts Practice. After breakfast, Jiang Li retrieved the martial arts manual, Blood Seal Palm, and scrutinized it carefully. Drawing upon the martial knowledge embedded in his memory, he endeavored to practice. However, the results were minimal. Mastering the Blood Seal Palm would indeed require more than a fleeting effort. As this body's martial arts aptitude was rather mediocre, merely average at best, did I end the courtyard, he commanded, once more. Thud! Thud! Jiang Li took a deep breath and struck the wooden dummy with his palms, exerting his full strength with each blow, causing the dummy to emit a series of resounding thuds. The practice of the Blood Seal Palm was relatively straightforward. It involved channeling one's vitality into the palms to generate power. The moment he could shatter the wooden dummy with a single strike, he would have grasped the fundamentals of the Blood Seal Palm. Cultivating the Blood Seal Palm required the concentration of vitality, which demanded significant energy. An unremarkable martial artist could not train for long before becoming fatigued and unable to continue. Again, as his energy waned, Jiang Li's complexion paled, but he retrieved a chi blood pill and consumed it, restoring his vitality after refining it. Jiang Li treated the chi blood pills as if they were mere candies, consuming them whenever his energy was depleted, thereby replenishing his vitality and resuming his training. He was resolutely utilizing resources to push through. Moreover, practicing martial arts differed from cultivating inner strength. Excessive consumption of chi blood pills during inner strength cultivation could destabilize one's vitality and foundation, leading to perilous consequences. Yet martial arts practice was a continuous process of tempering and consumption, which instead could help stabilize one's vitality and foundation, alleviating concerns over excessive pill consumption. Nearby, Du Xiaohua stood quietly, and upon witnessing Jiang Li drenched in sweat, she promptly rushed over to wipe his brow. Boss, trouble has arisen. Elder Wu Zong from the Scorpion Gang has arrived with his entourage, and judging by their aggressive demeanor, they are certainly not here with good intentions. Wang Chao and Ma Han hurriedly approached, their expressions fraught with urgency and their voices tense, their hands gripping their blades turning pale. Wu Zong is here. Jiang Li paused. Accepting the towel, Du Xiaohua handed him to wipe the sweat from his face, and donned a fresh blue long robe. Boss, should we summon the members stationed at the gate? Ma Han inquired. What is there to be anxious about? Jiang Li replied. Let us proceed. Yes. Boss. Ma Han gritted his teeth, closely trailing behind Jiang Li, while Wang Chao wore a fierce expression, as though ready to strike at the entrance of the wolf pack. More than 20 members stood in several lines, blocking the way and preventing Wu Zong and his men from entering. Most were wielding thick-backed sabers. Outside, led by Wu Zong, a multitude of over 100 members from the Scorpion Gang had gathered, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers from the surrounding populace. I recognize that man. He is Elder Wu Zong from the Scorpion Gang, and the plump woman next to him is the third Elder Lu Feiyu. And there is the second Elder Guiyong. It appears the entire Scorpion Gang has mobilized. I fear the wolf pack is doomed. I have heard that significant issues have arisen within the wolf pack, and from today onward, our Red Flower Street may very well fall under the dominion of the Scorpion Gang. I hope the Scorpion Gang does not exploit us too ruthlessly. The murmurs of the crowd arose, filled with lamentations. Stand clear, the boss has arrived. Wang Chao shouted loudly. Boss, the leader. Ah, finally, the boss has come. The members of the Tianlang Gang appear to have found their backbone, their hearts palpably tense as they faced the daunting presence of over 100 members from the Scorpion Gang. Their palms slick with perspiration. Should a conflict arise, it was evident that the Tianlang Gang would be at a distinct disadvantage that a group of 20 or so parted ways, allowing Jiang Li to advance, buoyed by the support of his fellow gang members, until he reached the entrance of the Tianlang Gang, his gaze sweeping over Wu Zong and the others, as well as the throng from the Scorpion Gang. Young Master Jiang Li. It truly is him, the new leader of the Tianlang Gang. What of the elders of the Tianlang Gang? Although young Master Jiang Li is the son of Jiang Huahong, he is merely a fledgling warrior at the initial stage. How can he possibly lead the gang? What use is such limited strength? As I suspected, the Tianlang Gang's fortunes have run dry. The onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. At that moment, Wu Zong inhaled deeply. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, stepped forward several paces and knelt before Jiang Li, proclaiming loudly, I, Wu Zong, the leader of the Scorpion Hall, along with all 110 members of the Scorpion Hall, have come to pay homage to the esteemed gang leader, Lu Feiyu from the Scorpion Hall, Guiyong from the Scorpion Hall, all members of the Scorpion Hall. Greetings to the gang leader. Thud. In an instant, a multitude fell to their knees, as if choreographed, with all 110 individuals kneeling in unison, creating a truly spectacular scene. What is happening? Why are they kneeling? Are you kidding me? Is this real? Everyone was left bewildered, many rubbing their eyes, struggling to believe the scene before them, as if caught in a mirage. Who would have thought that the entire Scorpion Gang was not here to cause trouble for the Tianlang Gang, but rather to submit and declare their allegiance? The absurdity of it all was beyond comprehension. Given the comparative fighting capabilities of the Scorpion Gang and the Tianlang Gang, it was glaringly evident that the Scorpion Gang was far superior. So how could they kneel? It must be the gang leader. This is undoubtedly due to him. As Mahan emerged from his shock, a jolt of realization struck him, and he speculated quietly. The gang leader must have done something to compel Wu Zong and the others to kneel in submission. The gang leader has quietly subdued the entire Scorpion Gang. Long live the gang leader! Wang Chao shouted. Long live the gang leader! Long live the gang leader! The crowd erupted in cheers, their eyes brimming with admiration for Jiang Li, each of them harboring the potential to evolve into fervent sycophants. Silence. Jiang Li raised his hand in a calming gesture, prompting immediate quiet among the throng. Wu Zong, your efficiency leaves much to be desired. Were you not instructed to bring your people here this morning? It is nearly noon now. Jiang Li regarded the kneeling Wu Zong with a measured tone. Apologies. Gang leader, it was my oversight. I humbly request your punishment. Wu Zong offered no defense. Gang leader, this issue is primarily our fault and not solely Wu Zong's, Lu Feiyu interjected. Wu Zong approached us with news of last night's events, urging us to surrender to the Tianlang Gang. Initially, we were incredulous, which led to some conflict and delayed our arrival. Indeed, gang leader, Guiyong added, who could have anticipated that Lu Yanbing, Lu Daokai, and Hua Yinjia, 3 initial stage leaders, would perish overnight, and at the hands of gang leader Jiang Li no less. The gang leader is truly unparalleled. A collective gasp echoed around them, as all present widened their eyes in astonishment at Guiyang's revelation. The three gang leaders were dead, all slain by the Tianlang Gang's leader, Jiang Li. It all made sense now. No wonder the entire Scorpion Gang had knelt in submission. Jiang Li was a hidden powerhouse who had eliminated 3 warriors overnight. The crowd now regarded Jiang Li with awe. He was indeed a formidable figure, a ruthless strategist who had dispatched 3 gang leaders in a single night. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps approached. As dozens surged from the streets, encircling the members of the Scorpion Gang. Who dares to wreak havoc on the territory of the Tianlang Gang? Thud! A massive black iron hammer struck the ground, creating a deep crater that a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, with bronze skin and a bald head, stood menacingly. Why are they all kneeling? What is going on? Beside the muscular man stood an alluring woman clad in a fiery red qipao. Her crimson lips and heavy makeup accentuating her stunning figure, her long, flawless legs exuding an undeniable allure. Chapter 13. East of the city. Jiang Li turned his head, and memories of the 2 figures surfaced in his mind. The hammer-wielding giant was Pang Kui, responsible for managing the Tianlang Gang's establishments such as taverns and gambling dens, while the beautiful woman was Suya, who operated a brothel on Red Flower Street. Neither held the title of elder or steward, but wielded considerable influence and power within the gang. Both were late-stage fledgling warriors. Gang leader, what is happening? What are these Scorpion Gang members up to? Is there some sort of conspiracy at play? You must be cautious. Pang Kui approached swiftly, his stature imposing and strength formidable. Despite being merely a late-stage fledgling warrior, Pang Kui, do not speak nonsense. The Scorpion Gang has fully submitted to gang leader Jiang Li. From this moment forth, there is no longer a Scorpion Gang. Only the Scorpion Hall. Wu Zong spoke gravely. Indeed, Lu Feiyu concurred. Gang leader Jiang Li is wise and powerful. We all willingly submit to his authority. Pang Kui opened his mouth, his astonishment evident as he glanced between Jiang Li and the expressions of Wu Zong and the others, who seemed sincere, wise, and powerful. You must be jesting. Jiang Li's strength is merely at the mid-level of fledgling warriors. How can you claim he is powerful? You must be blind. My lord, may I inquire what transpired? Suya approached Jiang Li, her sultry smile captivating, her mature allure undeniable. Her porcelain hands gently rested on Jiang Li's shoulders, her warm breath whispering in his ear, radiating the charm of a seasoned woman. Pang Kui, Suya, your timing is impeccable. Jiang Li shot a glance at Suya, his expression inscrutable and commanded. The leaders Lu Yanbing, Lu Daokai, and Hua Yinjia of the Scorpion Gang have all perished at my hands. The Scorpion Gang has surrendered and become the Scorpion Hall under the Tianlang Gang. You will escort the members of the gang alongside me to the Axe Gang and the Crimson Flame Gang, claiming their territories for the Tianlang Gang. Gang leader Yu, Suya gasped, disbelief etched across her face. Is this truly the case? Of course. Wu Zong interjected immediately. Our submission is proof of this. Both Suya and Pang Kui were left speechless, their eyes wide with shock as they regarded Jiang Li. Their minds were in turmoil, unable to fathom the extraordinary turn of events. They were acutely aware of Jiang Li's previous limitations, average aptitude, years of training, and still merely a fledgling warrior in the initial stage. They had thought he would ultimately fall victim to Li Hualong and his cohorts. Yet, Jiang Li had turned the tide, slaying 3 elders and 6 stewards, and now, within a single night, he had dispatched 3 gang leaders that was nothing short of miraculous. Unbelievable, Suya marveled. The son of Hua Hong is indeed no ordinary man, Pang Kui murmured. I misjudged him before. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley on Red Flower Street, several gaunt men lurked in the shadows, discreetly observing the happenings of the Tianlang Gang. The leader of the Tianlang Gang, Jiang Li, has slain 3 gang leaders and intends to annex their territories. We must report this immediately. Understood. A fledgling gang lacks the authority to govern 4 streets. With that, the group stealthily departed. Master, Wang Gang approached Jiang Li. There were several individuals observing you from that position over there, exuding an air of hostility. Oh, Jiang Li glanced toward the direction Wang Gang indicated, but the figures had already vanished. It seems they slipped away. Indeed, Wang Gang affirmed. Who could they be? Jiang Li pundaratinwarli. In Yong'an City, there were many fledgling gangs, perpetually embroiled in conflicts over various interests. The annihilation of old gangs and the rise of new ones were commonplace occurrences that in truth, the governance of Yong'an City rested in the hands of 4 genuine third-rate gangs. Aside from the city lord's estate, each managing the west, south, east, and north of the city. Red Flower Street belonged to the east, which comprised 13 streets, forming a web-like distribution, thus giving rise to 13 fledgling gangs. The Flowing Sand Gang, one of the 4 third-rate gangs, presided over the east. It boasted 4 halls. Each leader of the factions possesses formidable strength that cannot be underestimated. In the eastern part of the city. Whether it be the Tianlang Gang or any other minor gang, they are required to pay tribute to the Liashang every month. Otherwise, they face immediate annihilation. Furthermore, no insignificant gang is permitted to engage in the trade of medicinal herbs, elixirs, or weaponry. They are relegated to the less favorable trades of taverns, gambling dens, and brothels. Anyone who dares to transgress these regulations will meet the same fate of obliteration. Let us depart, Jiang Li commanded, collecting his thoughts as he gestured with authority. Yes, gang leader, responded Wu Zong and his companions, leading the members of the Scorpion Hall closely behind Jiang Li as they made their way to Axe Gang's territory on Axe Street. Pang Kuei and Su Yu exchanged glances before promptly following suit. With the deaths of Lu Daokai and Hua Yinjie, both the Axe Gang and the Qian Gang no longer possessed the capability to contend against Jiang Li's mechanical soldiers, especially with Wang Gang having ascended to the mid-stage of the first tier. Consequently, aside from a few die-hard loyalists of Lu Daokai and Hua Yinjie, after neutralizing some obstacles, both the Axe Gang and the Qian Gang capitulated entirely, transforming into the Axe Hall and Qian Hall under the Tianlang Gang. Remarkably, the process unfolded smoothly, leading Jiang Li to feel a sense of incredulity as evening approached within the Grand Hall of Qian Hall. Jiang Li beamed with satisfaction, his mood exceedingly buoyant as he gazed upon the large wooden crates before him, filled to the brim with medicinal herbs, silver, and elixirs, while he did not meticulously count the contents. The bounty was substantial. Merely the herbs alone could be exchanged for over 100 energy points. It could be said that once these herbs were converted into energy points, allowing for the production of a multitude of mechanical soldiers, even the Liashang would pose no threat to Jiang Li at last. He felt he had firmly established his footing in this city of Yong'an. Congratulations, gang leader. We celebrate your success in subjugating the Qian Gang and the Axe Gang, claiming 3 streets in the eastern part of the city. With the industries of these 3 streets, we can expect a monthly income nearing 1,000 taels. Wu Zong promptly offered his congratulations. Flatterer, remarked the newly appointed leader of Qian Hall. Zhua Helen, casting a disdainful glance at Wu Zong, his arms crossed in a posture of arrogance, as if he deemed himself beyond the company of Wu Zong. A mere 1,000 taels in income hardly befits someone as illustrious, formidable, and charming as our gang leader. In my humble opinion, with you leading us, we shall undoubtedly reach new heights, expanding the gang's enterprises until we achieve monthly revenues exceeding 10,000. Haha. Wu Zong chuckled coldly. Zhua Helen, I see you are the true sycophant, an expert in flattery. My esteemed gang leader, these are the assets managed by the Axe Hall, meticulously recorded in this ledger. Would you like to review it? Luha, the leader of the Axe Hall, presented a thick ledger with reverence, offering it to Jiang Li. Very well, Jiang Li nodded, taking the ledger into his hands and flipping through its pages. Chapter 14. The Eagleclaw Hall, in truth. The trades conducted by these gangs were quite similar. Aside from collecting protection fees, most engaged in tavern, gambling, prostitution, and slave trades. The fierce competition among these gangs, primarily involved in such businesses, often led to violent confrontations over profit disputes. After a considerable time, Jiang Li finished perusing the ledger. Regarding the gang's enterprises, I am not well versed and shall not manage such matters. It is your responsibility to oversee them. Each month, you need only to deliver the silver earned, Jiang Li stated slowly. Moreover, On the territory of the Tianlang Gang, coercive trading practices shall no longer be tolerated. Violators will face the consequences as per gang regulations. Understood, gang leader. Lu He replied with a nod. Rest assured, gang leader, Zhuo Helen chimed in cheerfully. We shall abide by your command. Wu Zong saluted respectfully. Gang leader, what if they secretly skim off the top? Indeed, there is a concern that some may feign compliance while acting otherwise, Suya added with a smile. Then they shall be dealt with accordingly. Jiang Li's gaze swept calmly over Wu Zong and the others. His tone unyielding that Wu Zong shuddered, his complexion paling that he indeed harbored thoughts of embezzlement. But Jiang Li's mere words struck fear into his heart, for his life was at stake. How could that be? Absolutely not. Zhuo Helen quickly dismissed the notion. Waving his hands, please rest assured, gang leader, the income of the Axe Hall will be delivered in full, without any deductions. Lu has stated earnestly, I too hope this to be the case. Jiang Li smiled faintly. Gang leader, you certainly possess a commanding presence. One could easily mistake you for the city lord. A sudden loud crash interrupted, as the grand hall doors were forcefully flung open. The two gang members stationed at the entrance were sent hurtling into the hall. Crashing to the floor, blood spewing from their mouths as they lay moaning. Who dares? Wu Zong and the others sprang to their feet, their eyes fixated on the entrance. The distinct sound of footsteps approached. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man clad in a black long robe. His elongated face accentuated by piercing eyes and a distinctive mustache, habitually stroking a tuft of beard at his chin. It is Lord Yi Fenglin, the vice leader of the Eagleclaw Hall, Wu Zong gasped in surprise. Lord Yi, what brings you here unexpectedly? Zhuo Helen inquired with a sycophantic demeanor. My lord, please take a seat, Lu He added, bowing deeply. Pang Kuei's pupils constricted. It is him. Things have gone smoothly all day, and now trouble has arrived. Suya inhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling erratically. He Fenglin's smile was sly as his gaze discreetly roamed over the neatly arranged wooden crates, revealing a glint of greed before settling on Jiang Li. Gang leader Jiang, I have heard that you have killed Lu Yambing, Lu Daokai, and Hua Yinjie, and that you have claimed 3 streets for the Tianlang Gang. That is rather problematic. What counsel do you offer, Lord He? Jiang Li Kuntarat. Ahem, He Fenglin cleared his throat. Let us consider this. The Tianlang Gang is merely a third-rate gang, lacking the qualifications to control 4 streets. However, your ability to eliminate Lu Yambing and the others indicates you possess strength that I suggest you relinquish Axe Street and Qian Street, allowing the Liasheng to manage them. The Chongxia Street can be begrudgingly assigned to your Tianlang Gang. Of course, this is not without cost. You will still be required to pay tribute to the Liasheng. Understand this. Without the Liasheng providing protection, where would you find space to survive? Tribute is your obligation. These items seem sufficient for your tribute. He Fenglin indicated the wooden crates on the ground. Bring them all back to the Eagleclaw Hall. In due time, I shall present them to the gang leader. Yes. Understood, Lord He. Outside, He Fenglin's subordinates entered, moving as if unopposed, ignoring Jiang Li and his companions as they headed straight for the center to lift the crates. This. Wu Zong lowered his head, scarcely daring to speak. He Fenglin is indeed insatiably greedy, demanding to take all these goods with a single sentence. Jiang Li must be seething with rage, yet feels utterly powerless. His mood undoubtedly stifled, Zhuo Helen mused inwardly. The Liasheng is the dominant force in the eastern part of the city. No one dares to defy their orders, especially with He Fenglin being a mid-tier first-level martial artist. No matter how displeased Jiang Li is, he must endure, Lu He contemplated. But I wonder how He Fenglin intends to handle Qian Street and Axe Street. I hope it will not be too severe. Infuriating, Pang Kuei clenched his fists. Filled with rage and wishing to smash He Fenglin's head with a hammer, yet he dared not act due to the overwhelming disparity in strength. Just as the Tianlang Gang was about to expand its territory by claiming 3 streets, He Fenglin emerged out of nowhere, demanding the relinquishment of 2 streets and the confiscation of their medicinal herbs, silver, and elixirs under the pretense of tribute. That it was utterly absurd, a blatant robbery disguised as an obligation. Gang leader, Suya remained silent, her peripheral vision scanning Jiang Li, only to find his expression unchanged, devoid of the anticipated fury, instead exhibiting remarkable calmness. This is an unavoidable circumstance. Jiang Li has achieved considerable success, yet he now faces the unreasonable vice leader of the Eagleclaw Hall. He Feng Lin, Suya thought secretly. Let this be a lesson in letting go of wealth to avert disaster. At least we still have Chongxia Street. Take action, Jiang Li stated coolly in an instant. A flash of steel cut through the air. Ah! The next moment, as one of the Eagleclaw Hall members reached out, his hand was severed at the shoulder before it could even touch the nearest crate. Blood sprayed forth, the severed limb dropping to the ground, the scent of iron filling the air. My hand, it's severed, he screamed, his face pale with terror as he stumbled backward, blood pooling around him. In front of the crates stood the LBQ-03 mechanical soldier, its alloy dagger stained with blood, its expression devoid of any emotion. It was clear that the one who had just struck was LBQ-03. Anyone who dares to take another step forward shall face death, Jiang Li stated, his voice resolute and unwavering. You! How dare you? The members of the Eagleclaw Hall were taken aback, clearly not anticipating Jiang Li's boldness in ordering an attack, nor the decisive severing of one of their members' arms. Randomly, their faces were filled with fury. It is essential to understand that they were members of the Eagleclaw Hall, part of the Sandflow Gang, a third-rate organization. Jiang Li had the audacity to strike at them. This was tantamount to courting death. This! Wu Zong gasped, staring at Jiang Li, then glancing at the wailing members of the Eagleclaw Hall. The leader truly dares to lay hands on them. Damn it! Zhua Helen was dumbfounded, taken aback. He's gone mad! Lu Hao exclaimed. Jiang Li is truly insane. What does he intend to do? Seek death. Does he believe he possesses the strength to confront the Sandflow Gang? Let alone the Sandflow Gang. Even a single person from Yifenlin could annihilate the entire Tianlang Gang. What a bold leader of the Tianlang Gang. Yifenlin snapped back to reality, laughing in rage. Ha ha, you truly do not know the heights of heaven or the depths of earth. Those who dare to harm me, Yifenlin, very well, this is excellent. It has been a long time since anyone has dared to do so. Today, I shall show you what the Eagleclaw Hall's methods entail. Not just you, but the entire Tianlang Gang shall be erased from the eastern side of the city. Buzz! Yifenlin began to channel his energy, his internal force manifesting upon his skin, the blood surging violently, the aura of a mid-stage first-tier martial artist pressing forth with tremendous might. So powerful. This is the might of a mid-stage first-tier martial artist. Hiss! Wu Zong and the others turned pale. Leader, Pang Kuei cast a worried glance at Jiang Li. Although Jiang Li's earlier command to sever an opponent's arm was indeed gratifying and uplifting, the true peril lay in how to contend with Yifenlin next. What do we do now? Su Yain bit her lip, her delicate face ashen. Kill! Jiang Li commanded decisively. As you wish, master. Swish, swish, swish. Wang Gang stood guard beside Jiang Li, while the remaining 5 mechanical soldiers joined forces to attack Yifenlin. Chapter 15. Chaos and Battle Leader. This is unwise. Wu Zong cried out in alarm. Around them, the crowd gaped in astonishment. Ignorant fools. Yifenlin sneered, his face brimming with confidence. He regarded Jiang Li and his companions with utter disdain. And he truly had the strength to back it up, being a mid-stage first-tier martial artist, significantly stronger than a beginner. Today, I shall make you understand the importance of respecting the strong. Bang! Yifenlin unleashed a palm strike, his internal force surging, creating a fierce wind that repelled the GD-02 combat mechanical soldier that had rushed toward him. Staggering backward, GD-02 retreated several steps, the powerful internal force damaging its internal structure, resulting in substantial harm, with damage reaching 20%. Swish, swish. Wang Long and Wang Yin encircled him rapidly, their alloy daggers thrusting towards Yifenlin from both sides, cutting through the air with a whoosh. Dragon's movement. Yifenlin deftly maneuvered, his figure twisting like an eel, evading Wang Long and Wang Yan's assaults, then countering with a sweeping kick that forced both Wang Long and Wang Yan back. Kill! At the same time, LBQ-03 and LBQ-04 4 charged forward, their alloy daggers slicing through the air towards Yi Fenglin's heart, swift and steady. Seeking death, Yi Fenglin roared, channeling his internal energy into his hands. Eagleclaw technique. With a sharp cry, the internal force gathered in his hands, transforming them into eagle claws that glimmered ominously, tearing through the air, the sound of a piercing eagle's cry echoing faintly. Clang, clang. 2 crisp sounds rang out as LBQ-03 and LBQ-04's attacks were simultaneously blocked. Their alloy daggers nearly knocked from Yi Fenglin's grasp. As he repelled the 2 mechanical soldiers with a single strike, the immense force damaging their internal structures significantly. Martial arts. Boom! GD-02 charged in, its fists swinging, unleashing a flurry of strikes within a brief moment, the air resonating with explosive sounds, the power formidable as it aimed for Yi Fenglin's back. Eagleclaw technique. Rending. Yi Fenglin pivoted, tearing through the air, not only sending GD-02 flying but also shredding its chest, smashing through a wooden crate and scattering gold and silver across the floor. The GD-02's damage reached 50%. Very strong. Yi Fenglin's prowess was formidable. The 5 mechanical soldiers, despite their combined efforts, could not suppress Yi Fenglin, who maintained the upper hand, suffering minimal injuries thus far. Of course, Yi Fenglin had expended considerable internal energy through his repeated application of martial arts. Likewise, the damage to the mechanical soldiers continued to escalate. Wang Long, Wang Yan retreat. Wang Gang, you advance. The rest of you support Wang Gang. Jiang Li quickly reassessed the battlefield and altered his strategy. Understood, master. Swish, swish. Wang Long and Wang Yan withdrew from the fray, returning to Jiang Li's side to ensure his safety, while Wang Gang surged forward, his robust frame charging like a wild bear towards Yi Fenglin. Ignorant fool. Yi Fenglin scoffed, channeling his internal energy, waves of pressure emanating as his clothing billowed. He leapt forward, attacking Wang Gang directly. Eagleclaw technique. Rending. Yi Fenglin swooped in like a hawk, his claws striking with lethal intent, the air itself seeming to tear apart under the overwhelming pressure. Martial arts. Thud! Wang Gang, expressionless, shouted as he unleashed a mid-tier first-stage martial arts technique, delivering dozens of punches in a fleeting moment, creating a storm of fists, the air swirling violently. Yi Fenglin's pupils constricted, bang crack, as their fists and claws collided. Yi Fenglin felt as though his strike had not landed upon flesh, but rather had shattered against an unyielding fortress of steel and iron. The tremendous force fractured his internal energy and shattered his finger bones. Ah! He cried out in agony, staggering backward, his bones piercing through skin and muscle, revealing stark white bone, blood dripping from his arm. So strong. Jiang Li marveled softly. Had I known Wang Gang's strength was so formidable, I would have sent him in first, thus avoiding damage to the mechanical soldiers. Yi Fenglin gazed at Wang Gang in terror. Kill him. Jiang Li commanda Starfleet. Yes, master. Wang Gang responded, pressing the attack, charging towards Yi Fenglin. Jiang Li. How dare you? Yi Fenglin bellowed, I am the Vice Hall Master of the Eagleclaw Hall. If you kill me, the Sandflow Gang will not spare you, nor will the Eagleclaw Hall. Boom! Yet Wang Gang remained loyal to Jiang Li's command, his immense power coupled with the standardized alloy gloves, delivering a punch that shattered Yi Fenglin's other arm in mere moments. Damn it. What are you all waiting for? Attack. Everyone rush in and kill him. Kill Jiang Li. Yi Fenglin roared. Around him, the members of the Eagleclaw Hall, as well as the gang members stationed outside, exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and then charged into the hall. About a dozen in total. Among them was a beginner first-tier martial artist, a capable subordinate trained by Yi Fenglin. Wu Zong, Zhua Helen, Lu He, now is the time for you to demonstrate your loyalty. Jiang Li fixed his gaze on the 3. Leader. Wu Zong swallowed hard. This is unwise. Truly unwise, leader. We cannot afford to offend the Eagleclaw Hall. Zhua Helen stammered nervously. The Eagleclaw Hall is a branch of the Sandflow Gang. The Sandflow Gang is the overlord of the Eastern City, and every gang across 13 streets relies on the Sandflow Gang's favor. Lu He cautioned, Leader, think carefully. We have already gained an advantage. Think carefully, my foot. I want to see what the Eagleclaw Hall can do to me. Bah! Pang Kuei bellowed, charging forward with his iron hammer, bringing it down to crush an Eagleclaw Hall member, caving in his chest, sending him flying, clearly near death. Tianlang Gang's lads, follow me to kill. Let's wipe out these bastards from the Eagleclaw Hall. Bonquis holtet. Slay them. Damn it! Don't be cowards. Around him. Pang Kuei's subordinates, members of the Tianlang Gang, brandished their blades, roaring with bloodlust as they surged forward. Seeking death. He Fenglin's capable subordinates, powerful in their own right, felled several Tianlang Gang members with a single strike. Accompanied by a few peak martial artists of lesser rank. Boom! Pang Kuei was forced back, blood seeping from his mouth, several ribs broken. Attack! Jiang Li commanda. Yes, master. Wang Long and Wang Yin remained by Jiang Li's side, ensuring his safety while GD-02, LBQ-03, and LBQ-04 charged into battle. Clang, clang. Two melee combat mechanical soldiers besieged the beginner first-tier martial artist, putting him in a perilous position. Within mere exchanges, he sustained injuries, a gash appearing across his chest. Everyone, follow me! Wu Zong grit his teeth and roared, charging into the fray. Charge! The members of the Scorpion Hall surged forward. The chaotic battle commenced. Ah! He Fenglin screamed, Wang Gang's full-force punch striking his chest, the immense power shattering his internal defenses and crushing his heart. Cough! Cough! He Fenglin swayed unsteadily, coughing up blood, trembling as he pointed at Jiang Li, trying to say something. Bang! Wang Gang kicked, snapping He Fenglin's neck, his lifeless body collapsing to the ground. Buzz! A glimmer of light emerged from He Fenglin's corpse, merging into Jiang Li's body. Captured a first-tier soul seed. What luck! It directly yielded a reward. With 2 first-tier soul seeds, I can unlock the firearm mechanical soldiers. Jiang Li rejoiced inwardly. Chapter 16. Rewards and punishments, kill them all. Leave no one alive. Jiang Li issued his command. Indeed. Wang Gang nodded as he plunged into the fray. With his formidable combat prowess, he was akin to a tiger among sheep, unleashing a massacre. Splatter! 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 Blood flew in all directions. The members of the Eagleclaw Hall were shrieking incessantly. Wang Gang's strength was beyond their capacity to withstand, compounded by the presence of other mechanized soldiers, numerous members of the Wolf Pack, and the Scorpion Hall gangsters. Within mere minutes, a dozen corpses lay strewn across the ground, including a capable subordinate of He Fenglin in the early stage of the first rank, along with several peak quasi-martial artists of no significant standing. The early-stage martial artist failed to ignite the soul's fire seed. Master, the enemies have been eradicated. Wang Gang and his companions hastily approached Jiang Li, saluting him while reporting the battle situation, their bodies stained with blood and bearing considerable damage. Their camouflage uniforms tattered. Jiang Li nodded, casting a glance at the corpses on the ground before retracting his gaze, the hall thick with the acrid stench of blood. Pang Kuei, Jiang Li addressed. Master. Pang Kuei's face turned pale. He had sustained a blow from that early-stage martial artist, resulting in several broken ribs, though fortunately his internal organs remained unharmed. You performed admirably this time, Jiang Li remarked. Hee. Pang Kuei chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. This is a vial of cheap blood pills. Jiang Li opened a wooden box containing elixirs, retrieved a porcelain bottle, and handed it to Pang Kuei, saying, Inside are 10 cheap blood pills, sufficient for your recovery and subsequent elevation to peak quasi-martial artist. Thank you, master. Pang Kuei accepted it with excitement, while others around him looked on with envy. If I recall correctly, the inner cultivation method you practice is merely an ordinary early-stage lower-grade nourishing yuan skill, correct? Jiang Li inquired. Yes, master. Bon quinotet. Jiang Li contemplated for a moment, then took out a book of inner cultivation methods from his pocket. This is a mid-grade early-stage inner cultivation method, the cultivation of yuan, which is significantly superior to the nourishing yuan skill. You shall practice this method from now on. Master, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it, Pang Kuei exclaimed, his eyes wide. Take it, Jiang Li said firmly. Yes, master. Pang Ke accepted the cultivation method and then knelt down, bowing his head to Jiang Li, loudly proclaiming, "Master's great kindness will forever be etched in my heart. From this day forth, my life belongs to you. What use do I have for your life?" Jiang Li replied nonchalantly, "Just strive to enhance your strength and serve me well." "Yes, Master," Pang Ke responded again. "Every member of the wolf pack who participated in this battle will be rewarded with 10 taels of silver." Jiang Li announced, "Master is mighty, Master is wise." The members of the wolf pack cheered. "Wu Zong." Jiang Li turned, fixing his gaze on Wu Zong. "Master." Thud. Wu Zong knelt, his face ashen. "Humph," Jiang Li said coldly. "This time, I shall not pursue the matter, considering you led the members of the Scorpion Hall into the fray." "I shall never dare again," Wu Zong shouted. "Will you dare again?" Jiang Li reprimanda. "No. No, there will be no next time. It's impossible for there to be a next time," Wu Zong stammered quickly. "Zhuhelen, Luha." Jiang Li shifted his gaze away from Wu Zong, that Wu Zong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling a sense of relief for having survived. "Master." Zhuhelen's legs weakened, and he knelt. "Master, you have slain He Feng Lin and so many members of the Eagleclaw Hall. They will not let this go easily, and you cannot conceal it for long." Luha remarked, "The best course of action now is to immediately apologize to the Eagleclaw Hall and the Flowing Sand Gang, seeking forgiveness. This may offer a slim chance of survival." "You still show no signs of repentance," Jiang Li shook his head, expressing disappointment. "As leaders of the wolf pack, when external enemies come knocking, not only do you not resist but instead cower and watch the battle unfold, and now you contemplate selling out your master for favor." Jiang Li scoffed. "Master, I was wrong. I truly was wrong," Zhuhelen cried, bowing his head. "I am not wrong," Luha retorted loudly. "The Flowing Sand Gang is beyond our capacity to contend with that if we act against them. We will completely provoke their wrath. They could annihilate our gang in an instant. Your strength is indeed formidable, and with so many skilled subordinates, you could kill He Feng Lin, but you are inviting disaster upon the wolf pack." "Luha, cease your nonsense," Pang Ke shouted. "You are clearly a coward, afraid to take action, fearing for your life. It seems you have no sense of belonging to the wolf pack, yet here you are spouting a litany of excuses." "Kill them," Jiang Li declared decisively. "Jiang Li." Zhuhelen raised his head, shouting in fury, "You truly intend to kill me?" "Jiang Li, even if you kill us, it will not change the outcome that in a few days, the wolf pack will surely be destroyed by the Eagleclaw Hall. I shall wait for you below as a ghost." Luha cursed, "Splatter, splatter," with a swift motion of his right hand. Wang Long's alloy dagger sliced through the necks of Zhuhelen and Luha, the sharp blade effortlessly severing their throats. Zhuhelen and Luha's eyes widened as they fell straight down, the light of life fading from their gazes until they succumbed to death. "Wu Zong." Pang Ke. Jiang Li called out, "Master, your subordinate is here." Wu Zong and Pang Ke straightened up, startled. "The matters of the Scarlet Flame Hall and the Axe Hall will be temporarily entrusted to you. The positions of the Hall Masters are currently vacant. You have the opportunity to find suitable candidates to fill them," Jiang Li instructed. "Furthermore, summon all members of the Scarlet Flame Hall, Axe Hall, Scorpion Hall, and the Wolf Pack for tomorrow." "Master, what is your intention?" Wu Zong asked cautiously. "To attack the Eagleclaw Hall," Jiang Li stated. Wu Zong's eyes widened. "This," Pang Ke swallowed hard. "Master, are you serious? You plan to attack the Eagleclaw Hall tomorrow? This cannot possibly succeed. What? Are you not going to hurry and act? Once the Flowing Sand Gang reacts, we will have even less opportunity," Jiang Li replied. But even the Eagleclaw Hall has several hundred members. In addition to their Hall Master, who is exceptionally strong, even more so than He Feng Lin, along with numerous early-stage martial artists, our chances of victory are minuscule, Wu Zong urged. "Just do as I say," Jiang Li said sternly. "Yes, understood." Wu Zong and Pang Ke stole a glance at the corpses of Zhuhelen and Luha, not daring to speak further, realizing they could not sway him, fearing for their own lives. Go and carry out your tasks. Jiang Li waved his hand. Your subordinate takes his leave. Wu Zong and Pang Kuei retreated from the hall. Suya, Jiang Li said, I have an important task for you. Please. Master, instruct me. Suya responded. These boxes contain gold, silver, and jewels, along with the several thousand taels of silver I left in the wolf pack. Shortly, I will have Wang Chao and Ma Han deliver them all to you, and you will use this silver to purchase medicinal herbs. Jiang Li directed. Remember, spend it all, buy only medicinal herbs. Of course, do not purchase any high-grade medicinal herbs. High-grade medicinal herbs are excessively expensive, with even mediocre quality ones nearing 10,000 taels. Only procure those non-grade medicinal herbs that are less than 100 years old. That will suffice. You must complete this task tonight and deliver the medicinal herbs to the wolf pack. Chapter 17. The start of the mass mobilization. Your subordinate understands. Sudanari then could not help but ask curiously, Master, may I inquire what you intend to do with these low-year medicinal herbs? You may not. Jiang Li replied coldly. Suya immediately fell silent. Van Hu, Mohan. You are to follow Suya. Jiang Li instructed. Yes, master. Wang Chao and Mahan nodded. You and you come here and help carry these boxes away. Suya directed several gang members. Yes. Understood, Sister Suya. The gang members busily complied. Oh, and don't forget to distribute the 10 taels of silver reward to the members first. Then use the remaining silver to purchase the medicinal herbs. Understood, master. So that's my... Take all of these back to the wolf pack. Jiang Li pointed to the boxes containing the medicinal herbs and elixirs. Yes. Master. Wang Gang and the others each carried a wooden box, following Jiang Li as they left the hall, while the corpses within were naturally cleaned up by other gang members to be by the time Jiang Li returned to the wolf pack. Night had already fallen. Upon returning to his residence, young master, the maid Xiaohua had long since prepared dinner, having warmed it several times. After a long day of toil, Jiang Li was indeed hungry. After finishing dinner, Xiaohua tidied up the utensils, and Jiang Li sent her to her own room to rest. Bring the items inside. Jiang Li commanded. Yes. Wang Gang and the others entered the room, placing the wooden boxes on the floor, then opening them to take out the medicinal herbs one by one, arranging them on the table. Convert all to energy points. Jiang Li glanced at the table laden with medicinal herbs, initiating the conversion, which yielded 155 energy points, raising his virtual interface's energy points to 158. Swish. Boundary interface. Mechanical Army Branch Tier 1 units. Combat Mech has been unlocked. Cold Weapon Mech has been unlocked. Firearm Mech can be unlocked at level 22. Communication Mech is not unlocked. Bio Mech is not unlocked. Information Mech is not unlocked. Unlock Firearm Mech. Jiang Li confirmed. Manufacture 3 Firearm Mechs, 3 Cold Weapon Mechs, 3 Combat Mechs, promote Wang Gang, and repair the damaged mechs. Jiang Li executed a series of commands. The creation of any Tier 1 unit requires 10 energy points. Having produced 9, a total of 90 energy points were expended, while repairing the damaged mechs consumed 6 points. In total, promoting Wang Gang necessitated 40 points. Thus, a cumulative total of 136 energy points was consumed, leaving a balance of 22 points. With a flicker, a virtual interface materialized, revealing a virtual silhouette as countless luminous points gradually filled in, transforming from the ethereal into the tangible. This was the process of manufacturing mechs that a radiant glow enveloped Wang Gang, flashing momentarily, and within seconds his promotion was realized. The damaged mechs were also fully restored, appearing rejuvenated. 1 minute later, 9 mechs had been produced. Standing in a straight line and saluting Jiang Li, cramped within a room that struggled to accommodate them all. We pay our respects to the master, they chorused. Good, good. Jiang Li responded, his face aglow with a smile. Unit type, Firearm Mech rank, Early Tier 1 ID, QX01 skill, Inferior Tier 1 gun combat technique mechanics, mechanical creations, unafraid of death, impervious to pain, exhibiting infinite loyalty. Only when the mechanical heart is destroyed or damage reaches 90 will they be rendered truly inoperative. After falling in battle, they can be reclaimed for half of their production cost in energy points. Promotion requirement: 20 energy points. The three firearm mechs share nearly identical specifications, designated as QX-01, QX-02, and QX-03. Proficient in gun combat, clad in camouflage military attire, and equipped with dual pistols that they have just been manufactured, their standard issue consists solely of 2 handguns, possessing significant firepower comparable to a Desert Eagle. With a magazine capacity of 9 rounds, accompanied by 4 fully loaded clips, ammunition is a consumable and requires energy points for replenishment, needing only 1 energy point to fully restock 1 firearm mech's ammunition. As their rank increases, the firearm mechs will gradually gain access to rifles, submachine guns, and machine guns, exponentially enhancing their lethality. Truly formidable instruments of life harvesting on the battlefield. However, their vulnerability lies in their high offensive capability but low defense. Once disarmed, their combat effectiveness plummets significantly, even falling short against warriors of the same rank. Unit type: Combat Mech Rank. Late Tier 1 ID. GD-01 Jiang Gang Skill. Superior Tier 1 Combat Technique Equipment. Superior Tier 1 Special Alloy Gloves Mechanics. Mechanical Creations. Unafraid of death, impervious to pain, exhibiting infinite loyalty. Only when the mechanical heart is destroyed or damage reaches 90 will they be rendered truly inoperative. After falling in battle, they can be reclaimed for half of their production cost in energy points. Promotion requirement: 80 energy points. Following his promotion, Jiang Gang ascended to the late tier of rank 1, experiencing a comprehensive enhancement in skills, equipment, and overall strength. Though his external appearance remained unchanged, his military rank advanced from private first class to corporal. As the midnight hour approached, Suya, Wang Chao, and Ma Han returned, pulling a cart laden with several boxes of medicinal herbs back to Honghua Street and into the courtyard of the Tianlang Gang. "Master, the medicinal herbs you requested have been procured," Ma Han called out. "Good." Upon hearing this, Jiang Li promptly opened his door and stepped into the courtyard. "Master, we have not failed in our mission. The accumulated value of the gold and jewels is nearly 20,000 taels. After deducting the rewards for the members, the remainder was entirely spent on medicinal herbs," Suya stated, gesturing to the boxes atop the cart. "Please examine them, Master." "Open them," Jiang Li instructed. "Yes, Master." Wang Chao complied, proceeding to unveil the boxes, revealing neatly arranged 10-year-old wild ginseng and 10-year-old Hisho Wu, among other common medicinal herbs. "Excellent, excellent." Jiang Li's heart soared with joy. "Suya, you have executed this task splendidly." Jiang Li produced a vial of blood chi pills. "This is your well-deserved reward." "Thank you, Master," Suya replied with a beaming smile as she accepted it. "Wang Chao, Ma Han, you two have performed admirably this time." Jiang Li bestowed upon them a basic inferior Tier 1 internal cultivation technique, the nourishing chi skill, to which both accepted with deep gratitude, excitement bubbling within. It is worth noting that within the gang, Wang Chao and Ma Han were merely ordinary members, with limited access to martial arts internal techniques, while Pang Ke practiced only the inferior Tier 1 nourishing essence skill. Thus, receiving the internal cultivation technique was akin to granting them the opportunity to transcend their current status. "You may go and rest now," Jiang Li waved dismissively. "We take our leave, Master." Wang Chao and Ma Han bowed and exited, eagerly anticipating the chance to practice the nourishing chi skill. "Master, do you truly believe we can conquer the Eagleclaw Hall?" Jiang Li, however, did not respond to Suya's question, but instead regarded her with a tranquil gaze. "It is getting late. You should retire for the night." "We take our leave." Suya inhaled deeply before departing the courtyard. "Master." Once the courtyard was empty, Wang Gang and the others approached Jiang Li. "Let us move these inside," Jiang Li indicated towards the boxes. Chapter 18. Promotion to late tier of the inferior rank. The cost of the medicinal herbs was substantial. A single 10-year-old wild ginseng fetches 100 taels of silver. And for each additional year beyond 10, the price increases by 10 taels. Naturally, should the age exceed 100 years, it becomes a spiritual herb, elevating its classification and multiplying the price by 100-fold. Crack, crack, one by one, the wooden boxes were opened, revealing a well-organized array of medicinal materials, including sanchi, lingji, ginseng, and Hisho Wu, among others, common tonics, with the quantity exceeding 100. Convert all to energy points, Jiang Li commanded. With a flash of white light, all the herbs within the boxes vanished, transmuted into energy points, and the count of energy points in the virtual interface surged by a substantial 153 points, totaling 175 energy points. Promote Wang Long and Wang Yin. Jiang Li manipulated the master control panel, then manufacture 3 firearm mechs, 3 cold weapon mechs, and 3 combat mechs. With a swift motion, 130 energy points were consumed. Buzz! Buzz! A white light enveloped Wang Long and Wang Yin, and in mere seconds, their promotions were completed. Their appearances remained unchanged, save for the addition of a short sword, and their ranks elevated to private first class. Unit type, cold weapon mech rank, mid-tier 1 ID. LBQ 0, 1 Wang Yin skill. Intermediate tier 1 cold weapon mastery equipment. Intermediate tier 1 standard alloy dagger. Intermediate tier 1 standard alloy short sword mechanics. Mechanical creations. Unafraid of death, impervious to pain, exhibiting infinite loyalty. Only when the mechanical heart is destroyed or damage reaches 90 will they be rendered truly inoperative. After falling in battle, they can be reclaimed for half of their production cost in energy points. Promotion requirement, 40 energy points. Unit type, combat mech rank, mid-tier 1 ID. LBQ 02 Wang Long skill. Intermediate tier 1 cold weapon mastery equipment. Intermediate tier 1 standard alloy dagger. Intermediate tier 1 standard alloy short sword mechanics. Mechanical creations. Unafraid of death, impervious to pain, exhibiting infinite loyalty. Only when the mechanical heart is destroyed or damage reaches 90 will they be rendered truly inoperative. After falling in battle, they can be reclaimed for half of their production cost in energy points. Promotion requirement, 40 energy points. 1 minute later, 9 mechs were also completed, bringing the total number of units in the room to 9 additional figures. Henceforth, following 2 minor waves of production, Jiang Li now possessed a total of 24 mechs, sufficient to form 2 reinforced squads. This included 8 combat mechs, 10 cold weapon mechs, and 6 firearm mechs with Wang Gang among them. 45 energy points remain. Jiang Li decided against further manufacturing or promoting units. The remaining energy points must be preserved for repairing damaged mechs and replenishing ammunition. With the impending assault on the Eagleclaw Hall, Jiang Li felt a surge of excitement and chose to forego sleep, instead taking out a blood chi pill and consuming it to practice his internal breathing technique. Buzz! Buzz! Jiang Li assumed a stance, channeling his technique, refining his blood and chi, as waves of energy surge around him, his complexion reddening as bursts of energy flowed. That as night transitioned into dawn, Jiang Li consumed a total of 5 blood chi pills, successfully advancing to the late tier of the inferior rank. However, due to the rapid intake of multiple pills, his foundational energy became somewhat unstable, necessitating time and focus to solidify it. At last, I have broken through to the late tier of the inferior rank, Jiang Li mused, his spirits buoyant. Despite the sleepless night, he felt invigorated, with the energy coursing through him, even inciting a sense of euphoria. Once I cultivate my internal power, I shall be regarded as a master. Jiang Li chuckled, clenching his fist, anticipation bubbling within. The sky remained dimly lit, and as Wu Zong and his men had yet to arrive, Jiang Li lay back on his bed, closing his eyes to rest, only to unknowingly drift into slumber. Du Xiaohua prepared breakfast but refrained from waking Jiang L. It wasn't until nearly midday that Wu Zong, along with Peng Kuei, arrived with members from the Qian Hall, Axe Hall, and Scorpion Hall, totaling over 300 individuals at Tianlang Gang. Prompten Mahan Torashto inform Jiang Li. Master, Wu Zong and the others have arrived. Outside the door, Mahan knocked and called out loudly. Jiang Li awoke, stretching lazily after several hours of sleep. Feeling refreshed, he and T changed his clothes and opened the door to see Mahan waiting at the threshold. "They're here?" Jiang Li inquired. "Indeed, master." Mahan nodded. "How many people have arrived?" Jiang Li inquired. "Approximately 300. I believe they are all here," Mahan replied. It seems this matter has been handled well." Jiang Li nodded thoughtfully. "Have Wu Zong and the others bring everyone to the courtyard?" "Yes, chief." Mahan responded dutifully before departing. "Young master, would you like to freshen up?" Du Xiaohua asked. Yes. Jiang Li nodded. I will prepare it right away, Du Xiaohua said promptly, after Jiang Li washed up and had a light breakfast. Nearly half an hour had passed that Wu Zong and the others had already gathered in the courtyard. Why hasn't the chief arrived yet? Pang Kuei expressed his impatience. Exactly. We've been waiting here for nearly half an hour. Several voices murmured in quiet complaint that that moment. Jiang Li arrived, followed closely by a regiment of soldiers, all impeccably dressed and marching in unison, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. 24 mechanical soldiers. Chief, Mahan rushed over. You have arrived. Salutations, Chief, Pang Kuei shouted. Greetings, my lord. Wu Zong bowed respectfully. The gathered members of the gang observed Jiang Li, their gazes eventually settling on the mechanical soldiers behind him, feeling an intense pressure that sent shivers down their spines. These individuals, Wu Zong swallowed hard, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. It was known that Wu Zong and his companions had witnessed these soldiers' prowess. They did not emanate the typical fluctuations of vital energy, yet possessed formidable strength, capable of contending with initial-stage martial artists. Just yesterday, there had only been 6 by Jiang Li's side, and now there were 24. This implied that there were indeed 24 initial-stage martial artists. In addition to the expert who had slain Yi Fenglin, representing an extraordinarily powerful force, that if that's the case, with nearly 400 members and these experts, we truly have a chance to conquer the Eagleclaw Hall. Wu Zong suddenly became excited. Chief, who are they? Suya asked. They're all my subordinates. That I end this assault on Eagleclaw Hall. They will be the main force. Your task is merely to intercept the common members of Eagleclaw Hall. Jiang Li stated. The martial artists and the hall master will be dealt with by them. Understood. Pang Kuei nodded immediately. Although many of the gang members were puzzled, they dared not voice their concerns. Let us depart immediately, Jiang Li commanded with a wave of his hand. Yes, Chief, they chorused, their voices resonating. The assembled forces of Qi Yin Hall, Poison Scorpion Hall, Axe Hall, and Tianlang Gang amounted to nearly 400 individuals, who gradually made their way out of Tianlang Gang. As they marched through the streets, the surrounding populace turned their heads, instinctively retreating, their gazes filled with awe. Why are there so many people? They all emerged from Tianlang Gang. When did Tianlang Gang acquire such a following? It seems something significant is about to happen. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves. What has Tianlang Gang been up to lately? It feels like something big is brewing. We must report this up the chain and notify our superiors. This is not something we minor patrol officers should meddle in. Several patrolling officers hurried back to the precinct. Chapter 19. The Assault on Eagleclaw Hall. Eagleclaw Hall is situated on Longdong Street in the eastern part of the city, boasting a prime location close to the very center of Yong'an City. The environment here is vastly superior to that of Honghua Street and Poison Scorpion Street, being predominantly inhabited by the affluent class. Luxurious establishments such as restaurants, taverns, and entertainment venues abound. In the afternoon, Jiang Li led the way, closely followed by the 24 mechanical soldiers, marching in a precise formation with an additional 400 gang members in tow, under the broad daylight, amidst the watchful eyes of the populace. This formidable procession traversed the streets, with no one daring to obstruct their path. Many residents closed their doors, peeking through windows or cautiously hiding along the roadside, their expressions tinged with fear. The imposing column moved forward with resolute purpose, directly aimed at Eagleclaw Hall. Which gang do these individuals belong to? They seem to be from Tianlang Gang. But wait, there are also members from Poison Scorpion Gang, and even Qi Yin Gang and Axe Hall. Could it be that the 4 gangs have united? This is going to be monumental, and judging by their direction, their target must be Eagleclaw Hall. Good heavens! They've lost their minds. How dare they attack Eagleclaw Hall? It is tantamount to courting death. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Quickly, we must inform the hall master. Send out the orders to gather the brothers and converge at Eagleclaw Hall. These fools, gathering such a force and daring to assault Eagleclaw Hall, they clearly do not understand the meaning of danger. Longdong Street was soon bustling with Eagleclaw Hall members, who, upon noticing Jiang Li and his entourage, sprang into action, hastily making their way toward Eagleclaw Hall. Simultaneously, informants from other gangs relayed the news back to their respective leaders. The eastern part of the city had erupted into a flurry of activity. Leaders of lesser-known gangs received the news. Just a few days ago, I heard that Jiang Huang's son, Jiang Li, made quite an impression that in just a short span. He not only eliminated the upper echelons of Tianlang Gang, but also took complete control of it, subjugating Qi Yin Gang, Axe Hall, and Poison Scorpion Gang. It appears this is indeed true. How intriguing. Jiang Li actually intends to assault Eagleclaw Hall, that he's seeking his own demise. That is to be expected. The Liashang will not allow Tianlang Gang to grow unchecked. Naturally wanting to curtail its expansion, that I suspect there must have been some conflict behind the scenes. Even if Jiang Li has gathered forces from the four gangs, it would be impossible for him to capture Eagleclaw Hall. As its master, Lin Tianning is a late-stage martial artist with several mid-stage subordinates. Moreover, Eagleclaw Hall has the backing of Liashang, the true overlord of Yong'an City, the undisputed ruler of the eastern sector, and no one dares to defy them. As the leaders of these lesser gangs pondered the situation, most concluded that Jiang Li was marching toward his own doom. Within the precinct, Tianlang Gang, the county magistrate received a letter from Captain Jean, detailing all information regarding Tianlang Gang, including recent events with remarkable thoroughness. This Jiang Li possesses quite the talent. In just a few days, he has consolidated control over 4 gangs, demonstrating genuine ability. The magistrate nodded slightly that we need not intervene in gang fights, as long as the common folk are unharmed. Whether Tianlang Gang or Eagleclaw Hall emerges victorious will not affect the larger picture. In that case, notify Li Jian to take a contingent of officers to the scene. Such a significant event warrants our presence. Understood, Your Excellency, Jean Helling replied, then departed on Longdong Street, at the entrance of Eagleclaw Hall. The expansive courtyard was bustling as members of Eagleclaw Hall returned, filling the premises in no time. Totaling over 400 individuals that in the courtyard, the doors of the main hall creaked open, revealing Lin Tianning, the hall master of Eagleclaw Hall, standing tall, dressed in a long black robe, with sharp, piercing eyes and prominent brows. His long, slender fingers, with nails of an unusual iron hue, were clasped behind his back. Accompanying him were 2 individuals. Long Keki, the elder of Eagleclaw Hall, whose hair was half-white, clad in a loose azure robe with a rugged demeanor, and Qing Pailan, the executioner of the hall, responsible for enforcing the gang's rules and punishments, who was slight of build with a cold, sinister smile. Both Long Keki and Qing Pailan were Lin Tianning's capable subordinates, each a mid-stage martial artist. Had Fenglin not perished, Eagleclaw Hall would have had 3 mid-stage martial artists. Hall Master, all members of Eagleclaw Hall have assembled, totaling 453. A young man stepped forward from the crowd. Bowing to Lin Ting, Lin Ting surveyed the assembly and spoke slowly. I am aware of the situation. Jiang Li, the leader of Tianlang Gang, has committed an act of rebellion by killing our vice master. Fenglin. This is not only a provocation against Eagleclaw Hall, but also a blatant disregard for the Liashang that I had initially planned to personally visit Tianlang Gang to take Jiang Li's head. But I never anticipated that he would audaciously gather members from 4 lesser gangs to assault us. Truly, he is unaware of the vastness of the sky. Haha, the members of Eagleclaw Hall laughed heartily. Hall Master, a mere Tianlang Gang, knows not the might of Eagleclaw Hall. Indeed, this time we must annihilate them completely to instill fear in the other gangs and let them know the strength of Eagleclaw Hall, ensuring they will never dare to resist again. Absolutely. The members of Eagleclaw Hall laughed, brimming with confidence. Excellent. Lin Tianning nodded in satisfaction. This is the spirit we need that I hereby declare that for every enemy slain, a reward of 10 taels of silver will be given, and whoever beheads Jiang Li shall receive a martial arts manual. Hall Master is formidable. Hall Master is awe-inspiring. Wonderful. The members of Eagleclaw Hall cheered. Hall Master, the Tianlang Gang members have arrived. At that moment, a guard stationed at the entrance rushed in, shouting, Prepare for battle. Lin Tianning narrowed his eyes. Charge. Step, step, step. Over 400 individuals surged forth from the courtyard. Outside the Eagleclaw Hall, Jiang Li and his companions had arrived, the throng filling the entire street, while the surrounding populace shut their doors tightly. Peeking from within, bang, the doors of the Eagleclaw Hall swung open. Over 400 members of the Eagleclaw Hall burst forth, most wielding cleavers, exuding an air of murderous intent, a formidable tide advancing. Kill. Jiang Li inhaled deeply, waving his hand decisively as he proclaimed, "For each enemy slain, a reward of 10 taels of silver. For every 10 enemies dispatched, a manual of internal martial arts. Internal martial arts manual. Charge! Slay them!" Instantly, the previously hesitant members of the gang, upon hearing Jiang Li's promised rewards, were ignited with fervor. Setting aside the allure of silver, the true temptation lay in the manual of internal martial arts. Such knowledge, held closely by martial artists, was rarely imparted. Moreover, in this world, only through the cultivation of martial arts could one hope to rise above the common folk. Otherwise, they would remain in the depths of society, with no hope of ascendance. Now, this opportunity lay before them. By taking down just 10 foes, they could gain access to the coveted manual. The members of the Heavenly Wolf Gang were soon engulfed in a frenzy. Kill. Thud. Thud, thud. The two factions clashed violently, brandishing blades and engaging in chaotic combat. For most were mere commoners, relying solely on brute strength and ferocity. Blood splattered, and the air was filled with anguished cries as blades met flesh. Before long, a dozen corpses lay strewn across the street. Jiang Li stood at the rear of the battlefield, with Wang Gang guarding him, while the 24 mechanical soldiers had yet to engage, though Pang Kuei, Suya, and Wu Zong had already plunged into the fray. Chapter 20. Take down Whoosh. Jiang Li sensed a piercing gaze directed at him from the front. He raised his head and spotted Lin Ting standing at the entrance of the Eagleclaw Hall. Lin Tianling's eyes were sharp as daggers, his formidable presence imposing a significant pressure on Jiang Li. Onward. Jiang Li steadied his nerves and waved his hand. "As you command, master." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All but Wang Gang surged forward. The combat mechanical soldiers boasted exceptional strength in close-quarters combat. Thud, thud. In an instant, upon entering the battlefield, several members of the Eagleclaw Hall were dispatched without mercy. Bang, bang, bang. The firearm-wielding mechanical soldiers drew their twin pistols and unleashed their gun-fighting techniques, creating a bullet storm that kept foes at bay, with anyone approaching within 10 meters being gunned down before they could get close. Gunshots rang out, striking at hearts and foreheads alike, blood oozing forth. What kind of hidden weapon is this? Be careful. Fall back. Retreat quickly. The members of the Eagleclaw Hall were nearly paralyzed with fear. Ha! Slay them. These individuals sent by our leader are truly formidable. With these skilled fighters dispatched by our leader, victory is assured. The morale of the Heavenly Wolf Gang soared. Engage. Lin Tianling's pupils constricted as he bellowed. Kill. Give it your all. Charge. Boom. 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 Subsequently, the martial artists of the Eagleclaw Hall surged forward, channeling their internal energy, their bodies aglow with white light, exhibiting immense combat prowess, countering the slaughter of the mechanical soldiers. Bang, bang, bang. Yet the firearm-wielding mechanical soldiers were not so easily deterred. Jiang Li expended numerous energy points to replenish their ammunition. The gun-fighting technique unfolded, allowing the firearm mechanical soldiers to move as if in a realm of their own, fire erupting from their barrels as bullets rained down, resulting in a substantial number of foes falling. Hiss! This is terrifying. What in the world is this? It was horrifying. The gunfighting technique enabled the firearm mechanical soldiers to masterfully wield their weapons, executing shots from every conceivable angle, showcasing extraordinary might. Moreover, the coordination between the cold weapon mechanical soldiers and the combat mechanical soldiers effectively shielded the firearm soldiers from harm, leading to a crushing dominance. Good, good, good. Jiang Li rejoiced, deeply satisfied with the unfolding battle. The power of the firearm mechanical soldiers had indeed met his expectations, particularly in such a scenario where their advantages could be fully realized. Dragon Step. Whoosh! Long Keki shouted as he approached, executing the Dragon Step technique to evade the combat and cold weapon mechanical soldiers. Swiftly closing in on the firearm mechanical soldiers. Bang, bang, bang. The firearm mechanical soldiers opened fire, unleashing a barrage of bullets, forcing Long Keki to retreat. He was acutely aware of the potency of the adversary's hidden weapons. A hit to a vital area would spell instant death. Whoosh! Wang Long charged in, short sword in his right hand and dagger in his left, aiming the alloy dagger at Long Keki's heart, leaving a glint in its wake. Long Keki dodged nimbly, turning to unleash a powerful palm strike. His internal energy surging, dragon's palm. Clang, the two forces collided, with Wang Long being forced back while Long Keki's palm was grazed, causing blood to seep forth. He gazed intently at Wang Long and solemnly remarked, "You are at the mid-stage of the first rank. I shall assist you," Qing Pylon shouted. Leaping forth, intending to join forces with Long Keki against Wang Long whoosh. Wang Yin immediately rushed in to support Wang Long bang. Bang, bang. The two sides engaged in fierce combat. Meanwhile, not long after, a first-rank initial stage martial artist from the Eagleclaw Hall fell victim to the firearm mechanical soldiers. A bullet piercing his heart, collapsing to the ground, convulsing before succumbing shortly thereafter. Since the battle commenced, a martial artist had finally perished. Jiang Li. Boom! Lin Daning roared in fury, unable to restrain himself any longer, if he did not act now. Given the current state of affairs, the Eagleclaw Hall would inevitably face defeat. The pressure of his late-stage first rank erupted, creating an overwhelmingly powerful aura that swept across, leaving the members of the Heavenly Wolf Gang pale. Lin Tianlang. A late-stage first-rank martial artist. Be cautious. Leader. Wu Zong, Pang Kuei, and the others were struck with astonishment. Whoosh! Lin Ding leaped into the air, soaring like an eagle, traversing the battlefield at astonishing speed, charging directly towards Jiang Li. Eagle's Claw. Rending the air, Lin Tianlang unleashed his martial art, his hands tearing through the atmosphere, producing a sound of rupturing air, his azure-hued claws razor-sharp and imbued with formidable destructive power, capable of shattering even boulders. Wang Gang, it's up to you. Jiang Li retreated a few steps. Speaking calmly. Understood. Wang Gang nodded, positioning himself before Jiang Li. Get out of my way. La Tianlang bellowed, combat technique. Boom! Wang Gang clenched his fists and delivered a punch that was evidently far more powerful than before, causing the air to explode in shockwaves. Lin Tianlang's pupils dilated. Crack! The collision of fist and claw produced a deafening sound. Lin Tianlang's azure-tinged nails shattered, the bones in his fingers unable to withstand the force and fracturing under the impact. It must be noted that Wang Gang was wearing first-rank superior-grade weapon gloves, and his combat technique was also of first-rank superior grade, while Lin Tianlang lacked any weapon and wielded only a first-rank mid-grade martial art. Naturally, he was no match. Lin Ning screamed in agony, staggering backward, blood dripping from his palm, his expression one of horror. A late-stage first rank. You are also a late-stage first rank, a dignified late-stage first rank master. Yet you serve as a subordinate to a mere mid-stage pretender. Jiang Li, who exactly are you? Kill him. Jiang Li commanda. Understood. Boom! Wang Gang stomped the ground and charged at Lin Tianlang, deploying his combat technique to completely suppress him. With Lin Tianlang retreating step by step, utterly outmatched. Leader, it's over. Everything is lost. Our leader has been defeated. How could this happen? Run! At this moment, the morale of the Eagleclaw Hall members crumbled. The confidence they had moments ago vanished, and they fled in panic, lacking the courage to continue fighting. Die. Thud. Ultimately, Wang Gang seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful punch to Lin Tianlang's chest, the immense force shattering Lin Tianlang's heart. Lin Tianlang's eyes widened in shock as he fell straight to the ground. Hiss. The Eagleclaw Hall is finished. The Heavenly Wolf Gang is ruthless beyond imagination. It is simply unfathomable that they have truly annihilated the Eagleclaw Hall, even slaying Lin Tianlang of the late first rank on the spot. Is the east side of the city about to undergo a transformation? This is truly frightening. Where did Jiang Li find so many skilled fighters? Surrounding them, spies from other gangs and spectators hiding at home were left astounded. The outcome was entirely unexpected. They had presumed the Heavenly Wolf Gang would be obliterated by the Eagleclaw Hall. Yet the reality was that the Heavenly Wolf Gang had conquered the Eagleclaw Hall, even executing Lin Tianlang on the spot. Do not let them escape. Kill. Thud. Thud. The members of the Heavenly Wolf Gang, driven by bloodlust, pursued the fleeing members of the Eagleclaw Hall. Master Jiang, please spare us, spare us. We are willing to surrender, willing to surrender. Thud. Those who still live from the Eagleclaw Hall, including an elder of the first rank initial stage. All knelt before Jiang Li, bowing their heads in supplication to save their lives. Chapter 21. The treasure vault. With this battle concluded, the Heavenly Wolf Gang emerged victorious. Count the casualties. Jiang Li cast a glance at the kneeling members of the Eagleclaw Hall, disregarding them, then turned to Pang Kuei and the others, issuing his command. Yes, master. Pang Kuei gazed at Jiang Li with a look of reverence. It is worth noting that since yesterday, Pang Kuei had been in a state of trepidation, fearing that today would mark his final battle, and that the Celestial Wolf Gang might meet its demise as a consequence. However, to his astonishment, the tides had dramatically turned. The Celestial Wolf Gang emerged victorious, seizing control of the Eagleclaw Hall, and even Lin Tianlang, a late-stage first-tier martial artist, fell at the hands of their esteemed leader. This turn of events filled Pang Kuei with exhilaration. Half an hour later, the casualty figures were tallied. The Scorpion Hall suffered 20 fatalities, 10 serious injuries, and 50 minor injuries. The Crimson Flame Hall recorded 18 deaths, 15 serious injuries, and 60 minor injuries. The Axe Hall experienced 23 deaths, 8 serious injuries, and 53 minor injuries. The Celestial Wolf Gang mourned the loss of 15 members, with 20 seriously injured and 40 lightly wounded. In total, there were 63 deaths, a significant toll. Nevertheless, capturing the Eagleclaw Hall made the battle worthwhile. Although the 24 mechanical soldiers sustained varying degrees of damage, none were rendered inoperable. In today's clash, 10 first-tier martial artists from the Eagleclaw Hall were slain, yet only 2 soul fire seeds were obtained. Unlocking the information for the mechanical soldiers required 4 soul fire seeds. Jiang Li cast a glance at the Dominion interface, pondering internally, we still need 2 more. The absence of soul fire seeds from Lin Tianlang's defeat indicates that the drop rate of soul fire seeds is not significantly related to strength. Is it merely a matter of probability? Leader, what shall we do with the members of the Eagleclaw Hall? Suya's complexion was somewhat pale, bloodstains splattered on her attire, and the barbed iron whip in her hand still bore remnants of flesh. She pointed at the kneeling members of the Eagleclaw Hall and inquired of Jiang Li, Leader Jiang, we are willing to submit to the Celestial Wolf Gang. The members of the Eagleclaw Hall immediately prostrated themselves. Jiang Li pondered that in this battle, nearly 200 members of the Eagleclaw Hall had perished, including Lin Tianlang and his 2 most trusted subordinates, with over half of the martial elder contingent lost. Only 5 martial elders remained. Jiang Li nodded and declared, since you are willing to surrender, I shall gladly accept. From this day forth, the Eagleclaw Hall shall no longer be the Eagleclaw Hall of the Sandflow Gang, but rather that of the Celestial Wolf Gang. Yes, we pay our respects to Leader Jiang. Over 200 members of the Eagleclaw Hall exclaimed in unison. Pang Kuei hesitated momentarily. Although we have annihilated the Eagleclaw Hall, the Sandflow Gang will certainly not let this transgression go unpunished. The Celestial Wolf Gang has also suffered considerable losses. However, with these reinforcements, our strength has increased, providing us with a greater assurance to confront the retribution from the Sandflow Gang. Wu Zong silently analyzed. Overall, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Does anyone know the location of the Eagleclaw Hall's treasury? Jiang Li's gaze fell upon the 5 martial elders. We know. The 5 martial elders nodded vigorously. Lead the way. Jiang Li's expression remained unchanged. Leader, please follow me. The 3rd elder of the Eagleclaw Hall, Luo Yi, guided the way. Very well. Jiang Li followed, instructing Pang Kuei and the others. You all clean up the battlefield, stabilize the seriously injured members, and ensure they are promptly sent to see the healer. Then compile the kill counts of each gang member, and we shall reward them upon our return. Understood, leader. Bonqui responded loudly. Our leader is magnanimous. Our leader is formidable. The crowd was spirited and brimming with excitement. Before long, the official Li Jianshi arrived with a team of constables, the stench of blood wafting through the air, prompting him to pinch his nose in disgust. These gang members are perpetually engaged in violence. It is because of them that Yong'an City has become so rife with chaos. Li Jianshi remarca coldly. The surrounding constables merely chuckled, not daring to interject. The officials have arrived. Let us depart. Only after the fighting has ceased do the officials make their appearance. Heh! The crowd whispered among themselves, incredulous at the number of casualties. After navigating a few corners, Li Jianshi arrived at the Eagleclaw Hall's residence, encountering a scene littered with corpses. Nearly 300 in total. This was no small number. Where is Lin Tianying? Li Jianshi surveyed the crowd, demanding loudly. Who is it? Pang Ke, with a hammer slung over his shoulder, turned to look, raising an eyebrow. Oh, I wondered who it was. It turns out to be the official Li Jianshi. Pang Ke, Li Jianshi frowned. What brings you here? Where is Lin Tianying? Given your appearance, it seems you have survived. Could it be that you've secretly betrayed the Celestial Wolf Gang and aligned yourself with the Eagleclaw Hall to save your own skin? Nonsense. Pang Ke shot him a furious glare. Li. Spare me your drivel. I must tell you, our leader, Jiang Li, is wise and powerful, and the mere Eagleclaw Hall has long since been subdued by the Celestial Wolf Gang. As for Lin Tianying, his corpse lies right over there. Li Jianshi laughed outright. The Celestial Wolf Gang has taken down the Eagleclaw Hall. Do you truly believe such a daydream? You, an inconsequential gang, possess such strength? Li Jianshi was utterly unconvinced. However, as he turned to follow Pang Kuei's gaze, his words faltered, his eyes widening in shock, his throat constricted as if choked, and his face blanched as he stumbled back several steps. Corpses. It was truly the body of Lin Tianying. Hiss. It really is Lin Tianying. And the corpses of Qing Pailin and Long Keki as well. Have you noticed? The majority of these corpses belong to the Eagleclaw Hall. The wounds are quite peculiar. The constables gasped in unison, their hearts gripped with terror. The Celestial Wolf Gang had indeed conquered the Eagleclaw Hall. What? Li Jianshi swallowed hard. What is it? Li Jianshi, do you have something to say? Pang Ke inquired with a grin. And no, nothing at all. Li Jianshi's mind was in turmoil. Lin Tianying was dead, and the Eagleclaw Hall had been obliterated by the Celestial Wolf Gang. Each piece of news struck him like a bombshell, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Honestly, he could hardly fathom the Celestial Wolf Gang possessing such strength to annihilate the Eagleclaw Hall. What had transpired? Where did Jiang Li derive such formidable capabilities? This matter must be reported to the county magistrate. A thorough investigation is imperative. However, with the Celestial Wolf Gang having destroyed the Eagleclaw Hall, the Sandflow Gang would soon receive word and would undoubtedly seek retribution. That it remains to be seen whether Jiang Li can withstand their vengeance. Perhaps it would be wise to suggest to the county magistrate to ally with the Celestial Wolf Gang to restrain the Sandflow Gang. The last time traces of the Demon Clan appeared in Shirtu Village, the previous leader of the Celestial Wolf Gang, Jiang Huahong, accompanied the investigation, yet uncovered nothing and lost his life in the process. Li Jianshi contemplated quietly. This matter can be disclosed to Jiang Li, urging him to send someone to investigate Shirtu Village. After all, his father perished there. The treasury of the Eagleclaw Hall. With a resounding rumble, Luo Yi pushed open the massive stone door, igniting torches within as the dark treasury illuminated, filling the air with the rich aroma of medicinal herbs even before Jiang Li stepped inside. Leader, this is the treasury of the Eagleclaw Hall. All our medicinal herbs, pills, gold, silver, and weapons are stored here, Luo Yi explained. Chapter 22. Action. Jiang Li nodded, entering the treasury where wooden boxes were neatly arranged. Next to rows of wooden weapon racks, predominantly displaying swords and knives, common iron weapons. Open the boxes, Jiang Li commanded with a wave of his hand. Understood, leader. Luo Yi complied, methodically opening the boxes, revealing a dazzling array of jewels that caught the light, illuminating the faces of those present, while countless silver pieces were neatly lined within the boxes. The precise quantity remained indeterminate and required further counting. In addition to the gold, silver, and jewels, there were numerous blood vitality pills, totaling 100 bottles, each containing 10 pills. This treasure far surpassed that of the Scorpion Hall. Moreover, Jiang Li also discovered 3 condensing origin pills, meticulously housed in exquisite jade vials. Not bad, Jiang Li thought, feeling elated internally while maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor. He scrutinized the vast collection of medicinal herbs, most of which were ordinary herbs under 100 years of age. However, their quantity was impressive, roughly estimated to consist of several hundred plants. There were a few rare spiritual herbs over 100 years old. Albeit in limited supply, numbering only 9 in total. What is this? Jiang Li noticed a beautifully crafted jade box set apart from the others, its elegance starkly contrasting with the surrounding boxes that he approached. Took the jade box in hand and opened it. A dagger. Inside the jade box lay a black dagger, glimmering under the candlelight, exuding a chilling aura, undoubtedly a formidable weapon. Leader, this is the cold iron dagger, Luo Yi exclaimed. This dagger is forged from a special material known as cold iron, capable of slicing through steel effortlessly. The dagger itself contains an inherent chill, making it a premium first-tier weapon. Oh, is that so? Jiang Li's interest was piqued as he grasped the cold iron dagger, indeed feeling a wave of chill permeating through his palm and into his body. His blood vitality circulated, countering the cold. With a swift motion, Jiang Li drew the dagger across the air, unleashing a flash of cold light as a nearby iron long knife was effortlessly severed in two. The cut is smooth as a mirror. Truly sharp, Jiang Li exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. When slicing through the long knife, I felt virtually no resistance, as if I were cutting through tofu. Congratulations, leader, on acquiring such a formidable weapon. Luo Yi expressed his congratulations. It's satisfactory, Jiang Li replied as he placed the cold iron dagger back into its jade box, instructing, have someone custom make a suitable sheath for this dagger. Understood, Luo Yi nodded. After leaving the treasury of the Eagleclaw Hall, Jiang Li continued his search, and at the residence of Lin Tianlang and his companions, he amassed a considerable amount of gold, silver, and medicinal herbs, along with several martial arts manuals. Banqui Wuzong Ouya. Send people over to transport all the spoils back to the Tianlang Gang, Jiang Li commanded as he returned to the courtyard, his voice resounding. Yes, leader. Pang Ke and the others responded loudly. Leader Jiang, Li Jianshi approached with a smile. And you are? Jiang Li scrutinisa Li Jianshi for a moment. Noticing a group of constables behind him, which led him to deduce the man's identity without explicitly stating it. I am Li Siyuan, a clerk from the Yong'an County office. Li Jianshi introduced himself. Oh, is there something on your mind? Jiang Li inquired nonchalantly. Leader Jiang, your actions have stirred quite a commotion. The gang conflict has resulted in numerous casualties, disrupting the order of Yong'an City, Li Jianshi remarked. Li Jianshi, you have mistaken the person to address regarding this matter, Jiang Li replied. In fact, it was the deputy master of the Eagleclaw Hall, Feng Lin, who instigated trouble with the Tianlang Gang. I was merely compelled to retaliate. If you are to pursue accountability, you should direct your inquiries towards the Liashang. Li Jianshi, unless there is something of great importance, I shall take my leave now. I hope to invite you to the Tianlang Gang as a guest next time, he concluded. Turning to leave. This, Li Jianshi was momentarily taken aback. Return. Keep up. Transport everything back. Pang Ke, Wu Zong, and the others followed Jiang Li. As the gang members carried away the spoils, their faces adorned with smiles as they departed the Eagleclaw Hall. Leader Jiang Huahong met his demise in Shirtu village, but if you have the time, you might wish to visit. Perhaps you will uncover the identity of Jiang Huahong's killer, Li Jianshi called out, regaining his composure. Thank you for the reminder. Li Jianshi, I shall go when time permits, Jiang Li replied without looking back. This fellow, Li Jianshi furrowed his brow. Clerk, what shall we do now? The constable inquired. Return. Li Jianshi waved his hand. Understood. The constable nodded eagerly. Once Li Jianshi and his entourage departed, only Luo Yi and the others remained in the Eagleclaw Hall, where Luo Yi temporarily assumed the role of the hall master. Take care to recuperate, Luo Yi remarked casually before leaving. Jiang Li had assigned him the task of commissioning a sheath for the cold iron dagger, which must be accomplished. The expressions of the Eagleclaw Hall members were filled with confusion, having surrendered to the Tianlang Gang for their lives. They were engulfed in uncertainty about the future, unsure of how to proceed. Liashang, the headquarters of the gang, was located at the heart of Yong'an City, a vast courtyard residence that in the conference hall. The Eagleclaw Hall has been annihilated, and Lin Tianlang has perished in battle. Inform the leaders of the Qinglong Hall, the Menghu Hall, and the Liuya Hall to assemble immediately. We shall eradicate the Tianlang Gang by tomorrow, commanded Hung Liushang. The leader of the Liashang, seated in the main position, his countenance was fair devoid of expression, yet his sharp eyes betrayed a murderous intent. Yes, the elders within the conference hall nodded in agreement. Leader, why do we not simply march our men to attack? One elder inquired. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. Since the Tianlang Gang possesses the capability to conquer the Eagleclaw Hall, we must not underestimate them, Hung Liushang replied. While decisive action is essential, a modicum of caution must also be exercised. The leader is wise, the elders quickly concurred. Clearly, upon receiving word of the Eagleclaw Hall's destruction, Hung Liushang had swiftly resolved to obliterate the Tianlang Gang with overwhelming force. Moreover, the Liashang indeed possessed such strength. Among the 4 major and 3 minor gangs in Yong'an City, their numbers exceeded 1,000, commanding the entire eastern part of the city and amassing considerable wealth and power over the years. Naturally, gathering forces from the 3 major halls would require some time. With an estimate of acting by the following day, back at the Tianlang Gang, Jiang Li and his comrades had returned, opening boxes filled with silver, neatly stacked inside, that Suya and the others distributed the rewards accordingly. The injured gang members were attended to by the doctor, while Jiang Li presented the Qi nourishing technique and Yuan nourishing technique, rewarding those who had slain 10 foes, as previously promised. As time passed, having completed these tasks, evening was drawing near, and the gang members, elated with their rewards, departed, filling the Tianlang Gang with joy and laughter. Leader, although we have achieved a resounding victory on the surface, it appears to be a great success, Wu Zong remarked with a grave expression. However, undercurrents are at play. The Tianlang Gang is sure to face a fierce retaliation from the Liashang. How shall we respond? Indeed, bonqui notet. Expressing concern, the Liashang is a formidable third-rate gang. I have a task for you. Jiang Li pondered for a moment before continuing. There are 13 streets in the eastern part of the city, home to 13 minor gangs. Aside from the Tianlang Gang, the Scorpion Gang, the Crimson Flame Gang, and the Axe Gang, there are 9 others. Tonight, visit them one by one, persuading them to join the Tianlang Gang and become part of our ranks. Those unwilling should be eliminated. Leader, if you proceed in this manner, it will plunge the eastern part of the city into chaos, Wu Zong exclaimed in shock. Indeed, Pang Kuei nodded. Moreover, our strength is insufficient. I shall ensure they accompany you. Jiang Li waved. As Wang Long and Wang Yin approached, followed by 1 melee combat mechanical soldier, 1 cold weapon mechanical soldier, and 1 firearm mechanical soldier. Chapter 23. Refusing trade. Jiang Li watched as Wu Zong and the others departed the Tianlang Gang. Wang Long and Wang Yin were mid-level first rank, accompanied by 6 initial-level first-rank mechanical soldiers. Such strength would suffice to confront the 9 minor gangs that in the courtyard. All gang members have been dismissed by Jiang Li, leaving only Wang Gang and others to guard the surroundings, with boxes filled with abundant medicinal herbs laid out on the ground. Continue to reinforce our ranks. Jiang Li inhaled deeply, murmuring, to thoroughly resolve the issue of the Liashang and firmly establish our foothold in Yong'an City, we must amass a significant number of mechanical soldiers. This time, Jiang Li had procured nearly 100,000 taels of silver from the Eagleclaw Hall, even after distributing rewards to the gang members. This demonstrated the wealth of the Eagleclaw Hall. It is worth noting that this was merely one branch of the Liashang. Aside from the Eagleclaw Hall, there were 3 other branches, plus the headquarters of the Liashang, that if they could capture the Liashang, if we truly managed to seize the Liashang, converting the wealth accumulated by them into energy points, and then proceed to bolster our ranks, it would indeed lead to a significant windfall. Jiang Li's heart brimmed with anticipation, even excitement. Convert to energy points. Jiang Li waved his hand. Buzz! A flash of white light appeared, and all the medicinal herbs within the boxes vanished. Transformed into energy points. 10-year-old herbs could be converted into 1 point, 20-year-old herbs into 2 points, and so forth. Each decade increased the conversion by 1 point. The conversion was successful, yielding 453 energy points. A prompt appeared. With a swish, Jiang Li opened the Dominator panel, and the total energy points rose to 460. The remaining points from the previous troop reinforcements amounted to 45 that after the recent battle at the Eagleclaw Hall. Repairing mechanical soldiers and replenishing ammunition for the firearm mechanical soldiers consumed 32 points. Create 10 melee combat mechanical soldiers, 10 cold weapon mechanical soldiers, and 10 firearm mechanical soldiers. Jiang Li operated the Dominator panel. Buzz, a virtual interface materialized, and 3 ethereal figures gradually took shape. 1 minute later, swish, swish, 30 mechanical soldiers materialized from thin air, forming several orderly rows before Jiang Li. We salute the Dominator. The 30 mechanical soldiers simultaneously saluted, addressing him in unison. Good, good, Jiang Li smiled. The 30 mechanical soldiers had consumed 300 energy points, leaving him with 160 points remaining. Promote Wang Gang, Wang Long, and Wang Yin. Jiang Li continued to manipulate the Dominator panel. Buzz! A flash of light enveloped Wang Gang, and within seconds, his promotion was completed, receiving comprehensive enhancements. His appearance remained largely unchanged, yet he now exuded a more intimidating aura. His rank elevated from private to sergeant. Soldier type, melee combat mechanical soldier rank. First stage completion ID. GD0, 1 Wang Gang skills. First stage supreme combat technique equipment. First stage supreme standard special alloy gloves mechanics, mechanical creation. Unafraid of death or pain, infinitely loyal. Only when the mechanical heart is destroyed or the damage exceeds 90% will it truly be deemed obsolete. After falling in battle, it can be recovered, yielding half the energy point cost. Promotion requirements: 1 second stage soul flame and 100 energy points. Wang Gang's information had also changed. First stage completion. Jiang Li nodded. His strength should have increased significantly. Meanwhile, Wang Long and Wang Yin, though not beside Jiang Li, completed their promotions from a distance, reaching the late first stage and unlocking the long sword weapon. All energy points have been expended. Jiang Li observed the energy points reduced to 0. Promoting Wang Gang consumed 80 points. While the combined total for Wang Long and Wang Yin also amounted to 80 points, precisely 160 points in total. Not a bit more, not a bit less. Jiang Li silently contemplated the situation as he awaited Su Ya's return with the medicinal herbs, which would enable him to bolster his forces. An hour later, Su Ya and her companions returned, but they were unable to procure the herbs, having spent nearly 100,000 taels of silver without acquiring a single item. What happened? Where are the herbs? Jiang Li inquired, frowning at the empty cart. Boss, the personnel from the Lingyao Chamber of Commerce, the largest medicinal shop in the east of the city, refused to conduct business with us upon learning we were from the Tianlang Gang, and they even chased us away. Wang Chao replied, clearly displeased. It's infuriating. Indeed, boss. They also mentioned that the Tianlang Gang has offended the Liashang and that we are on the brink of annihilation. Ma Han added solemnly. In business, how can one refuse a customer? Jiang Li remarca quietly. Boss, there is another crucial matter, Su Ya said, her expression grave. The Liashang is secretly gathering manpower tonight, with members from the 3 major halls converging at the main gang's headquarters. They evidently plan to strike against us tomorrow. Tomorrow, Jiang Li mused, his eyes glinting. There is sufficient time. The Lingyao Chamber of Commerce, he stated. I shall accompany you to the Lingyao Chamber of Commerce. I wish to see whether they will sell medicinal herbs to the Tianlang Gang. Yes. Boss. Both Wang Chao and Ma Han responded promptly. With the boss leading, they surely won't dare to refuse. Lead the way, Jiang Li commanded, bringing along Wang Gang, a combat mechanical soldier, a cold weapon mechanical soldier, and a firearm mechanical soldier, along with Su Ya and her group as they departed the Tianlang Gang, heading towards the Lingyao Chamber of Commerce. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Lingyao Chamber of Commerce. From a distance, it appeared as a magnificent 9-story pavilion, adorned splendidly, with lanterns hanging at the entrance and bright candlelight illuminating the scene, where patrons were incessantly arriving to purchase medicinal herbs, even at this late hour. Welcome. 2 women clad in kipeos greeted them with smiles and nods at the entrance. As Jiang Li entered the Lingyao Chamber of Commerce, he was met with exquisite decor, featuring numerous display cases filled with various medicinal herbs and elixirs. What are you doing here again? A portly middle-aged man with a round face approached them as they entered. He was not particularly tall, but his rotund figure resembled an oval. That he was Du Clin, the manager of the first floor of the Lingyao Chamber of Commerce. I told you, I will not sell herbs to your Tianlang Gang. Do you not understand? Duke Lin said irritably. You were just chased away, and now you have the audacity to return. You! Wang Chao's expression turned furious. Surrounding patrons cast curious glances in their direction, most of them viewing the situation as mere entertainment. It's the Tianlang Gang, a minor gang from the east of the city. I heard they've stirred up quite a commotion recently. Even the Yingzhuatong has been taken down. Having offended the Liashang, they probably won't last much longer. They'll soon face annihilation, just as has happened before. Indeed, the crowd whispered among themselves. Does the Lingyao Chamber of Commerce have a policy of selecting customers? Jiang Li countered. Who are you? Duke Lin shot Jiang Li a dismissive glance, his tone dripping with scorn. Just some kid who hasn't even grown up. Do you understand what business means? The goods belong to the Lingyao Chamber of Commerce, and if I say I won't sell, then I won't. Jiang Li narrowed his eyes. How dare you speak disrespectfully to our boss? Do you believe I won't take you down? Wang Chao fumed, drawing his long knife and pointing the blade at Duke Lin as he scolded him. Chapter 24, Confrontation. You little brat, you think you can kill me? When I was battling for my life, you were still nursing at your mother's breast. Duke Lin bellowed, his eyes bulging, the flesh on his face quivering like waves. Bring it! Surround them! And you, so you're the boss, huh? A minor gang like yours is nothing. Duke Lin sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Li. Thud, thud, thud did a cacophony of footsteps approached as the guards of the Lingyao Chamber of Commerce rushed over in response to Duke Lin's call, surrounding Jiang Li and his group in moments. Who was causing a disturbance in the Lingyao Chamber of Commerce? The head of the guards, Jing Yi, a tall and robust figure with sharp eyes and a steel knife at his waist, inquired as he surveyed the scene, shifting his gaze from Duke Lin to Jiang Li and his companions. Jing, it's these few in front of me, Duke Lin indicated angrily. Gentlemen, will you leave on your own, or shall I have my men escort you out? Jing Yi asked in a deep voice. You don't even bother to ascertain the facts and simply chase us away. Wang Chao retorted. We came to purchase medicinal herbs. But this fat fool refuses to sell and insists on driving us out. Did I ask this how you conduct business? Jing Yi frowned, pondering for a moment before responding. This matter does not fall under my jurisdiction, and I am not familiar with it. But if you intend to cause a ruckus in the Lingyao Chamber of Commerce, that is absolutely unacceptable. Duke Lin had anticipated this and smirked smugly from the side. Boss, what should we do? Suya looked to Jiang Li for guidance. I demand to see your supervisor, Jiang Li stated, his demeanor unchanging as he stepped forward. Our supervisor is not someone you can just demand to see. Duke Lin laughed derisively. You should consider your own status. Jing, don't waste any more time. Throw these people out to avoid disrupting our business. Gentlemen, please leave. Jing Yi gestured toward the entrance, his tone firm. Since reason cannot be communicated, let's cease discussions. Jiang Li's expression turned cold as he commanded, attack. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! With that command, the three mechanical soldiers behind Jiang Li sprang into action with incredible speed, charging at the surrounding guards. These guards were mere low-level martial artists, no match for the mechanical soldiers. Bang, 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 cries of agony filled the air as, in the blink of an eye, 10 or more guards lay sprawled on the ground, unable to rise, moaning in pain. Jing Ye's pupils constricted in shock. Such speed and strength. These individuals are indeed martial artists. What remarkable power! Most of the guards in this chamber are late-stage low-level, not weak in combat, yet they were easily taken down. The Tianlang Gang must possess some skill to have captured the Yingzhuatong. TSK. This situation is escalating. The Lingyao Chamber of Commerce is backed by the City Lord's Mansion. Having offended the Liashang and now the City Lord's Mansion, the Tianlang Gang is truly courting disaster. The crowd murmured among themselves. Just then, Jing Yi sprang into action, employing a swift footwork technique to close in on Jiang Li, drawing his steel knife for an upward slash aimed at Jiang Li. Jiang Li remained unfazed, as if he had not perceived Jing Ye's attack at all, maintaining his composure. Clang crack. Wang Gang delivered a punch that generated a shockwave, the immense force shattering Jing Ye's steel knife. Jing Yi screamed as he was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth. A single punch had severely injured him. Hiss! The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. What a formidable individual. Jiang Li is a martial artist who has cultivated inner strength, yet he was so easily subdued by Jiang Li's subordinate. And even his steel knife was shattered into two, someone exclaimed. Duke Lin trembled, his face paling as he clearly realized the gravity of the situation. Jiang Li, this is the Lingyao Chamber of Commerce. You have injured so many people. You will not leave here today. Bring people, quickly. Duke Lin shouted loudly. There's been an incident. Hurry. In an instant, the guards of the Lingyao Chamber of Commerce rushed in from all directions, blocking the exits. There were at least 100 of them, encircling the first floor completely. Zhao Daitu! Duke Lin exclaimed with delight, his expression animated as he called out. Zhao Peipei was the head of the guards at the Lingyao Chamber of Commerce, holding a significant position. He was tall, nearly 2 meters high, with a stern face and a long spear slung over his back, leading the guard team. His gaze fell upon Duke Lin before sweeping over the incapacitated Jiang Li and the others on the ground. Finally, he turned his attention to Jiang Li. Are you the one who injured them? Zhao Peipei inquired in a deep voice. I came to conduct business, not to seek trouble, Jiang Li clarified, as his objective was to obtain medicinal herbs, not to make enemies. Business? Your actions hardly resemble those of a business transaction, Zhao Peipei replied. Isn't it because he refuses to sell us the herbs? Wang Chao pointed at Duke Lin and shouted. Duke Lin, what is the meaning of this? Zhao Peipei demanded. Duke Lin's gaze flickered as he hesitated before finally stating, Zhao Daitu. They are from the Tianlang Gang. You know they have offended the Liashang, that if we sell herbs to them, it will provoke the Liashang. The Tianlang Gang? Are you Jiang Li? Zhao Peipei asked, realization dawning as he scrutinized Jiang Li with curiosity. It is I, Jiang Li nodded. Chief Jiang. Matters of business are not within the purview of us guards, so whether or not to sell medicinal herbs is not a decision I can make. Zhao Peipei remarked. However, you have injured the guards of the Spirit Medicine Association, which is indeed a provocation against them. It is my duty to safeguard the security and order of the Spirit Medicine Association. Thus, I must regrettably offend you. Surround them. With a grand gesture, Zhao Peipei commanded. The surrounding guards moved in, several of whom were leaders at the initial stage of the first rank, while Zhao Peipei had already reached the later stage of the first rank. Chief, Ma Han spoke with a tense tone, there are too many of them. Suya drew forth the long whip from her waist. Duke Lin exuded an air of supreme confidence. Having numbers does not guarantee victory, Jiang Li stated calmly. Crack! Wang Gang, standing beside Jiang Li, lightly stomped his foot, causing the marble floor beneath to fracture and form a pit. Zhao Peipei's pupils constricted as his right hand grasped the spear on his back. Halt! Just as the conflict seemed poised to escalate, a cold voice echoed from the staircase. Young master! Zhao Peipei hesitated, initially intending to address her as miss, but a fierce glare from the other party caused him to swiftly amend his address, bowing respectfully instead. Young master, what brings you here? Duke Lin, feigning humility, knelt before her, exclaiming, Your servant Duke Lin pays his respects to the young master. The Spirit Medicine Association is a commercial entity, not a gang. It emphasizes harmony in business. What sort of decorum is this, brawling within the association at such an hour? The young master admonished sternly. Jiang Li observed as a striking figure descended the staircase, clad in a blue robe and wielding a folding fan, exuding an aura of scholarly elegance, yet moving with a lightness and grace that was mesmerizing, her skin as flawless as jade, perfumed with a captivating fragrance, a vision of unparalleled beauty that even women found themselves envious of. Disguised as a man, Jiang Li mused, noting the absence of an Adam's apple on her smooth neck, a suspicion beginning to form. Chapter 25. The transaction completed. Chief Jiang, the exquisite young master, smiled, inadvertently revealing a stunning charm that fostered an instinctive sense of intimacy. Indeed, possessing beauty is a profound advantage, exuding an undeniable charisma. Jiang Li nodded, maintaining his expression, relieved that he had already surmised her disguise. Otherwise, he might have felt a sense of vulnerability that, of course, since she preferred to masquerade as a man. Jiang Li had no intention of exposing her. I am Duguluo, she said, folding her fan and offering a slight bow in introduction, the young master of the Spirit Medicine Association. That is fortuitous. Jiang Li smiled, refraining from probing into whether Duguluo was her true name or a pseudonym. Continuing, I wish to procure 100,000 taels worth of medicinal materials from the Spirit Medicine Association. Specifically ordinary materials of no particular grade, ideally of 10 years maturation. 100,000 taels. Duguluo raised an eyebrow, responding nonchalantly. This is no small transaction, and your request is somewhat peculiar. However, we at the Spirit Medicine Association possess an abundance of medicinal materials. Bring forth from the apothecary the materials required by Chief Jiang. Yes. Young Master. Soon, an employee of the Spirit Medicine Association responded affirmatively. Wait. Duke Lin interjected immediately, approaching Duguluo with a fawning demeanor, whispering, Young Master, the Tianlang Gang has offended the Liashang. If we sell the medicinal materials to Jiang Li, might it provoke the ire of Liashang? Perhaps we should. Silence. Duguluo interrupted, casting a cold glare at Duke Lin, her voice frigid. Understood. Zhao Peipei stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap to Duke Lin's face. He let out a yelp as his body spun through the air, landing with a thud on the ground, one side of his face swelling grotesquely. Young Master, spare me. Young Master, spare me. Duke Lin, trembling with fear, crawled to his knees, bowing and crying out. Duke Lin. Duguluo cast a dispassionate glance at him. In the past, I overlooked your minor transgressions and your clandestine dealings with the Liashang, considering your lack of merits balanced by your labors. However, it seems my leniency has emboldened you, leading you to increasingly overstep your bounds, even seeking to ingratiate yourself with the Liashang. Young Master, Duke Lin's face turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. Moreover, the principle of the Spirit Medicine Association dictates that any entity entering the association to conduct business is a guest. Yet you have barred a guest from entry, disregarding the association's reputation. Duguluo continued, You are no longer fit to manage affairs. You may leave. Young Master, I was wrong, truly wrong. I beg you for another chance. Just one more chance. I will never dare again. Duke Lin pleaded desperately. You deserve it. Wang Chao scoffed quietly, relieved to see some measure of retribution. Young Master Dugu, it is getting late. Let us finalize the business at hand, Jiang Li suggested. Indeed, a mere servant is hardly worth delaying Chief Jiang's precious time. Duguluo nodded. I have instructed that the medicinal materials be brought forth. Should Chief Jiang feel uneasy, you may accompany us to the apothecary to inspect them. No need. Jiang Li waved his hand. I will wait here. Before long, employees from the Spirit Medicine Association emerged, carrying exquisite wooden boxes filled with neatly arranged medicinal herbs. 10 boxes in total, each containing 100 herbs, sanqi, tianzihong, ginseng, lingzhi, and others. Each herb aged 10 years, all of commendable quality, totaling 1,000 herbs. Chief Jiang, these are the medicinal materials you requested, each aged 10 years, totaling 1,000 herbs, precisely 100,000 taels. Duguluo waved her delicate hand, exuding confidence. Would you like to inspect them closely? If they meet your satisfaction, we may proceed with the transaction. Certainly, the quality of the medicinal materials from the Spirit Medicine Association is assured, and thus, we cannot offer any discounts on the price, she added. Young Master Dugu, that is not quite fair. This is not a trivial transaction, but rather one of 100,000 taels for 1,000 herbs. Surely a discount is warranted, Suya interjected. No discounts. Duguluo smiled, her expression indicating that it was take it or leave it. That it was evident that Jiang Li's subordinates had injured the guards of the Spirit Medicine Association, and although Duguluo did not overtly express displeasure, she was clearly irked, hence her insistence on this point. Nonetheless, Jiang Li was unconcerned about the monetary aspect. He sought only the herbs, given that each of the 1,000 10-year herbs could be converted into energy points. The total would amount to 1,000 points, a substantial fortune indeed. No need for that. Jiang Li waved his hand. Let us conclude this transaction. I will take all 1,000 herbs. Suya, the banknotes, please. Jiang Li extended his hand. Chief, At this price, we will incur a loss, Suya whispered. It matters not, Jiang Li replied nonchalantly. Very well. Suya pursed her lips, retrieving the banknotes for 100,000 taels from her bosom and handing them to Jiang Li. Young Master Dugu. Payment and delivery shall occur simultaneously. Jiang Li presented the banknotes, stating, "These are the official banknotes of the Great Qian Dynasty, freshly exchanged for real silver at the Yong'an Money Exchange." Agreed. Dugu Luo accepted with a smile, inspecting them briefly before confirming their authenticity. The banknotes are in order. The medicinal materials are now yours, Chief Jiang. Shall I send someone to assist with the transport back? That would be appreciated. Thank you. Jiang Li nodded in acknowledgement. Have the boxes sealed and prepare the carriage. Zhao, please assign a few individuals to accompany Chief Jiang and assist in transporting these medicinal materials to the location he designates, Dugu Luo instructed. Yes. Young Master. Zhao Peipei replied respectfully. Chief Jiang, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. The remainder will be handled by Zhao. Dugu Luo stated. Young Master Dugu, you are too kind, Jiang Li replied coolly. As Dugu Luo turned to depart, she paused, casting a disapproving glance at the still kneeling Duke Lin, her brows furrowing slightly. Are you not leaving? She scolded coldly. Duke Lin, however, kept his head bowed, seemingly oblivious. Break his limbs and throw him out, Dugu Luo commanded. The Spirit Medicine Association was indeed formidable, treating its own with even greater severity. Was it truly necessary to break the limbs of one who simply sought to withhold medicinal materials from an inconsequential gang? Today, Jiang Li had witnessed firsthand the extent of their ruthlessness. The entrance of the association. A robust figure strode in, his voice booming and resonant, echoing in the ears of the crowd like thunder. The sound of hurried footsteps filled the air as numerous gang members surged into the Spirit Medicine Association. Chief Hung, Duke Lin exclaimed, his expression brightening. Hung Liasheng, Dugu Luo's countenance shifted, glancing at Duke Lin with an inkling of suspicion. Her expression darkening further. So, it is Hung Liasheng. What brings him here? Goodness, Hung Liasheng has come in person. Why does it suddenly feel like a conspiracy is afoot? Jiang Li is in serious trouble now. It is clear this is aimed at the Tianlang Gang. The crowd murmured softly. It is Liasheng. Jiang Li retreated discreetly, moving towards the wooden box containing the medicinal materials, placing his hand atop it. Convert energy points. Jiang Li manipulates the master panel. Chapter 26. Setting the trap. Jiang Li, with his head bowed, operated the master panel. Seemingly oblivious to the presence of Hung Lusha and his companions, that moment, Hung Lusha inquired, "What do you intend to do?" As the owner of the Spiritual Medicine Merchant Association, the intrusion compelled Dugu Luo to interrogate Hung Lusha. Haha, Hung Lusha laughed heartily. What do I intend to do? Naturally, to eliminate some ignorant little fish, lest they continuously provoke the might of the Lusha gang. Jiang Li, do you wish to come over and meet your demise, or shall I take matters into my own hands? With a swift glance, Hung Lusha fixed his gaze on Jiang Li. Dugu Luo furrowed her brow slightly, but refrained from speaking. After all, Jiang Li's transaction with the Spiritual Medicine Merchant Association had concluded, and he was no longer a guest. Moreover, the two parties had only just met today, lacking any prior relationship. However, Dugu Luo's gaze shifted towards Duke Lin, as she had already sentenced him to death in her mind. Duke Lin trembled all over, clearly aware that Hung Liusha's appearance tonight was closely tied to him. In fact, this was indeed the case. The successful transformation yielded 100 energy points. Jiang Li received a prompt indicating that all the medicinal materials within one wooden box had been completely transformed. And since the box was closed, no one witnessed the disappearance of the materials. Hung Lusha, I am quite curious as to how you knew I was at the Spiritual Medicine Merchant Association at this time. Jiang Li calmly approached another box, placing his hand upon it to initiate another transformation, that he did not count how many members of the Lusha gang were present. However, the silhouettes outside were dense, numbering at least several hundred. Furthermore, 3 hall masters and numerous elders stood behind Hung Lusha, all being late-stage practitioners of the first tier. Jiang Li had only brought 4 mechanical soldiers with him tonight, with only Wang Gang being a perfected first-tier practitioner. While the other 3 were merely at the initial stage, resulting in a significant disparity in strength. How did I know? Hung Lusha scoffed mockingly. Kid, the entire Eastern District belongs to the Lusha gang. What news could possibly escape my notice? Additionally, I know you dispatched individuals tonight to recruit those insignificant gangs. Utterly laughable. Even if you managed to recruit them all, they would remain utterly inconsequential. However, to avoid further complications, I have already sent someone to eliminate your men. I suspect that we'll soon come to a conclusion. I hardly think so. Jiang Li glanced at the master panel. The number of mechanical soldiers had not diminished, indicating that Wang Long and Wang Yin were safe. It is noteworthy that both Wang Long and Wang Yin were late-stage practitioners of the first tier, and the personnel Hung Lusha dispatched might not necessarily be their match. Jiang Li, cease wasting your breath. Let me be frank, you are doomed today. Duklin had already made up his mind, knowing that after today's events, Dugaluo would not spare him. Hence, he sought to align himself with Hung Lusha to secure his survival. Hung Gang Master has long been aware that you spent a substantial sum recently acquiring a large quantity of medicinal materials. Although the purpose remains unclear, Hung Gang Master speculated you might attempt to procure more. Thus I was instructed to create difficulties for you, luring you out of the Tianlang Gang, only to eliminate you here. Everything I did previously was merely to buy time, allowing Hung Gang Master to arrive in a timely manner. Hung Gang Master, wise and resourceful, orchestrated this with minimal effort, plunging you into an inescapable predicament while resolving the trouble at minimal cost. Ha ha ha. Well said. Hung Lusha laughed again, his mood exceedingly buoyant. Indeed, had Jiang Li managed to rally all the insignificant gangs, the Tianlang Gang's numbers would swell to over 1,000, establishing a formidable force that if Hung Lusha were to confront them head-on tomorrow, it would undoubtedly result in substantial casualties, a scenario undesirable for the Lusha Gang. Thus, Hung Lusha had deliberately set a trap for Jiang Li, drawing him out from the Tianlang Gang, intending to eliminate him personally. With Jiang Li's demise, the Tianlang Gang would naturally crumble. A grand trap indeed. It seems Hung Lusha intentionally spread the news, leading everyone to believe he would confront the Tianlang Gang directly tomorrow. It can only be said that Jiang Li is still too inexperienced. Hung Lusha has governed the Eastern District for so long that it is difficult to conceal any matters from him. Setting a trap, and Jiang Li walked right into it. I initially thought we would witness a gang conflict tomorrow, but it appears it will come to an end tonight. Jiang Li is finished. Around them, the crowd murmured in hushed tones before dispersing to avoid being caught in the crossfire. What a pity! Dugaluo shook her head, inwardly convinced of Jiang Li's inevitable demise. Under such circumstances, the possibility of a turnaround was nearly non-existent. A trap? Hung Gang Master, I fear your trap is not particularly robust. Perhaps it could ensnare a wild boar, but it cannot capture a fierce tiger. Jiang Li took a deep breath. His expression calm as he spoke slowly. He withdrew his right hand from the last wooden box, having transformed 1,000 medicinal plants, thus acquiring 1,000 energy points. A fierce tiger? And what makes you think you are worthy? Jiang, I am eager to see what other cards you hold. Kill him, and I, Hung Lusha, shall compensate for all losses incurred at the Spiritual Medicine Merchant Association. Attack. Surround Jiang Li. He must not escape. Kill? With the command given, the 5 dragon elders of the Lusha gang sprang into action simultaneously, while 3 hall masters stationed themselves around. Hung Lusha, however, had no intention of joining the fray, his cold gaze fixed on Jiang Li. Kill. Jiang Li bellowed. Martial arts. Boom. Wang Gang shouted as he charged forward, raising his fist to deliver a blow, the air erupting in a cacophony as a shockwave surged forth. Puff, crack, crack. Ah! A shriek erupted as the foremost elder had his arm obliterated by Wang Gang's punch, his right hand exploding like it had been struck by a bomb, showering the area in a mist of blood and bone fragments. His body was sent flying, crashing into the ground and shattering several display cases, where he lay wailing. Elder He, what is this? The other 4 elders gasped in shock. How is this possible? The crowd around them gasped in horror, their expressions aghast. Elder He has been blown apart by a single punch. The members of the Lusha gang stood dumbfounded. He is a perfected first-tier practitioner. Zhao Peipei exclaimed in astonishment. He must be a perfected first-tier practitioner. For only one at that level could inflict such severe injury on a late-stage practitioner of the first tier. Jiang Li has managed to recruit a perfected first-tier practitioner as his subordinate. Duga Luo inhaled sharply, her beautiful eyes glimmering as she scrutinized Jiang Li, her heart filled with astonishment, utterly baffled by how he possessed such capabilities. Good. Hung Liuxia's expression darkened completely, his aura erupting as his internal energy surged. An overwhelming malevolence radiating from him, creating an intensely formidable force, a perfected first-tier practitioner. Hung Liuxia was indeed a perfected first-tier warrior. I wondered why you exuded such confidence. It turns out you had a perfected first-tier master by your side. No wonder you dared to provoke the Liuxia gang, and even had the audacity to attack the Eagleclaw Hall. Hung Liuxia drew a pair of weapons from his waist, resembling tiger claws, glinting ominously, clearly deadly instruments. This is excellent. Now it shall be entertaining that I shall personally shatter your confidence, making it abundantly clear that even among perfected first-tier warriors, disparities in strength exist. Boom! With that, Hung Liuxia lunged at Wang Gang like a ferocious tiger, delivering a powerful punch, his internal energy surging, causing the air to explode and generating a rolling shockwave. Bang! Wang Gang crossed his arms to block the oncoming strike, stepping back several paces, each step leaving a dent in the marble floor. Good! Hung Liuxia roared, launching himself again. My trump cards are not limited to these. With a swift motion, Jiang Li concealed a smile within, promptly opening the troop interface. Upgrade number GD-020 Combat Mechanical Soldier. Upgrade number LBQ-015 Cold Weapon Mechanical Soldier. Upgrade number QX-018 Firearm Mechanical Soldier. Jiang Li operated the master panel, initiating the upgrades for the 3 mechanical soldiers beside him, elevating them directly from the initial stage to the perfected first tier. Each mechanical soldier consumed 140 energy points. Combined, they expended a total of 420 points, nearly half of the 1,000 energy points he had just acquired. Chapter 27. Numbers alone do not ensure victory. The upgrading process for the mechanical soldiers was exceedingly swift, though the manufacturing required a minute. Soon, as the radiance enveloped the 3 mechanical soldiers, their upgrades were complete, each elevated to the perfected first tier. The GD-020 Combat Mechanical Soldier saw little change in appearance, yet it now bore a pair of black combat gloves, identical to Wang Gang's. Its rank advanced from private to sergeant. Its martial arts skill reached the pinnacle of the first tier. The Cold Weapon Mechanical Soldier was equipped with 3 new weapons: a standard alloy short sword, a standard alloy long sword, and a standard alloy broadsword, all of which were of the perfected first tier. The blades crossed behind its back, while the short sword was sheathed at its waist. Its rank also ascended to sergeant, with mastery over cold weapons reaching the pinnacle of the first tier. Finally, there was the Firearm Mechanical Soldier. He is the one who has undergone the most significant transformation among the 3 mechanized soldiers, having ascended through 3 ranks in rapid succession, unlocking an arsenal that includes a rifle, a submachine gun, and a machine gun. On the outer sides of his legs, 2 handguns are holstered, while the submachine gun and rifle are secured at his shoulders with specialized clips that he wields a Maxim heavy machine gun. Its jet black body emanating a chilling sheen, and is nearly adorned with ammunition magazines from head to toe, including those for the rifle, submachine gun, and handguns. Most conspicuously, he carries an oversized ammunition box on his back, nearly half his height, from which a black ammunition belt snakes out, connecting to the Maxim heavy machine gun in his grasp. The rifle resembles the M416 automatic rifle, equipped with an extended magazine boasting a capacity of 40 rounds, complemented by 4 fully loaded rifle magazines, totaling 200 rounds. The submachine gun, akin to the CW-05 silent submachine gun, is fitted with an extended magazine capable of holding 50 rounds and is accompanied by 4 fully loaded submachine gun magazines, summing up to 250 rounds. The machine gun features a mount and a bipod, its entire structure painted in black, resembling the QJY-88 general-purpose machine gun, with an effective range exceeding 1,000 meters and a maximum firing rate of 300 rounds per minute. The ammunition box carried by the mechanized soldier holds up to 1,200 rounds, allowing for 3 continuous minutes of fire at maximum rate. In summary, A fully realized first-tier mechanized soldier can single-handedly establish a formidable firepower suppression point, particularly on the battlefield, capable of inflicting devastating destruction and lethality. Moreover, a fully realized first-tier mechanized soldier possesses physical attributes equivalent to the weakest of first-tier warriors, enabling him to bear such heavy weaponry. Otherwise, an ordinary person would struggle to move under such a load, let alone engage in combat. Good, Jiang Li remarked, his expression brightening as he observed the changes in the three mechanized soldiers. Concurrently, the alterations in their appearances naturally attracted the attention of the onlookers. The sudden addition of such peculiar and suspicious equipment would evoke curiosity and speculation in anyone. What is happening? What did Jiang Li just do? Moreover, look closely at that individual. What weapons are those? They appear to be covered in metal tubes. I can hardly comprehend. Haha, it's merely a desperate struggle, regardless of Jiang Li's bizarre abilities. He cannot reverse this situation. Hung Laish has made ample preparations. The crowd murmured among themselves. Jiang Li, what do you plan to do now? Dugu Luo questioned, watching Jiang Li with keen interest, his eyes filled with curiosity as he reflected on the remarkable transformations of the three soldiers in the blink of an eye. Such abilities are indeed strange. The first-tier master from the Tianlang Gang is no match for the leader. Let us take this opportunity to eliminate Jiang Li. Agreed. Let us move. With a swift glance shared among several elders, they turned and charged towards Jiang Li, their speed remarkable. With their late-stage first-tier prowess, they closed the distance of several meters in an instant. 015, eliminate them, Jiang Li commanded with a cold gaze. Understood. In a flash, the cold weapon mechanized soldier, numbered LBQ 015, vanished from sight, his movements as graceful as a ghostly assassin. The onlookers struggled to track his presence. What incredible speed! Zhao Peipei gasped at the next moment. A glint of sharpness flashed through the air as the cold weapon mechanized soldier, his right hand reversing the grip on a dagger, effortlessly slashed across the throat of a Laish gang elder. Blood gushed forth. Huh? The elder shrieked, clutching his neck, eyes wide with horror and disbelief, before crumpling to the ground, blood pooling as he convulsed, that he was dead. One of the Laish gang elders had perished. With a single strike, the first-tier cold weapon mechanized soldier displayed formidable strength. A first-tier master, yet another one, Zhao Peipei exclaimed in shock. This is impossible. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Hiss! A collective intake of breath echoed around them. Unbelievable. Jiang Li actually has two first-tier subordinates. Who exactly is he? What is his background? Is he truly just the leader of a minor gang? Goodness! Why do I suddenly feel like the Laish gang has kicked a steel plate? The spectators buzzed with disbelief. This! Dugu Luo was momentarily stunned, and after a long pause he murmured, could it be that Jiang Li used some ability just now, resulting in such a distinct change in the three, endowing them with such power? Boom! At that moment, the battle between Wang Gang and Hung Laish intensified, as Wang Gang, unafraid of pain or death, and armed with first-tier supreme combat skills and weapons, began to gradually overwhelm Hung Laish. After a fierce exchange, Hung Laish was forced back, blood trickling from his mouth, the immense force of Wang Gang's attack injuring him. Similarly, Wang Gang sustained a 10% damage. Jiang Li, I truly underestimated you, Hung Laish said, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Li, then glanced at the cold weapon mechanized soldier wielding a dagger. Two first-tier masters, you've hidden your strength well, that if we were to wait until tomorrow's battle, I might truly end up in a precarious situation. However, you have no opportunity left. Two fists cannot contend with four hands. I have brought so many people tonight that, even at the cost of lives, I can bury you, especially since your own strength is merely at the late stages of the first tier. As long as I kill you, that will suffice. All members of the gang, heed my command. The one who brings me Jiang Li's head will be rewarded with 100,000 taels of silver, a first-tier superior internal cultivation technique, and the position of deputy leader. 100,000 taels, and a first-tier superior internal cultivation technique. The position of deputy leader. Hiss! With such a generous reward, The members of the Laish gang were driven into a fervor, and the three branch leaders were eager to prove themselves, gripping their weapons tightly. Kill! Eliminate Jiang Li. For the silver. For the technique. Kill! The battle cries erupted as hundreds of gang members, armed with swords and weapons, surged forward, many of whom were early to mid-stage first-tier warriors, that in an instant. The first floor of the Spirit Herb Guild was besieged, with a terrifying wave of hundreds rushing towards Jiang Li. Protect the leader. Wang Chao trembled, his legs quaking, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he stood in front of Jiang Li, gripping his long sword tightly, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Leader. Mahan was equally filled with dread. I'll fight to the end. Oya guritet hertit. Biting her lip until it bled. Sometimes, having numbers does not equate to strength, Jiang Li said slowly, his gaze signaling the mechanized soldier to take action. Click, click. The mechanized soldier took a few steps forward, then halted, expressionless, setting up the heavy machine gun and mounting it securely, the ominous black muzzle, now aimed at the oncoming members of the Laish gang. Chapter 28. Ruthlessness. What is that person planning to do? Zhao Peipei asked, her eyes fixed intently on the scene. Is he manipulating some kind of special weapon or concealed device? People around her murmured in confusion. That contraption looks like a few iron pipes and bars pieced together. What kind of effect could it possibly have? Can it withstand the onslaught of the Laish gang's hundreds of members? Impossible. I refuse to believe it. The crowd shook their heads. Brothers, charge! At that moment, the three branch leaders at the front instinctively sensed danger, deliberately slowing their pace. The other members, blinded by the rewards promised by Hung Laish, surged ahead. Click! The mechanized soldier disengaged the safety and squeezed the trigger. Fire! Jiang Li waved his hand, the rat-a-tat-tat. Instantly, the mechanized soldier pulled the trigger, and the machine gun erupted with ferocious tongues of flame, reverberating as the smell of gunpowder filled the air. The ammunition belt quivered violently. The recoil of the machine gun failed to affect the mechanized soldier in the slightest. Clank, clank. Each bright brass shell clattered to the ground, the sound of the casings hitting the floor drowned out by the roaring gunfire, as bullets fell like rain. Bang, bang, bang. Ah! Blood splattered everywhere as bullets tore through flesh. Even those warriors who had cultivated internal energy could not withstand the kinetic force of the bullets. Cries of agony erupted from the front lines of the Laish gang members, one after another collapsing, their bodies riddled with holes. The power of the machine gun was overwhelmingly formidable. Moreover, the mechanized soldiers produced by the Super Divine Mechanical Legion had enhanced the weapon's capabilities beyond their original limits. In that moment, the mechanized soldiers seemed to transform into the Grim Reaper, a relentless harvester on the battlefield, as merciless bullets pierced through flesh and shattered the internal defenses of the warriors. Run! It's a monster. It must be a monster. Flee! A minute passed as the machine gun continued firing at high speed. 300 rounds were expended, claiming at least 100 lives, with countless corpses strewn across the ground. Some still alive, groaning in agony. The morale of the Laish gang had shattered completely. It was terrifying. That bizarre weapon, resembling a fusion of iron rods and pipes, is truly terrifying. It is not merely human, but rather a devil reaping lives. How does one fight against it? It is already too late to engage. To charge forward now would be akin to courting death, although the rewards promised by Hung Lusha are enticing and plentiful. One must possess life to claim them. Gulp! The leader and elders of the Laish gang swallowed hard, their faces etched with terror, their eyes filled with dread, and their legs trembling. Fear trembling. They began to retreat, to withdraw. Vos! Mon exclaimed. His gaze fixed intently on the back of the mechanical soldier wielding firearms, filled with awe and excitement, a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. Who could have imagined that in such dire circumstances they could decisively turn the tide, annihilating hundreds of the Laish gang's members without a trace, shattering their courage and breaking their morale? Incredible, my lord, this is simply astonishing, Wang Chao shouted with exhilaration. Laish gang's little brats. If you have the guts, keep charging forward. Come on, come here. Anyone who doesn't charge is a coward, the kind that can't even sire a son. Ha ha! Wang Chao laughed heartily. That fellow, a small man in a position of power. Were it not for that strange weapon, I would have surely slain him. Damn it! The members of Liaishabang were seething with anger. Boss, what should we do now? Should we break through? Softly. Break through? Jiang Li shook his head, casting a cold glance over the members of Liaishabang, and stated, No need. Today, we shall eradicate Liaishabang. Engage, continue firing. Jiang Li commanda. Yes, master. With a swift motion, the cold, weapon mechanical soldier charged first, lunging toward the Liaishabang's leader and the elders, drawing forth the long sword and long knife strapped to its back. With a knife in its left hand and a sword in its right, it unleashed its first-tier peak mastery of cold weapon skills, the weapons in its grasp moving as extensions of its limbs, slicing through the air with deadly precision, as if the very atmosphere were being cleaved apart. Rat-a-tat-tat. The heavy machine gun roared back to life, belching flames, and a storm of bullets rained down with a maximum firing rate of 300 rounds per minute. Mercilessly claiming lives, the martial artists, though formidable, could not withstand the onslaught of the gunfire. It was a one-sided massacre, 2 individuals slaughtering hundreds. Run! The members of Liaishabang, having been thoroughly demoralized, no longer cared for anything but their own survival, turning to flee in every direction toward the Apothecary Guild. They escaped. All of them. Ah! Hung Lusha roared, his eyes bloodshot, his fury reaching its zenith, yet rendered helpless, as he was held back by Wang Gang. He yearned to approach Jiang Li, but found himself unable. I will kill you, Hung Lusha bellowed. Pursue, leave none behind. Jiang Li ignored Hung Lusha, gesturing dismissively. Yes. The machine gun resumed its rapid fire for another 3 minutes, exhausting its remaining 900 rounds, before the firearm mechanical soldier swiftly abandoned the machine gun and lowered the half-height ammunition box from its back, retrieving the assault rifle and submachine gun secured at its shoulder. With a flourish, it wielded the rifle in its left hand and the submachine gun in its right, executing marksmanship techniques as it pursued the fleeing members of Liaishabang, firing from a distance. The fleeing members were systematically gunned down. Simultaneously, the cold weapon mechanical soldier pursued the late-stage first-tier leader and elders, displaying its perfected first-tier prowess, rendering those leaders and elders utterly unable to escape. One by one, they fell. The ground was littered with the corpses of Liaishabang members, the stench of blood overwhelming. During this time, as the mechanical soldiers dispatched so many first-tier martial artists, even with a low drop rate, Jiang Li acquired 2 first-tier soul embers, bringing his total to 4, sufficient to unlock the information mechanical soldier. The battle was far from over, and Jiang Li had no time to assess the changes in unit types. Burning vital energy. Bear claw. Boom. A roar erupted, akin to a grizzly bear echoing through the deep mountains, shaking the entire forest. Hung Lusha was seen igniting his own vital energy, his inner strength surging forth, his aura swelling, his body flushed with heat, his form expanding noticeably that he unleashed a formidable martial art. Fighting technique. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Gang shouted, channeling all his strength as the full force of the fighting technique erupted, delivering a barrage of punches in rapid succession, resulting in explosive energy blasts. Boom. Hung Liusha's palm strike descended like a grizzly bear's paw, the collision of their forces producing a tremendous sound, waves of pressure radiating outward from their clash. Crack, crack. The marble floor shattered, fissures spreading like a spider's web in all directions. Wang Gang staggered back a dozen steps before regaining his footing. Hung Lusha spat blood, Wang Gang's overwhelming force penetrating his body, injuring his internal organs. Yet he resolutely suppressed his injuries, sacrificing his vital energy for enhanced power. That it must be understood that burning vital energy is a desperate measure for martial artists. After the battle, they would fall into a state of weakness, requiring prolonged recuperation, with a significant risk of a drop in their cultivation level due to potential harm to their foundations. Jiang Li, bang! Hung Lusha roared, resembling an enraged grizzly bear, charging toward Mo Buffon. Unleashing a palm strike, a powerful gust preceding his attack. Chapter 29, But I have no interest. Buzz. Jiang Li immediately circulated his inner energy, his vital energy oscillating to counter the formidable gust, yet against the fully matured first-tier Hung Lusha. He was woefully outmatched. Merely facing the gust left him utterly drained. The gap in power is astonishingly vast. Jiang Li internally lamented, eager to elevate his martial arts cultivation as swiftly as possible. D. Hung Liusha's visage contorted with rage. You shall not harm the master. Boom! The fighting mechanical soldier, designated GD-020, now fully evolved to the first-tier peak, had steadfastly protected Jiang Li from the outset, ensuring his safety. Jiang Li was determined to maintain 1,000% assurance of his own life. Thus, after GD-020's evolution, it had not strayed even a step from Jiang Li's side, exercising utmost caution. You! Hung Lusha gasped in horror, watching as GD-020 charged forward, executing first-tier peak fighting techniques, delivering over 100 punches in rapid succession. Boom! The air exploded, akin to a cannon blast, waves of energy roiling. Crack, crack! Ah! A wretched scream erupted. Hung Lusha shrieked in agony. Already wounded from his battle with Wang Gang, he had forcibly amplified his strength by igniting his vital energy. As he faced GD-020's relentless assault, his inner strength collapsed entirely, his palm's power shattered. Not only that, but the force of the blows fractured his hand bones, the immense power shattering his arm, driving deep into his internal organs, sending his body crashing to the ground, where he coughed up blood incessantly. That a first-tier peak warrior. Another first-tier peak martial artist was felled. Silence enveloped the arena. All present turned their eyes toward Jiang Li, offering him their utmost respect, their gazes filled with awe. Who could have predicted that a mere inconspicuous Tianlang Gang would harbor such hidden prowess, with 4 first-tier peak martial artists within its ranks? 4 first-tier peaks. No wonder Jiang Li dared to venture alone to the Apothecary Guild. It turns out he is accompanied by 4 formidable first-tier peak experts. With such strength, he need fear no one. TSK. With the power of the Tianlang Gang, they could dominate this Yong'an city. I suspect Hung Lusha is on the verge of tears, having set a trap to eliminate Jiang Li, only to be turned upon himself. Just as Jiang Li stated, Hung Liusha's trap was insufficiently sturdy to contain a fierce tiger, resulting in his own demise. The Tianlang Gang is destined to rise. The eastern part of the city will surely belong to them. Is it too late to seek their favor now? The crowd murmured in disbelief, astonished by the turn of events, unable to fathom Jiang Li's strength and the presence of 4 first-tier peak subordinates. Before long, the cold weapon and firearm mechanical soldiers returned, bloodied and emanating a fierce aura that dissuaded anyone from approaching. Reporting, Master, the mission is complete. The enemy has been entirely vanquished. They approached Jiang Li and saluted, providing an account of the battle. Jiang Li assessed their damage levels, nodding in satisfaction. Well done. It is our duty, the mechanical soldiers replied. Jiang Li. At that moment, Hung Lusha staggered to his feet, surveying the scene around him, noting the corpses of Liushabang members strewn about. Even those who yet lived were grievously injured, with little time left to live. Several elders and 3 leaders lay dead. That it could be said that Liushabang's strength had been decimated by more than half. Liushabang was essentially finished. You have won. Hung Lusha collapsed to his knees, bowing to Jiang Li in submission. Jiang Li, you have triumphed. I, Hung Lusha, am willing to lead the entirety of Liushabang to join the Tianlang Gang. But I have no interest. Crack! Jiang Li reached for the firearm mechanical soldier's handgun, aiming it at Hung Lusha and pulling the trigger. With a bang, the bullet was fired. You! Swish! Hung Liusha's pupils dilated as he leapt, narrowly evading the bullet. Jiang Li's shot missed Hung Lusha, creating a bullet hole in the ground. Though I can also fire a gun, without marksmanship techniques, the weapon's effectiveness is significantly diminished, even in a moment of surprise. Hung Lusha was able to evade. Jiang Li reluctantly returned the handgun to the mechanical soldier. Jiang Li. Hung Liush glared angrily, turning swiftly to dash out of the Spirit Medicine Guild. Leader, he is trying to escape. So they exclaimed. He wants to get away. Jiang Li replied. Whoosh! The cold weapon mechanical soldier drew forth an alloy short sword, deftly employing its mastery of cold weapons to launch it, transforming it into a swift streak of lethal light that 100-step flying sword. Hung Liesh, sensing the sound of slicing air, had just turned his head when a gleam of sharpness flashed before him, leaving him no time to evade as the alloy short sword pierced his throat. Ugh! Hung Liesh gasped, his gaze fixed vacantly upon Jiang Li and the others, agony radiating from his throat as the vitality in his eyes steadily dimmed, ultimately extinguished. His lifeless body collapsed to the ground. The cold weapon mechanical soldier approached Hung Liesh's corpse, extracted the alloy short sword from his throat, flicked away the bloodstains, and sheathed it back at his waist. Subsequently, following Jiang Li's orders, the mechanical soldier searched the body, discovering a martial arts manual, a jade vial containing elixirs, and a pair of first-grade superior weaponry, the rock iron tiger claws. Lastly, there was the leader's order from the Liesh gang. Master, the cold weapon mechanical soldier presented the retrieved items to Jiang Li. You hold on to them for now. Deliver them to me once we return to the guild, Jiang Li instructed. Understood. The mechanical soldier replied respectfully. Congratulations, Jiang Gang leader, for resolving the Liesh gang this evening. From now on, the entire eastern part of the city will belong to you, a cause for celebration, Dugu Luo said, approaching with a charming smile. Indeed, Jiang Li nodded, shrugging as he remarked. I had hoped to let Hung Liesh live another night, to resolve the Liesh gang tomorrow, but he seemed eager to seek death tonight. Thus I had no choice but to grant his wish. Dugu Luo's lips twisted slightly. Young master, Zhao Peipei had captured Duke Lin and tossed him before Dugu Luo and Jiang Li, stating, he attempted to escape amidst the chaos but was apprehended by my subordinates. How shall we deal with him? Please decide, young master. Spare me, young master. Jiang Gang leaders, spare me, Duke Lin cried, repeatedly bowing in supplication. Jiang Gang leader. Given the events of tonight, Duke Lin is an accomplice of the Liesh gang. T.O. expressed the Spirit Medicine Guild's apologies. Let him be handed over to you for disposal, Dugu Luo remarked disdainfully, glancing at Duke Lin before addressing Jiang Li. To kill him would only soil my hands, Jiang Li replied nonchalantly. Dugu Luo was momentarily stunned, but soon signaled Zhao Peipei with a glance. Yes. Bah. Zhao Peipei nodded, delivering a powerful strike to Duke Lin's crown, causing his eyes to bulge, his body to stiffen, and blood to flow from his 7 orifices, extinguishing his life as his corpse fell to the side. Jiang Gang leader. I hope this incident does not affect the friendship between the Tianlang Gang and the Spirit Medicine Guild. Personally, I am very willing to conduct business with you, Dugu Luo said with a smile. Earlier, the deal involving 100,000 taels of silver did not afford you any discounts, Suya commented, seemingly casually. This Dugu Luo paused, glancing at Suya, then at Jiang Li, observing Jiang Li's unchanged expression. She pondered for a moment before retrieving a white jade box from her robe. Chapter 30. Suspicion. Dugu Luo opened the jade box to reveal a thumb-sized red fruit, resting delicately on a white silk scarf. Faintly, a subtle red glow seemed to ripple across its surface. What is this? Jiang Li inhaled, catching a whiff of a warm, medicinal aroma that was faint enough to overlook if not carefully sensed. Moreover, the scent stirred his vitality within. Tenir Zhugua, Dugu Luo explained slowly. A lower-grade spirit herb. It is a Zhugua, Suya remarked, her eyes brimming with curiosity and surprise. I have heard of it. Unlike ordinary herbs, it takes a decade to mature into a spirit herb, qualifying as lower grade. Indeed, Dugu Luo smiled, extending the jade box towards Jiang Li. Jiang Gang leader. The Zhugua's effects can enhance one's constitution, particularly beneficial for aspiring martial artists yet to cultivate internal energy. Please accept it as a gesture of our apologies for the disturbances tonight. Such incidents will not recur. Then I thank you, young Master Dugu, Jiang Li said, accepting the box, closing it, and holding it with a smile. I have sensed the goodwill of the Spirit Medicine Guild. Should you wish to conduct business in the future, We will welcome you warmly and ensure you receive favorable terms, so you shall not suffer any losses. Good, good, good. Jiang Li beamed at Dugu Luo, also wore a smile. Time passed. Jiang Li instructed the mechanical soldiers to clear the battlefield, scavenging the corpses of the Laish gang members and collecting all their valuables, including the spent casings scattered on the ground. By the way, young Master Du, could you send a few people to assist me in transporting these wooden boxes of herbs back to the Tianlang Gang? Jiang Li pointed at the boxes on the ground. No problem, Dugu Luo nodded in affirmation. I had already promised this. A few minutes later, the Spirit Medicine Guild's guards loaded the wooden boxes onto the carriage. However, they found the boxes surprisingly light, suggesting they did not contain herbs. Of course, despite their doubts, they refrained from voicing them. Farewell, Jiang Li exited the Spirit Medicine Guild. Jiang Gang leader. Take care, Dugu Luo called. Go. The carriage moved forward, with Jiang Li seated inside, flanked by 4 mechanical soldiers, while Suya, Wang Chao, and Mahan follow behind. Leader, I have a question. Why did you feel it necessary to kill Hung Laish? He is a first-grade perfected martial artist, exceptionally strong, and having him submit would make it easier for us to take over the Laish gang, thereby adding a powerful ally to the Tianlang Gang. Suyu inquired. You must understand that the stronger the individual, the greater the threat they pose, Jiang Li replied, turning to explain. Keeping such a formidable warrior by my side is far too perilous. A deceased enemy is the best kind. Suya nodded thoughtfully. Before long, the carriage faded into the night. Young master, giving away the 10-year Zhugua to Jiang Li seems rather unwise, Zhao Peipei murmured. Even a typical lower-grade spirit herb holds a value of over 10,000 taels of silver, let alone the 10-year Zhugua, which has the potential to enhance one's constitution. You don't understand. Dugu Luo smiled enigmatically, fiddling with a bright orange shell in her palm. I believe Jiang Li harbors a secret. His subordinates are exceptionally strong, and their weapons are quite unique. Building a good relationship is never a mistake. Moreover, our Spirit Medicine Guild may lack in other areas, but we are abundant in herbs and spirit medicines. A mere 10-year Zhugua is nothing of consequence. Young master is quite perceptive, Zhao Peipei conceded. I am not. Stop flattering me. Send someone to clear away these corpses. Dugu Luo waved her hand dismissively. That scoundrel Jiang Li scavenged everything and left me with this mess. He certainly does not mind taking advantage. I'll take care of it right away. Zhao Peipei replied hastily, not daring to linger that I in the early hours of the morning. Jiang Li and his group returned to the Tianlang Gang, with the Spirit Medicine Guild's guards carrying the wooden boxes into the courtyard before departing with their carriage. You all should rest now, Jiang Li said. Yes. Leader. Wang Chao and Mahan nodded, turning to leave. I take my leave, Suya bowed before exiting the courtyard. With Hung Laish and the majority of the Laish gang's main forces eliminated, I can officially take control of their territory tomorrow. Incorporating the entire eastern part of the city into the Tianlang Gang, Jiang Li thought to himself. Having been in this world for several days, I have finally established a foothold, no longer needing to live in fear. Although, after taking over the Laish Gang, the Tianlang Gang will still only be considered a third-rate gang. While it may hold significant power within Yong'an City, it truly does not compare outside of it. Furthermore, Jiang Li pondered, due to tonight's events, I have exposed some secrets regarding the mechanical soldiers, which will undoubtedly attract scrutiny from various factions, including the Spirit Medicine Guild. I must investigate what forces back the Spirit Medicine Guild and clarify their foundations to turn the tables in my favor. Lost in thought, Jiang Li returned to his quarters. The night passed without incident. Jiang Li slept soundly at the Tianlang Gang, but the entire Yong'an City reverberated with the shock of Hung Laish's death. The 3 most powerful factions in Yong'an City, the Bai Long Gang in the north, the Tianmen Gang in the south, and the Ting Yu Lu in the west, were deeply astonished upon receiving the news, swiftly dispatching individuals to gather intelligence regarding the Tianlang Gang and Jiang Li. After all, with the strength of the 4 major gangs being nearly equal, Jiang Li's ability to annihilate the Laish Gang signaled a potential threat to them as well, necessitating precautionary measures to avert the worst-case scenario. In the county office within the rear hall's chamber, This Jiang Li is quite capable. I misjudged him that in just one night, he managed to eliminate the majority of the Laish gang's main forces, even bringing down Hung Laish himself. County Magistrate Yang Zik sat upon a wooden chair, his hands resting on a table before him, clutching a sheet of letter paper. After perusing its contents, he set the paper aside and raised his gaze towards the middle-aged man standing before him. Jiang Li, what is your perspective on this matter? Jiang Li paused momentarily. Those gangs, each of them believing themselves to be quite formidable, have perpetually been at odds with the authorities, disregarding the magistracy's commands and indulging in their own internecine strife. It is perhaps best to let them self-destruct. There is truly little that warrants our intervention. However, I find myself perplexed by Jiang Li. How has he amassed such formidable power? He commands 4 fully realized subordinates. There must be some underlying mystery to this. I, too, harbor doubts. Yang Zik nodded in acknowledgement. Sir, of late, we have received frequent reports from the villages surrounding Yong'an City, claiming that there are sightings of demonic entities. Might Jiang Li be involved? Jiang Li spoke slowly. Are you suggesting that Jiang Li could potentially have links to the demon tribes? Yang Zik's bro froet. Sir, we lack concrete evidence, and this is merely a conjecture from my subordinates that we must conduct a thorough investigation to ascertain the truth. Jiang Li continued. Furthermore, given the strength Jiang Li currently possesses, should he consume the entire Liashebang tomorrow, his power will only increase, making our actions more precarious. Yang Zik rose, snorting disdainfully, and declared with righteous indignation, if Jiang Li dares to conspire with the demon tribes, I shall report him to the court. Even at the cost of my own life, I will see him executed. Jiang Li, find a way to investigate this matter thoroughly. Yang Zik commanded. I shall do so. Rest assured, sir. Jiang Li replied earnestly, I will take my leave now. Very well. Yang Zik nodded and retrieved a token. Take this token. It will allow you to summon the constables, making your task a bit easier. Thank you, sir. Jiang Li accepted it. Creak. Jiang Li exited the room, closing the door behind him that he held the token in his hand, weighing it, a slight smile curving his lips as he glanced back at the inner hall. A hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Chapter 31. The caution against excessive exploitation. The following day, Jiang Li awoke early, attended by the maid Xiaohua. After donning his garments, washing up, and enjoying breakfast, he stepped outside, invigorated. Coincidentally, Wu Zong, Wang Long, and Wang Yan had also returned. The damage sustained by Wang Long and Wang Yan was considerable, indicative of a fierce battle against the assailants from the Hung Liashebang. Jiang Li first expended energy points to restore their well-being. The wooden crates that had been placed in the courtyard the previous night had already been dealt with by his mechanical soldiers. Their contents transformed into energy points, leaving only empty boxes. They served no further purpose. Boss! Greetings, Chief Jiang. Accompanying Wu Zong were several leaders of lesser gangs, 9 in total, who stood respectfully in a line before Jiang Li. Boss! Here are the specifics regarding their gangs. Pang Kuei presented Jiang Li with a sheet of paper detailing the basic information of the 9 lesser gangs. Please have a look. Very well. Jiang Li accepted the paper, his gaze sweeping over them. They were all initial-stage martial artists, their strengths unremarkable, rendering Jiang Li's interest quite limited. Initially, Jiang Li had tasked Wu Zong and Pang Kuei with subduing these lesser gangs, intending for them to serve as cannon fodder against the ordinary members of the Liashebang. However, that was now unnecessary, as most of the Liashebang's main forces had been dealt with by Jiang Li the previous night. Yet, since they were present, he aimed to extract something from them. As for the rules of the gang, we shall adhere to the customary practices. Jiang Li meticulously reviewed the basic information of these gangs. Their strengths and influences were largely comparable, leaving little room for competition. We understand. The 9 gang leaders nodded eagerly. Word of the events from the previous night had spread quickly. The Liashebang was finished, and the Tianlang Gang was destined to rise. Poised to dominate the eastern part of the city, they were mere lesser gangs, incapable of opposing the Tianlang Gang, with submission being their only viable path. Let us proceed thus. Jiang Li considered before speaking. I do not require excess gold. Silver, jewels, and manuals of alchemy do not pique my interest, nor do I hold any regard for your trifling possessions. All gangs shall first present all their medicinal materials as tribute. Furthermore, from this day forth, the Tianlang Gang shall only require medicinal materials, not gold or jewels. Medicinal materials? No gold? This we understand. Yes, esteemed boss, we shall comply with your commands. The 9 gang leaders were momentarily taken aback, unsure why Jiang Li made such demands. Yet they dared not defy him and acquiesced. Moreover, requiring only medicinal materials was beneficial for them. They could now organize teams to gather herbs in the deep mountains or even cultivate medicinal fields to meet Jiang Li's demands. In doing so, the profits from their gang's enterprises would be theirs to keep. However, they could not help but wonder why Jiang Li required so many medicinal materials. Could it be that he was an alchemist? Though they were filled with curiosity, they dared not inquire further. Go now, and bring all your gang's medicinal materials. Jiang Li ordered. Yes, boss. The 9 lesser gang leaders nodded in agreement. Additionally, from now on, you shall all operate under the Tianlang Gang's banner. Do you understand? You are now part of the Tianlang Gang and must obey its commands. Jiang Li's voice grew solemn. We shall obey. The 9 leaders bowed in deference. Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction. The afternoon. The 9 leaders delivered all the medicinal materials from their gangs, which Jiang Li accepted in full. Later, he took the time to convert these materials into energy points, successfully transforming them and earning 320 energy points. A notification appeared, indicating that his energy points had risen from 574 to 894, just 106 points shy of reaching the coveted 1,000 mark. The restoration of the damaged mechanical soldiers consumed 6 energy points. This Zhu fruit, Jiang Li mused. Pulling out a 10-year Zhu fruit, a first-grade low-grade spiritual herb, capable of converting into 100 energy points that if he transformed the Zhu fruit, he could reach 1,000 points. But perhaps not. Jiang Li shook his head, returning the fruit to his pocket. A 10-year Zhu fruit is no ordinary spiritual herb. Its benefits for my cultivation are immense and can enhance my constitution. It is unnecessary to sacrifice such a valuable herb for a mere 100 energy points. I must refrain from exploiting these lesser gangs too harshly. In truth, Jiang Li felt a compelling urge to plunder every last resource from these lesser gangs. But he reconsidered and chose not to do so, that it would suffice to strip them of all their medicinal materials. But to take their gold, jewels, and manuals of martial arts would be akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Ultimately, such actions would yield diminishing returns, allowing them to retain their gold, jewels, and manuals. They could continue to develop their enterprises, grow stronger, and amass greater wealth, which in turn would lead to larger tributes. That was akin to harvesting chives. One cannot uproot them entirely, but must instead allow for sustainable growth. Reaping the rewards time and again. Time is of the essence. It is time to take over the Liaishabang. In the afternoon, after finishing his lunch, Jiang Li gathered all his mechanical soldiers. Their numbers had increased to 54, comprising 4 fully realized mechanical soldiers, 2 late-stage mechanical soldiers, and 48 early-stage mechanical soldiers, with none in the mid-stage. Alongside the mechanical soldiers, Jiang Li brought numerous gang members, including Wuzong Peng Kui, the 9 leaders, and Suya. As they made their way to the Liaishabang headquarters, the remaining 3 elders, 7 elders, various stewards, and members from the other 3 factions had already congregated in the courtyard. After intense discussions, aside from a few die-hard loyalists to Hung Liaishabang, or those who had defected for other reasons, the majority chose to remain, signifying their acceptance of joining the Tianlang Gang. What time is it? Why has Jiang Li not yet arrived? One of the elders, Hudong, paced anxiously in the hall. Could it be that Jiang Li intends to eradicate us completely? Surely not. Another elder, Zhou Tianzhong, responded calmly. The enmity between the Liaishabang and the Tianlang Gang has not yet reached a point of no return. Moreover, what benefit would Jiang Li gain from slaughtering us all? That is a reasonable point. The final elder, Wang Pingyuan, nodded in agreement. There is no need for haste. Let us wait patiently. Jiang Li will undoubtedly come. The wealth amassed by the Liashebang over the years is an irresistible prize, and he cannot afford to bypass it. Report. Clatter. A gang member rushed in at breakneck speed, kneeling before the elders and the gathered leaders, exclaiming loudly, "Report to the 3 elders and esteemed leaders. Chief Jiang Li has arrived. At long last." Hudong glared and took a deep breath. "Hurry. Hurry. We must go out to welcome Chief Jiang. We cannot allow him to feel that we have neglected him. Let us go. Let us go. Go out to greet him immediately." The 3 elders, along with the numerous elders, swiftly exited, leading the members of the Liashebang to the entrance of the association's headquarters courtyard that I in the distance. They spotted Jiang Li striding forward, flanked by a regimented line of followers, exuding an aura of ironclad authority that instilled a sense of reverence. Chapter 32. Taking over the Liashebang. The members of the Liashebang have all assembled. Jiang Li maintained his steady pace, having already observed the nearly 800 individuals stationed at the entrance, considering those eliminated the previous night. The total count of the Liashebang should exceed 1,000, though it would not surpass 1,003. "Chief, I believe we should exercise caution. We wouldn't want these individuals to act in desperation, leading to mutual destruction, which could be troublesome." Wu Zong murmured beside Jiang Li, his expression wary. "They dare," Pang Kuei scoffed. "If they attempt to strike, I will surely crush them with my hammer. It's not that I underestimate you, but with your recently attained peak of the mediocre martial artist realm, do you truly believe you could kill them? You would be fortunate not to be killed by them yourself," Wu Zong retorted mockingly. "Would you like to test my great iron hammer?" Pang Kuei provocatively lifted the hammer, which was several times larger than Wu Zong's head, that Wu Zong promptly closed his mouth, aware of the futility of further argument. "Chief," Luo Yi from the Eagleclaw Hall cautiously approached, his face adorned with a respectful expression, holding a white tiger-skin dagger sheath in his hands. "What is it?" Jiang Li inquired casually. "Chief, this is the dagger sheath I prepared for you. I completed it yesterday, but lacked the opportunity to present it. It is crafted from tiger skin, durable and aesthetically pleasing. I hope it meets your satisfaction." Luo Yi offered the sheath. "I nearly forgot about this," Jiang Li chuckled, taking the tiger skin sheath into his hands and admiring its soft yet resilient quality. However, as he had not donned the cold iron dagger, he could not test it. "It's quite good," Jiang Li nodded. "To alleviate the chief's burdens is my honor," Luo Yi replied obsequiously. "From now on, you shall be the leader of the Eagleclaw Hall," Jiang Li remarked nonchalantly. "Thank you, Chief," Luo Yi exclaimed, internally elated, his face lighting up with joy as he bowed repeatedly, proclaiming, "I will certainly manage the Eagleclaw Hall diligently for you." Around them, the other leaders of the Tianlang Gang gazed on with envy. Simply crafting a tiger-skin dagger sheath had earned Luo Yi the position of a hall leader. It seemed far too easy and Jiang Li too accommodating. In reality, Jiang Li had intended for Luo Yi to assume the position of Eagleclaw Hall leader all along, as Luo Yi was already an elder of that hall, possessed martial prowess, and had demonstrated a degree of loyalty to him, making him the obvious choice. The tiger-skin dagger sheath served merely as an excuse for the appointment. As they conversed, Jiang Li and his companions arrived before the Liashebang headquarters courtyard and halted. Elder Hudong of the Liashebang, Elder Zhou Tianzong of the Liashebang, Elder Wang Pingyuan of the Liashebang, Elders of the Liashebang, we pay our respects to Chief Jiang Li. Immediately, led by Hudong, the elders, stewards, and numerous members of the Liashebang, along with the 3 hall representatives, all bowed and collectively called out to Jiang Li, creating a significant spectacle. "Oh," Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. Although he was confident in his ability to take over the Liashebang, he had anticipated encountering some level of resistance, particularly from the die-hard loyalists of Hun Liushang. Jiang Li had initially planned to subdue the Liashebang through iron-fisted measures. However, these individuals had directly expressed their submission, eager to join the Tianlang Gang and acknowledge Jiang Li as their chief, thereby saving him considerable time and effort. "Good, very good," Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction. He scrutinized Hudong and the other 2 elders, noting that they were all late-stage first-tier martial artists, while the 7 elders comprised mid-stage first-tier practitioners. Additionally, there were over 20 early-stage first-tier martial artists among them. These constituted the remaining high-tier combatants of the Liaishabing. From this day forth, the Liaishabing shall be incorporated into the Tianlang Gang, becoming one of its halls, renamed as the Liaishatang. The original hall of Liaishatang will also fall under the jurisdiction of the Tianlang Gang, establishing independence and no longer being governed by the Liaishatang. Jiang Li announced his decision. This caught Hu Dong off guard. He hesitated to object, but wisely fell silent. Yes, Chief, Zhou Tianzong nodded in agreement. We shall adhere to the chief's orders. Wang Pingyuan clasped his hands in salute. So, does this mean we three halls may establish our independence? This, at your command. Around them, the members of the three halls began to murmur, responding affirmatively. Clearly, Jiang Li's maneuver had effectively fragmented the Liaishabing, dividing it into 4 factions, thereby preventing any clandestine assembly for mischief. Although Jiang Li commanded a mechanical legion and was not fearful of disturbances, he preferred to avoid such troubles whenever possible. These associations beneath him needed only to focus on development, business, and accumulating wealth and resources. Should they seek to cause trouble, a ruthless suppression would be the only recourse. Hu Dong, since you are the highest-ranking elder in the Liaishatang, you shall temporarily oversee the position of hall leader, ensuring the smooth operation of the association and its enterprises. Jiang Li instructed once more. If any issues arise during this period, I shall hold you accountable. Rest assured, Chief, with you overseeing the eastern city, no one will dare to cause trouble, Hu Dong promptly replied. Zhou Tianzong and Wang Pingyuan remained silent, their gazes towards Hu Dong tinged with envy and jealousy. Just moments ago, they had all been elders, yet now Hu Dong had ascended to the position of hall leader, surpassing them. They dared not resent Jiang Li, redirecting their discontent towards Hu Dong instead. Congratulations to Chief Jiang on successfully acquiring the Liaishabing, elevating the Tianlang Gang to a third-tier association, commanding the entirety of the eastern city. A hearty laugh resonated from behind Jiang Li, accompanied by distinct footsteps. A middle-aged man in a white robe adorned with a vivid white dragon motif approached swiftly, followed closely by several others. He is Long Chongcui, the leader of the White Dragon Gang, Hu Dong whispered in shock. And there's Gu Tianqing, who has just defected from the Tianlang Gang to join the White Dragon Gang. An elder recognized the burly middle-aged man beside Long Chongcui, who was formerly an elder of the Liaishabing and a staunch loyalist of Hung Liushang. Upon seeing you today, I find Chief Jiang to be truly remarkable and exceptionally handsome. The proprietor of the Listening Rain Tower, Yu Shulan, also arrived, draped in fiery red gauze, her graceful figure and exquisite curves captivating. Her skin as smooth as jade, her long, slender legs radiating allure. He might even conceal a wolfish ambition. Hua Tian of the Tianmen Gang snorted, his pronounced brow and eyes, square face, and crew-cut attire clad in a set of resilient dark leather armor. Wielding a massive double-sided axe on his back, that he approached step by step, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath his feet. Oh, Jiang Li mused, scrutinizing the 3 uninvited gang leaders before him, narrowing his eyes and discreetly surveying the surroundings to confirm the absence of ambushes. Jiang Li had eliminated Hung Liushang, taken control of the Liaishabing and the eastern city. Although the delicate balance had not been disrupted, it had sounded alarm bells for the 3 major gangs. They feared Jiang Li's formidable strength might pose a threat to them. The reason Long Chongcui and his companions chose to arrive at this moment was to ascertain the true nature of Jiang Li and the Tianlang Gang. Chapter 33 Bang. Gentlemen, if you have come to sincerely congratulate me, I shall, of course, extend a warm welcome. Jiang Li's expression remained calm, his tone measured, yet it subtly conveyed an oppressive authority. However, if you have come seeking trouble, do not blame me for being merciless. Upon finishing his words, Jiang Li waved his right hand. Instantly, the 54 mechanical soldiers behind him stepped forward in unison, their synchronized movements creating an overwhelming aura of pressure. These individuals, Long Chongcui's pupils dilated. Such formidable presence. Hua Tian inhaled sharply. Astonished. Though there are merely 50-odd of them, I feel as if I am facing 1,000 city guards. Where on earth did Jiang Li find such subordinates? Yu Shulan's beautiful eyes glimmered as she contemplated. It was evident that Jiang Li's display had already intimidated Long Chongtse and the others, leaving them hesitant to act recklessly, their ulterior motives temporarily abandoned. The four mightiest gangs of Yong'an City converged here, gradually shifting the atmosphere to a subtle tension, as if the very air had grown oppressive. Meanwhile, the common folk had long since retreated, hiding within their homes, afraid to show themselves that a few bolder souls dared to crack open their windows to peer out. With the four major gangs gathered here, it feels as though something that could shake the very foundations of Yong'an City is about to transpire. Is there a chance of conflict? With such a significant occurrence, why have the officials and the city lord's office not yet arrived? The citizens murmured quietly. Haha, Chief Jiang is jesting, though we have come here specifically to extend our congratulations to Chief Jiang. Long Chongtsue laughed heartily, waving his hand. Gu Lin, quickly bring forth the gift I have prepared for Chief Jiang. I wish to present it personally. Yes. Gu Lin, standing behind Long Chongtsue, was of diminutive stature, barely reaching Long Chongtsue's waist, resembling a gnome, that he produced a jade box and handed it to Long Chongtsue. Chief Jiang. Long Chongtsue accepted it, opening the jade box to reveal a luminous pearl, crystal clear and exuding a faint glow. This is a meticulously selected, exquisite luminous pearl, worth its weight in gold. This single piece alone is valued at over 10,000 taels of silver, and it is exceedingly rare. As he spoke, he moved closer to Jiang Li. Chief Jiang, you must accept this. Long Chongtse inched nearer to Jiang Li. Thank you. Jiang Li gestured. Wang Gang, go and accept Long Gang Master's kind intentions. Yes. Wang Gang nodded and approached Long Chongtsue. Chief Jiang, what do you mean by this? Long Chongtsue frowned, halting his steps, his tone laced with displeasure. As the esteemed leader of a gang, I have come all this way to congratulate you and personally present a gift. Yet you send someone to receive it. This is unreasonable. It is only fitting for you to accept it personally. And then? Jiang Li smiled, a cold glint in his eyes as he retorted. Long Chongtsue, do not overstep your bounds that if you continue to prattle on, believe me, I shall send someone to annihilate your White Dragon gang. It is essential to note that Jiang Li was merely an aspiring martial artist at the late stage. While Long Chongtsue had achieved the pinnacle of the first rank, Long Chongtsue had made his intentions clear. He sought to draw closer to Jiang Li, presumably to exploit the opportunity to strike. Such petty tricks would undoubtedly not ensnare Jiang Li. Jiang Li, you are being excessively oppressive. Long Chongtsue admonished. Begone, what of it? Jiang Li had lost all interest in continuing this farce with Long Chongtsue and his associates, deeming it a waste of time. Were it not for the temporary lack of mechanical soldiers at his disposal, Jiang Li would have already sought to unify all gangs within Yong'an City. However, he understood that such an endeavor would not sit well with the city lord's mansion and the magistracy, that if Jiang Li were to unify all gangs, it would directly undermine the authority of the city lord's mansion and the magistracy. In that eventuality, who would wield true power in Yong'an City? The city lord's mansion and the magistracy, or he, Jiang Li? Most critically, the city lord's mansion and the magistracy were backed by the Grand Duchian dynasty, a formidable force that Jiang Li could not contend with at present. Therefore, should he genuinely wish to unify all gangs in Yong'an City, a more prudent approach was required. Long Chongtsue had suffered a significant humiliation, his face flushed with shame from Jiang Li's rebuke. Remaining any longer would only compound his disgrace, and with a flick of his sleeve, he turned to leave. Chief Wei, Gu Tianqing could not help but interject. Silence. Long Chongtsue snapped. Understood. Gu Tianqing gritted his teeth, casting a resentful glance at Jiang Li. His eyes filled with animosity. Did I in truth? Gu Tianqing had joined the White Dragon Gang with the intent of leveraging its power to exact vengeance on Jiang Li, seeking retribution for Hung Liesh, who had once saved his life. However, events had unfolded contrary to his desires. Long Chongtsue displayed cowardice, unwilling to confront Jiang Li, and was publicly humiliated. Now, he could only suppress his resentment and contemplate alternative means of revenge against Jiang Li. Bang! Suddenly, accompanied by the crack of a gunshot, a first-rank mechanical soldier drew its pistol, aiming at Gu Tianqing, and pulled the trigger. The scorching bullet flew forth. Blood splattered that Gu Tianqing did not even have time to react. Nor did anyone else nearby, as they had not anticipated Jiang Li would permit such actions. That it was utterly reckless. The blazing bullet pierced through Gu Tianqing's skull, entering through the back of his head and exiting at his brow. Trailing a mixture of red and white fluid, his head was obliterated, and his corpse collapsed to the ground. The first-rank mechanical soldier slowly retracted its smoking gun, displaying no emotion, as if it had not just executed a man. Silence. The entire assembly fell silent. All eyes turned to Jiang Li. Jiang Li, Long Chunking, snapped back to reality, glaring at the corpse on the ground before directing his ire toward Jiang Li, his face ablaze with fury. Fists clenched tightly as he struggled to contain his rage and murderous intent. "You dare to have your subordinate kill Gu Tianqing?" Long Chengtse bellowed. "What of it?" Jiang Li replied nonchalantly. "Gu Tianqing is a remnant of the Laish gang, fiercely loyal to Hung Laish, and just now he openly expressed his hatred and intent to kill me. And you, Long Gang Master, are fully aware of these facts, yet you still accepted Gu Tianqing. What is your true intention? Of course, if Long Gang Master harbors grievances or wishes to avenge Gu Tianqing, I am more than willing to accept your challenge. That I am curious to test the strength of the White Dragon Gang." "Jiang Li, you have gone too far," Hua Tian interjected. Why Yu Shulan remained silent. "Heh." Jiang Li let out a cold laugh. "You come seeking trouble, and yet you expect me to show you mercy?" It must be said that Jiang Li was indeed aggressive and unyielding. Showing no fear even when facing the three major gangs, he confronted them head-on without hesitation. Most importantly, it seems Long Chengtsue and his allies do not dare to challenge Jiang Li directly. That is to be expected. Jiang Li is accompanied by 4 first-rank experts, while the combined strength of the 3 major gangs amounts to merely 3 first-rank martial artists, giving Jiang Li a distinct advantage in terms of top-tier combat capability. However, should the 3 major gangs unite, Jiang Li would find himself at a considerable disadvantage in terms of numbers. Thus, both sides are in fact exercising restraint. Around them, a number of perceptive onlookers began to analyze the current situation. Engaging in animated discussions. Chapter 34. A bountiful harvest. Jiang Li pondered silently, contemplating whether to seize the moment and take action. With the number of energy points he currently possessed, he could easily promote several first-rank mechanical soldiers, sufficient to eliminate Long Chengtsue and his associates. Whoosh! Jiang Li promptly opened the Dominator panel, preparing to promote his troops. Could this be too impulsive? Jiang Li hesitated, deep in thought. I have already taken control of the entire Laish gang, and the Eastern District is under the purview of the Tianlang Gang. With these foundations in place, I can steadily develop and grow, continuously accumulating wealth and expanding my mechanical army. As the saying goes, do not invest against the wind, and do not squander in favorable winds. While Jiang Li mulled over his options, individuals from the city lord's mansion and the magistracy began to arrive in droves. There were over 100 city guards, clad in azure armor and wielding long spears, arranged in a disciplined formation, exuding an aura of ironclad resolve. Each guard was a pinnacle aspiring martial artist. At their forefront stood the deputy commander of the city guards, Hao Tian, a first-rank martial artist. 4 gang leaders. Hao Tian, handsome and imposing, with a commanding presence, spoke in a deep voice. I am here to convey the city lord's orders. The 4 major gangs are not to engage in conflict, lest it jeopardize the safety and order of Yong'an City. You are all aware that there have been numerous disturbances caused by demon tribes in the surrounding villages recently, and this may very well be a scheme orchestrated by the Crimson-Browed Demon Kingdom. If you were to engage in battle at this juncture, it would only serve to weaken Yong'an City's strength, benefiting the demon tribes. When the demon horde descends, how can there be any safety under the same roof? This, Hua Tian coughed lightly. Since the city lord has spoken, let us proceed as such. Agreed. Yu Shulan nodded. Long Chengtsue remained silent. Chief Jiang. Hao Tian turned his gaze toward Jiang Li. I have no objections. Jiang Li shrugged. Jiang Li. At that moment, Zhang Ling approached, flanked by over 100 constables that he drew closer, stopping about 10 meters from Jiang Li, producing a token from his pocket and stating, "I come on the authority of the county magistrate to inquire about certain matters." County magistrate. Jiang Li scrutinized Zhang Ling for a moment. "What is it?" "Chief Jiang, I must ask, where did these subordinates of yours come from?" Zhang Ling gestured toward the mechanical soldiers behind Jiang Li. "All pertinent information regarding you is meticulously recorded within the magistracy. Your origins are humble, and Jiang Huahong recently perished in Shirtu village. After Jiang Huahong's demise, you inherited the leadership of the Tianlang Gang and rapidly rose to prominence, suddenly amassing such formidable subordinates. Most critically, this coincides with the period of the demon's most violent disturbances." "Oh," Jiang Li scoffed. "Are you implying that I, the gang leader, have connections with the demon tribes?" "Chief Jiang, I never made such an assertion." Zhang Ling smiled. "What a convenient accusation." Jiang Li shuja. "Then I must ask you to clarify." Zhang Ling pressed. "No comment." Jiang Li raplia. "Chief Jiang, your lack of cooperation puts me in a difficult position." Zhang Ling shook his head. "For the safety of Yong'an City, I may have no choice but to search the headquarters of the Tianlang Gang for further investigation. And I will require your cooperation." "Zhang Ling, cease your nonsensical accusations." Pang Kuei scolded. "How could the gang leader possibly have ties to the demon tribes? You have no evidence, merely baseless conjecture." "This is merely deduction." Zhang Ling maintained his smile, unflustered and unperturbed. "Deduction. So you are merely fabricating lies." Pang Kuei curled his lips. "I can weave such nonsense too. I also think that Zhang Ling is a hybrid bastard born from your mother and the demon race." "Of course, I have no evidence, but this is my deduction." "Ha ha ha." Pang Kuei burst into laughter. "Ha ha, hybrid bastard." Subsequently, the members of the Tianlang Gang joined in the laughter. Zhang Ling's expression darkened completely. "Aren't you going to leave?" Jiang Li's cold gaze swept across. "Jiang Li, you'd best pray that I don't catch any evidence against you." Zhang Ling snorted coldly and turned to leave. Hao Tian cast a deep glance at Jiang Li before departing with the city guards. "Heh." Long Chongshui let out a cold chuckle. Hua Tian and Yu Shulan also left one by one. "Suya, what is the situation with the city lord's mansion and the yamen?" Jiang Li inquired, watching the departing figures. "Gang leader, what do you mean?" Suya was taken aback. "The city lord's mansion oversees military affairs, while the yamen manages political matters. The city lord's mansion commands the entire city guard, while the yamen governs all political affairs in Yong'an City." "Oh, so military and political affairs are separate." Jiang Li understood. Realizing that the military-political system of the De Qian dynasty differed somewhat from his own perceptions. "What is the strength of the city guard?" Jiang Li asked again. "There are 3,000 regular city guards and 7,000 reserve city guards," Suya replied. "These are all publicly known by the city lord's mansion. You can find out with a little inquiry. However, it's unclear how many there are in secret. Generally speaking, the regular city guards are all peak quasi-warriors of no particular distinction. The reserve city guards are quite varied. In total, that's over 10,000 troops," Jiang Li murmured. "Indeed. The city lord's mansion is quite powerful. The original 4 major gangs would not necessarily heed the yamen, but they still dare not offend the city lord's mansion too much." "The city lord's mansion," Jiang Li pondered. "What is the name of the city lord?" "Duguanqing Sudan said." "Dugu." Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback, recalling Dugaluo from the Spirit Herb Merchant Association. Could it be that the force backing the Spirit Herb Merchant Association is the city lord's mansion? It is not impossible that as time passed. Night fell. Jiang Li had already relocated the headquarters of the Tianlang Gang to the courtyard of the Liasheng headquarters, changing residences. The main courtyard of the Liasheng leader had thus become Jiang Li's. The new bedroom was spacious and quite empty, adorned with exquisite decorations. During the day, Jiang Li had instructed Hu Dong to move all the medicinal materials accumulated by the Liasheng over the years into the leader's courtyard. A vast quantity, including quite a number of low-grade first-tier spiritual herbs. One could say this was Jiang Li's most significant harvest to date, that in addition to the medicinal materials, the wealth of the Liasheng was astonishing, merely in gold, silver, jewels, and valuable paintings. The value exceeded 1,000,000 taels of silver, not to mention the industries in the eastern part of the city. Now, Jiang Li controlled the entire eastern part of the city, with all gangs required to pay tribute each month, yielding enormous profits from the industries. After calculations, the Liashang could garner a profit of 100,000 taels of silver each month, but ultimately, only 10,000 taels would reach Jiang Li's hands, as monthly allowances needed to be distributed. Every month, each gang member had to receive their monthly pay. Otherwise, without it, they would only be left to fend for themselves. And who would still join the gang then? Only 10,000 taels a month. That's too little. Jiang Li organized most of the information and materials, rubbing his temples. I initially thought that taking over such a vast territory would yield enough income for a massive increase in troops. Things did not go as planned. Compared to slowly accumulating wealth, plundering other forces is much faster. First, convert all these medicinal materials into energy points. Jiang Li rose and approached the leader's courtyard, where the mechanical soldiers loyally guarded the area, preventing anyone from approaching. First, convert all the non-grade medicinal materials into energy points. Jiang Li gazed at the wooden boxes before him, neatly arranged with medicinal materials, with 3,000 non-grade medicinal materials, 23 low-grade first-tier spiritual herbs, and even one medium-grade first-tier spiritual herb. Chapter 35, Information Mechanical Soldier. The 3,000 non-grade medicinal materials represented the entirety of the Liashang's accumulation over the years, now belonging to Jiang Li. Most of the medicinal materials were 10 years old, with some being 20, 30, or even 90 years old. Within the leader's courtyard, as a wave of white light flashed, all 3,000 non-grade medicinal materials vanished. Converted into a substantial amount of energy points that a notification flashed before Jiang Li's eyes. Conversion successful, gaining 4,520 energy points. Opening the virtual interface, the total number of energy points increased from 894 to 414, reaching 4 digits. Over 5,000 energy points now. Jiang Li's face lit up with joy, rubbing his hands in anticipation, suppressing the urge to immediately increase his troops. That he first opened the troop interface for mechanical ground forces and unlocked the information mechanical soldier. Information mechanical soldier unlocked. Manufacture 1 information mechanical soldier. Jiang Li operated the master control panel. Whoosh! The virtual interface appeared, displaying a phantom figure, surrounded by countless light points that gradually filled the virtual silhouette. A minute later, the creation was complete. The virtual figure transformed from ethereal to tangible. Number XX01 Information Mechanical Soldier. At your service, Master. The Information Mechanical Soldier approached, a man of about 20 years, with a cold expression, dressed in standard military attire, performing a highly formal military salute to Jiang Li. Good. Jiang Li nodded, examining the equipment of the Information Mechanical Soldier. The Information Mechanical Soldier bore no weapons. Instead, it carried a device resembling a radio, with an antenna protruding from the center. Troop type: Information Mechanical Soldier. Rank: Early First Stage. Number: XX01. Skills: Mastery of low-grade first-tier wireless communication technology. Equipment: Low-grade first-tier wireless communication device. Mechanics: A mechanical creation. Unafraid of death or pain, exhibiting infinite loyalty. The mechanical heart must be destroyed, or the damage must reach 90% for it to be considered truly destroyed. After battle, it can be recovered, yielding half of the production cost in energy points. Promotion requirements: 20 energy points. Information Mechanical Soldier XX01. Describe your capabilities, Jiang Li instructed. Yes, Master. Number XX01 responded. As an Information Mechanical Soldier, I do not possess formidable combat power. My primary duty is to ensure real-time intelligence transmission between military units. Currently, due to my rank being at the early first stage, I can only perform text communication. There are no distance limitations for communication. However, since a military base station has not been established, all communications are conducted through the game system's Super Divine Mechanical Legion as an intermediary, consuming 1 energy point for each communication. As I rank up, various communication methods will be gradually unlocked. Report complete. Jiang Li nodded, pondering silently. The Information Mechanical Soldier is essentially a communication soldier. Although it isn't adept in combat, it possesses relatively strong capabilities, comparable to the weakest warrior of the same rank. Earlier today, the Yamen deliberately slandered me, accusing me of having connections with the demon race. I can't shake the feeling that there's a conspiracy at play here. It seems that there are behind-the-scenes manipulators plotting something, and framing me won't be so easy. In truth, Jiang Li even suspected that there were indeed individuals in Yong'an City colluding with the demon race, and their status must be significant. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent individuals from the Yamen. However, Jiang Li currently had no evidence or leads to investigate. Not that there are completely no leads, Jiang Li mused, whispering. I could start with Zhongling, and also Shirtu village. Jiang Li contemplated. With an information mechanical soldier, I can conduct long-distance communication that I can simply send mechanical soldiers to investigate Shirtu village while I remain in the city, commanding from afar. Promote the information mechanical soldier. Jiang Li operated the master control panel. Whoosh! The information mechanical soldier was bathed in a series of radiant flashes, and within mere seconds, it advanced from the early first stage to the perfected first stage, consuming 140 energy points. Troop type: information mechanical soldier. Rank: perfected first stage. Number: XX01. Skills: mastery of top-grade first-tier wireless communication technology. Equipment: top-grade first-tier wireless device. Mechanics: a mechanical creation, unafraid of death or pain, exhibiting infinite loyalty. The mechanical heart must be destroyed, or the damage must reach 90% for it to be considered truly destroyed. After battle, it can be recovered, yielding half of the production cost in energy points. Promotion requirements: 1 second-tier soul fire seed. 100 energy points. The appearance of the information mechanical soldier did not change significantly. However, the device it originally carried on its back, resembling a black box the size of a radio, had shrunk considerably, transforming into something akin to a tablet computer. Its rank also rose from private to sergeant, that an early first-tier information mechanical soldier could only perform text communication. A mid-tier soldier could conduct voice communication. A late-tier soldier could manage image communication. And a perfected soldier could handle video communication. Manufacture 20 melee mechanical soldiers, 20 cold weapon mechanical soldiers, 20 firearm mechanical soldiers, and 5 information mechanical soldiers. Jiang Li consumed another 650 energy points, producing a total of 65 mechanical soldiers, bringing his total number of mechanical soldiers to 120. He was now capable of forming a fully equipped company. Whoosh! The virtual interface emerged, displaying the virtual figures, and the manufacturing commenced. A minute later, the mechanical soldiers were completed, standing in formation, and saluting Jiang Li in unison. At your service, Master, the mechanical soldiers chorused. Jiang Li smiled and nodded. All 5 information mechanized soldiers have been promoted to the first-tier perfection. With a flash, a few rays of light flickered across the 5 mechanized soldiers, completing their promotion within mere seconds. Jiang Li expended 700 energy points. There are 3,914 energy points remaining. Jiang Li glanced at the remaining energy points, then operated the master panel and consumed 160 energy points. First, promote Wang Long and Wang Yin to first-tier perfection. With a flash, Wang Long and Wang Yin, stationed at the entrance of the gang leader's courtyard, were enveloped in light as they ascended to first-tier perfection, unlocking all cold weapons. Among the 120 mechanized soldiers, there were 2 first-tier perfection combat mechanized soldiers, 3 first-tier perfection cold weapon mechanized soldiers, and 1 first-tier perfection firearm mechanized soldier. The remaining energy points stood at 3,754. Sufficient to elevate a maximum of 26 mechanized soldiers to first-tier perfection, while ensuring enough energy points were retained for replenishing firearm ammunition, repairing damaged mechanized soldiers, and addressing unforeseen circumstances. Jiang Li contemplated. Thus, I can only promote 20 mechanized soldiers, 6 combat mechanized soldiers, 5 cold weapon mechanized soldiers, and 9 firearm mechanized soldiers. After thorough deliberation, Jiang Li made his decision. The collective lethality of the firearm mechanized soldiers far surpassed that of the cold weapon and combat mechanized soldiers, particularly when facing numerous foes. Should a large-scale assault by the demon race occur, the firearm mechanized soldiers could play a pivotal role, potentially turning the tide of battle. However, Jiang Li had yet to encounter the demon race and remained unaware of their specific circumstances. I must act swiftly. I will dispatch a mechanized soldier team to Stone Village for reconnaissance tomorrow, Jiang Li mused internally. Seconds later, all mechanized soldiers have been promoted, consuming 2,800 energy points, leaving Jiang Li with 954 energy points, ample to sustain combat expenditures. Chapter 36. Preparation. I almost forgot. I have 23 low-grade first-tier spiritual herbs yet to be transformed. Jiang Li tapped his forehead and chuckled. Commence transformation immediately. With a flash, a white light flickered, and all 23 low-grade first-tier spiritual herbs were transformed successfully, yielding 230 energy points. The total energy points increased to 1184. Each low-grade first-tier spiritual herb can only be converted for 10 energy points. Yet their value is 100-fold that of inferior-grade spiritual herbs. Thus, this transformation seems somewhat unprofitable, Jiang Li reflected. An additional 230 energy points, albeit modest, is better than nothing. Currently, among the 120 mechanized soldiers under Jiang Li's command, there were 10 first-tier perfection firearm mechanized soldiers, 8 first-tier perfection combat mechanized soldiers, 8 first-tier perfection cold weapon mechanized soldiers, and 6 first-tier perfection information mechanized soldiers. The remaining 88 mechanized soldiers were at the initial stage of the first tier. I shall refrain from transforming the last spiritual herb. Jiang Li carefully stored away the solitary, remaining medium-grade spiritual herb, the volcanic vine fruit, opting not to convert it into energy points, as it would yield only 20 energy points, a greater loss that in the future, should he encounter an alchemist, he could concoct pills beneficial for cultivation. With the recent surge in mechanized soldiers and promotions, Jiang Li now commanded a formidable mechanized soldier battalion capable of contending against the multitude of forces at the Lord's Mansion. Moreover, Jiang Li had deliberately retained 1184 energy points. Concurrently, he dispatched Hu Dong and others, armed with over 1,000,000 taels of silver and banknotes, to the major merchant guilds in the south, west, and north of the city to procure medicinal materials. Once the materials were secured, Jiang Li's forces would experience a significant escalation. After addressing the reinforcement issue, Jiang Li retired to his quarters for rest, with the mechanized soldiers loyally guarding his surroundings to ensure his safety against any potential assassination attempts. In the deep of night, outside Yong'an City, the darkness was profound, rendering visibility nearly impossible, as the sparse moonlight was shrouded by thick clouds that in a shadowy corner. A figure, robust and reminiscent of a tiger with a human body, emerged slowly from behind a tree thick enough for 2 people to embrace. Wu, I have told you, unless there is an exceptionally important matter, you are not allowed to seek me out. Before him stood a tall, perfectly proportioned man, his back turned to the tiger-headed demon, his voice low and grave. Yang Zik has begun to harbor suspicions about me. Were it not for my efforts to divert his attention, I would not have had the opportunity to come out tonight. Heh, my esteemed lord of the city. It is not that I wish to seek you, but our commander is prepared, now awaiting your cooperation. Wu's face bore a sinister scar, rendering his smile particularly chilling. Once the task is completed, you will no longer need to live in constant fear and will reap substantial benefits. Return and inform your commander that this city lord is already aware. Du Gu Huangcheng replied, his voice still low and somber. Farewell, farewell. Wu turned and, in a leap, vanished into the night within seconds. Demon race. Du Gu Huangcheng turned, his austere, square-faced countenance betraying no sign of emotional fluctuation, as he withdrew his gaze and silently returned to Yong'an City. The following morning, Jiang Li awoke, accompanied by the maid Xiaohua, who tended to his daily needs that Hu Dong and the others had yet to return, but they sent word through a subordinate, due to the vast quantity of medicinal materials Jiang Li sought, and the stipulation that they were all to be of superior grade. Their stock was insufficient. Convey to Hu Dong and the others that regardless of the stock of those merchant guilds, procure as much as possible. The materials must be returned today. Understood? Jiang Li spoke in a deep tone. Yes, gang leader, I shall relay your message immediately. The subordinate promptly replied. Go then. Jiang Li waved his hand. Understood. The subordinate hurried off. It's truly frustrating how inflexible they are. Wasting time. Jiang Li muttered to himself. Wang Chao Mahan. Jiang Li called out. Your subordinate is here. Gang leader, coming. Wang Chao and Mahan responded immediately, having been stationed outside the gang leader's courtyard, always at the ready. Do you know the way to Stone Village? Jiang Li inquired. Stone Village. Wang Chao and Mahan exchanged bewildered glances. Gang leader. We are not very familiar with it. Wang Chao shook his head. You don't know? Jiang Li frowned. Gang leader, there are numerous villages surrounding Yong'an City. It is impossible for us to know them all. However, it matters not, as our Tianlang Gang is the dominant force in the east of the city, and surely someone among our members is familiar with it. Mahan explained. Du Wu Zong and Pang Kue know. Jiang Li Castunut. Gang leader, it is not merely because the Tianlang Gang has grown. Their contributions are significant, and you have rewarded them with numerous pills and silver. Both have endeavored to obtain a condensing yuan pill and are currently in seclusion, aiming to refine their inner strength and become first-tier initial stage warriors. Mahan spoke softly. Jiang Li frowned. Gang leader, please remain calm. I shall summon Wu Zong and Pang Kue at once. Mahan quickly assured. No need, Jiang Li waved his hand. Inquire within the gang who is familiar with Stone Village, and have them come to see me immediately. I will attend to it right away. Mahan nodded and swiftly departed. Gang leader, what about me? Wang Chao pointed to himself. You will accompany Mahan, Jiang Li instructed. Understood. Wang Chao straightened, promptly following an hour later. Mahan and Wang Chao returned, accompanied by Sherbaki, the leader of the Bloodhand Hall. Originally an inconsequential gang, Bloodhand had now become a branch of the Tianlang Gang. Sherbaki, leader of the Bloodhand Hall, pays his respects to the gang leader. Sherbaki, with his dark skin, broad shoulders, and large fingers, dressed rather casually, exuded the directness of a farmer, unmistakably from humble beginnings. Jiang Li nodded. Sherbaki, are you familiar with Stone Village? Familiar, of course, Sherbaki affirmed. Gang leader, no one in the entire Tianlang Gang knows Stone Village better than I do, for I hail from Stone Village. However, since my father passed away 6 months ago, I have had no relatives there, which is why I seldom return, remaining in Yong'an City without concern for these matters. I see. Are you aware that the previous leader of the Tianlang Gang, Jiang Huahong, my father, met his demise in Stone Village? Therefore, I intend to send a team to investigate the cause of my father's death. Jiang Li stated, I require a guide familiar with Stone Village. I plan to entrust this task to you. Do you have any objections? Jiang Li inquired. Rest assured, gang leader, I will manage it without issue, Sherbaki declared, thumping his chest. Very well. Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction, gesturing with his right hand. Wang Long stepped forward. Yes. With Wang Long at the forefront, 10 mechanized soldiers assembled a restructured squad. Equipped with 1 first-tier perfection information mechanized soldier, 1 first-tier perfection combat mechanized soldier, and 1 first-tier perfection firearm mechanized soldier, including Wang Long himself. The remaining 6 mechanized soldiers were all at the initial stage of the first tier, with 2 of each type. Chapter 37. The might of the rampaging bear boss. The expression of Sherbaki shifted slightly, his gaze regarding Wang Long and the others with a hint of reverence. Though he did not perceive any fluctuations of vital energy emanating from them, the overwhelming aura of menace that enveloped him filled his heart with trepidation. In the eastern part of the city, who was unaware that the leader of the Tianlang Gang, Jiang Li, commanded a cadre of formidable subordinates, ruthless and unflinching as a well-drilled army. Such a close encounter deepened Sherbaki's respect for Jiang Li. Sherbaki, your task is simply to escort Wang Long and his companions to Shirtu village. They will handle the specifics of the investigation, Jiang Li instructed. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Understood. Boss, that I shall comply, Sherbaki replied earnestly, nodding his head in acknowledgement. Go on. Jiang Li waved his hand dismissively. Your subordinate takes his leave. Sherbaki departed the main courtyard alongside Wang Long and the others. Wang Chao. Mahan, do you know who in the guild is most acquainted with the authorities? Jiang Li inquired. That is uncertain. Wang Chao and Mahan shook their heads in unison. We are not privy to such information. Summon Wang Pingyuan, Jiang Li commanded. Yes. Boss, Mahan and Wang Chao nodded before making their exit. Half an hour later, Wang Pingyuan arrived. Wang Pingyuan pays his respects to the boss, he said hurriedly, bowing with urgency. You two may leave, Jiang Li said, directing his gaze at Wang Chao and Mahan. Yes. They nodded and exited the courtyard. Boss, what is your command for my presence? Wang Pingyuan asked. Are you familiar with the authorities? Jiang Li inquired, his demeanor unchanged. Indeed, Wang Pingyuan affirmed. The Liashang has maintained relations with the authorities for many years, and I am well acquainted with them. Do you know Jiang Li from yesterday? Jiang Li probed further. I do know him. Wang Pingyuan pondered momentarily, unwilling to conceal anything. However, I am not very familiar with him. Jiang Li is a highly regarded advisor to the county magistrate, often providing counsel. Very well that I wish to ascertain Jiang Li's residence and the places he frequents, Jiang Li stated. I shall investigate this matter at once, Wang Pingyuan responded. A momentary pause in his expression as he considered it, before adding, but it will require some time. Ensure it is completed before nightfall, Jiang Li commanded solemnly. Understood. Wang Pingyuan nodded earnestly. Proceed with your tasks, Jiang Li gestured. Your subordinate takes his leave. Wang Pingyuan bowed and exited. Is the boss planning to take action against Jiang Li? Wang Pingyuan mused inwardly. Otherwise, there would be no need for such an investigation. Within the courtyard, only Jiang Li remained, accompanied by the mechanical soldiers stationed nearby. Unit XX-01, establish video communication with Unit XX-02. Jiang Li issued his command. Yes. Master, Unit XX-01 responded, moving to Jiang Li's side. Each communication incurs a minor energy cost, lasting 1 hour. As he spoke, the energy points on the virtual interface diminished slightly. Unit XX-01 employed first-tier premium wireless communication technology, activating the equipment behind it. With a hum, it raised its right hand, revealing a wristwatch that projected a clear real-time image. Reporting to the master, video communication has been established, Unit XX-01 announced. Unit XX-02 acknowledges the master. A mechanical soldier on the screen saluted Jiang Li. Report on the current situation, Jiang Li requested. Yes, Unit XX-02 affirmed. Pivoting the view to Wang Long and Shirbaki. Master, we have just exited the city gates and are en route to Shirtu village. At present, there are no abnormalities detected. Based on our current pace and the specific intelligence provided by Shirbaki, we anticipate arriving at Shirtu village before dusk. Good, Jiang Li nodded. Nighttime is not suitable for operations that if we arrive after dark, we will remain stationary and proceed tomorrow. Understood. Unit XX-02 replied with solemnity. If any situation arises, immediately contact Unit XX-01 and report the circumstances, Jiang Li instructed. Yes, Unit XX-02 nodded affirmatively once more to avoid wasting energy. Jiang Li did not terminate the communication, but maintained it for a full hour until the connection time elapsed, causing the projection to vanish. The rampaging bear's palm. At that moment, Jiang Li retrieved a martial arts manual and opened it, revealing detailed illustrations and comprehensive accounts of the techniques and training methods associated with the rampaging bear's palm. Numerous annotations, penned by Hung Liash himself, were included. This first-tier premium martial art was a trophy Jiang Li had claimed after eliminating Hung Liash among all the martial arts manuals belonging to the Liashang. The rampaging bear's palm was the highest grade and the most powerful. Thus, Jiang Li decisively abandoned the blood seal palm in favor of the rampaging bear's palm, that in truth, Jiang Li had only practiced the blood seal palm for a mere morning, scarcely scratching the surface, and the lack of time had hindered his martial cultivation, leaving his prowess stagnant. The rampaging bear's palm is domineering and formidable, delivering immense force. When executed, it is as if a bear is pouncing. Irresistible in its might, upon reaching mastery, one embodies the essence of a bear, exhibiting remarkable strength. Jiang Li read attentively, gradually absorbing its essence. Moreover, the rampaging bear's palm offers far superior refinement of vital energy compared to the blood seal palm, making it more suited to my capabilities. Let me give it a try. Jiang Li set the manual aside and positioned his body accordingly. With a hum, his vital energy surged, mimicking a bear's movements as he activated the techniques outlined in the manual, sending ripples of energy throughout his being, generating waves of heat around him. After half an hour, he was compelled to cease, as his vital energy had been entirely depleted. Continue. Jiang Li took a vitality pill, consumed it, and refined it to replenish his energy before resuming his training. As time passed, Jiang Li practiced the rampaging bear's palm for half a day without truly mastering it. However, he did manage to solidify and enhance his previously tenuous vital energy, rendering it robust and substantial that he was on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of the ordinary realm. Internal breath technique. With renewed vigor, Jiang Li consumed another vitality pill, employing the internal breath technique to refine the elixir. The medicinal energy spread through his abdomen, gradually permeating his entire body and enhancing his vital energy. By evening, after consuming a total of 10 vitality pills, Jiang Li successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the ordinary realm. His vital energy now fully circulating throughout his body, significantly boosting his strength and constitution. However, the rapid consumption of so many pills had left his vital energy somewhat unstable, hinting at a precarious foundation. Thus, Jiang Li immediately resumed his practice of the rampaging bear's palm to stabilize and consolidate his energy. After half an hour, Jiang Li's vital energy stabilized, solidifying his cultivation. Bear Power Pill. Jiang Li retrieved a vial of pills. Another prize from Hung Liesh. The Bear Power Pill was specifically designed for cultivating the rampaging bear's palm. Jiang Li opened the porcelain bottle, revealing 9 Bear Power Pills within that he took one, promptly beginning his cultivation according to the methods of the rampaging bear's palm. Boom! 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 His vital energy reverberated, accompanied by low growls emanating from within Jiang Li. The medicinal potency of the Bear Power Pill coursed through him, coalescing all his vital energy into a singular force. Ultimately, after consuming a total of 3 Bear Power Pills, Jiang Li successfully grasped the rampaging bear's palm, manifesting the rampaging bear's might, thus mastering a formidable martial art. Chapter 38. Culinary Arts. Jiang Li struck forth, his vital energy coalescing into a single force, transforming into the rampaging bear's might, generating a powerful gust that shattered a large stone before him into fragments. Jiang Li withdrew his hand, observing the destruction he had wrought with satisfaction. Not bad at all. The power is quite impressive. I must be considered a master now. If this were Earth, showcasing such a skill would surely lead others to regard me as a transcendent being. A few videos online, and I would become an internet sensation. Of course, there is also the possibility of being invited for tea. Jiang Li was in high spirits. Regardless, a significant enhancement in strength was undoubtedly a positive development. Although he had merely reached the pinnacle of the ordinary realm and had yet to refine his inner energy, he had nonetheless acquired extraordinary power. For Jiang Li, this was an exhilarating experience. Congratulations, boss. Your cultivation has advanced tremendously, and your skills have reached new heights. Wang Pingyuan exclaimed as he hurried back, unable to enter the courtyard due to the mechanical sentries. Upon hearing the commotion, he looked up to see Jiang Li shattering the stone and immediately began to flatter him. Come in, Jiang Li said, calming his internal energy. Boss, your subordinate has completed the investigation you requested, Wang Pingyuan announced eagerly. Rushing inside, he produced a map from his robe, crouched down, and spread it out on the ground, pointing to various markers. Here, this is Zhang Ling's residence, conveniently located next to the authorities. And these locations, such as the Fuyuan Tea House and Happy Garden, are frequented by Zhang Ling. Jiang Li examined the map closely. It was a map of Yong'an City. Though not overly detailed, it sufficed he held it in his hands. You have done well with this task. It is only proper. It is my duty as a subordinate, Wang Pingyuan replied with a grin. Go find Suya and claim your reward. You may choose any first-tier premium martial art below that grade. Jiang Li spoke. Thank you, Chief Xie. Thank you, Chief Xie. Wang Pingyuan, filled with joy, repeatedly bowed in gratitude. You may leave now. Jiang Li waved his hand. Yes, Wang Pingyuan replied, leaving with a cheerful demeanor. Chief, Chief, Chief. Before Wang Pingyuan could exit the courtyard of the chief, an elder, stained with blood, rushed towards him but was intercepted by the mechanical soldiers at the entrance. Elder Li Yuan. What is the meaning of this? Wang Pingyuan exclaimed in shock. Let him in. Jiang Li frowned. Chief, our medicinal materials were intercepted by the city guards during transport. Li Yuan rushed into the courtyard, his tone anxious, and it was people from Haotian. Haotian, Jiang Li recalled. Isn't he the city guard leader from last time? Why would he do this? Is there someone in the Tianlang Gang who has a grievance with him? Impossible. Wang Pingyuan replied. Haotian is the city guard leader and a consummate first-tier martial artist. We could not have offended him. There must be another reason behind this. Chief, actually, Li Yuan hesitated. Speak, Jiang Li commanded. They suspect that you are in collusion with the demon clan, and they even believe that your lavish expenditure on these medicinal materials is an attempt to curry favor with them, Li Yuan explained. That is why Haotian led people to seize these materials. Chief Hu and Elder Zhou Tianzong have also been captured. I was the only one who managed to escape amidst the chaos under Chief Hu's cover. This is slander, pure and utter slander. Wang Pingyuan shouted. How can they seize my belongings and arrest my people based on mere conjecture? The city guards are truly tyrannical. Jiang Li's expression darkened as well. Moreover, who could be the instigator lurking behind this? It seems you are eager to engage in this game. Are you? Then I shall indulge you. With that, Jiang Li waved his right hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, 7 cold weapon mechanical soldiers appeared, standing before Jiang Li and saluting in unison. Wang Yin, you are to immediately mark the location on the map. Jiang Li handed the map to Wang Yin. Bring Zhang Ling to me. And remember, I want him alive. Yes, Wang Yin accepted the map and nodded. Whoosh, whoosh, the 7 figures flickered and vanished into the night, departing from the Tianlang Gang and moving at lightning speed. Gulch. Wang Pingyuan swallowed hard. Such speed undoubtedly indicated a consummate first-tier capability. And there were a full 7 of them. His chief had hidden his talents too deeply. It was truly terrifying. Chief, what shall we do next? What about those medicinal materials? What about Chief Hu and the others? Should we rescue them? Li Yuan quietly inquired. What is the rush? Jiang Li replied slowly. First, we must ascertain who is truly behind this before taking action, that if we strike, we must do so decisively, uprooting the enemy entirely. Merely eliminating some inconsequential individuals would serve no purpose. And besides, Hu and the others should be safe for the time being. It was my oversight, Li Yuan immediately conceded. Wang Pingyuan, send word down the line for all members of the Tianlang Gang to prepare for assembly. A great battle may ensue shortly. Jiang Li instructed further. Understood. Wang Pingyuan nodded respectfully. I shall attend to it right away. Li Yuan. You should also tend to your injuries, Jiang Li added. Yes. Li Yuan nodded and departed the courtyard. The city lord's mansion. Jiang Li pondered, gazing into the night. Could be the city lord's mansion, or perhaps the yamen. Or someone else entirely. What could their true intentions be? To be honest, Jiang Li still could not discern the adversary's objectives. Master, Information Mechanical Soldier Number XX02 requests to communicate with you. Announced Information Mechanical Soldier Number XX01. Connect, Jiang Li commanded. Whoosh, a projection appeared before Jiang Li. Master, the image of Information Mechanical Soldier Number XX02 occupied most of the screen as it saluted Jiang Li. Jiang Li nodded and inquired, what has transpired? Reporting to the Master. We arrived at Stone Village half an hour ago and encountered a small squad of Demon Clan members along the way, which we have dealt with without any casualties. Information Mechanical Soldier Number XX02 reported. You encountered Demon Clan members so swiftly? Jiang Li asked in astonishment. Indeed, Information Mechanical Soldier Number XX02 confirmed. This implies that the situation is more dire than I anticipated. The number of demons clearly exceeds our expectations. Yet few in Yong'an City seem to have received word of it. Someone must be deliberately suppressing the information, Jiang Li assessed. Master, there is something of great importance that requires your immediate attention. Information Mechanical Soldier Number XX02 interrupted Jiang Li's thoughts. Speak, Jiang Li commanded. Due to a recent incident, we had to incapacitate Shirobaki, Information Mechanical Soldier Number XX02 explained. Moreover, given Shirobaki's current state of agitation, he is no longer fit for his role, and we have lost our guide. What happened? Jiang Li frowned. Master, the footage we are about to transmit may cause you discomfort. Information Mechanical Soldier Number XX02 cautioned. Send it over, Jiang Li ordered. Yes, Information Mechanical Soldier Number XX02 adjusted the projection. The screen revealed a chilling scene under the pale moonlight. In the darkness, a glaring fire flickered, flames danced, and around them were iron cages. Inside these cages were humans, their faces expressionless, completely nude, and their eyes vacant, resembling mere husks. With a clang, one of the cages opened, and a wolf-headed demon approached. Its face twisted in a savage, greedy grin as it dragged a man from the cage. Crack, crack, blood splattered as the wolf-headed demon, disregarding the man's struggles and screams, wielded a cleaver, severing the man's head before eviscerating him and dismembering his limbs, leaving a gory scene. Such skill, so practiced, it was horrifying. Chapter 39, Capture. Oh, Jiang Li took a deep breath, calming his tumultuous emotions, his gaze fierce as he spoke in a low voice. First, we must investigate the number and strength of this group of demons. Yes, Master. Information Mechanical Soldier Number XX02 replied. Whoosh. The scene shifted to Wang Long, a consummate first-tier cold weapon mechanical soldier, well-suited for reconnaissance tasks. Under Jiang Li's watchful gaze, his figure slipped into the shadows, quietly approaching. Time passed, and Jiang Li awaited in silence. After several minutes, Wang Long returned unscathed, standing beside Information Mechanical Soldier Number XX02 and saluting Jiang Li. Reporting to the Master, the mission is complete. Speak, Jiang Li urged. There are a total of 33 demons. Among them, 1 is a late first-tier demon, 2 are mid-first-tier demons, 5 are early first-tier demons, and the rest are of no significant caliber. Wang Long reported in detail. Capture the late first-tier demon alive, Jiang Li immediately commanded. Eliminate all other demons without leaving a single survivor. Understood. Wang Long and the others responded. Move. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. The projection displayed a dim moonlight scene as 9 mechanical soldiers approached the demon-gathering site at incredible speed. Thud. Wang Long was the first to close in on a patrolling demon. His dagger glinted coldly as blood sprayed forth. And the demon's head fell. Whoosh, whoosh, several mechanical soldiers swiftly charged into the gathering. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. Quick. The demons reacted immediately, arming themselves as over 30 of them converged, exuding a fierce aura as they charged forward. Whoosh, whoosh, Wang Long and his team evaded to the side, clearing a path in the rear. A consummate first-tier firearm mechanical soldier had already set up its machine gun, its dark barrel aimed at the 30-plus demons ahead. And then it pulled the trigger to rat-a-tat-tat. The machine gun roared to life, spewing flames. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, a torrential rain of bullets pierced through the flesh of the demons, spraying blood everywhere as screams erupted. Ah! What is this thing? Retreat! Retreat! Raise the shields! Raise the shields! The demons screamed in terror, their formation utterly shattered as they panicked. Minutes later, all 1,200 rounds of machine gun ammunition had been expended, leaving the battlefield in disarray, with over 30 demons reduced to a sieve, their bodies strewn across the ground. Clearly, the destructive power of a consummate first-tier firearm mechanical soldier was staggering. Only a consummate first-tier martial artist could withstand the onslaught of machine gun fire and approach the firearm mechanical soldier. Otherwise, even a late first-tier demon would be powerless out of course. Once the ammunition ran out, the efficacy of the firearm mechanical soldier would significantly diminish, regardless of whether they were early, mid, late, or consummate first-tier firearm mechanical soldiers. Replenishing their ammunition required only a minimal amount of energy points. This was the first encounter these demons had with such an adversary, and in their panic, they were easily annihilated by Jiang Li's mechanical soldiers. This battle was a complete rout. Jiang Li observed through Information Mechanical Soldier Number XX02. Witnessing the entirety of the recent battle, over 30 demons have been eliminated just like that. It now appears that I have somewhat underestimated the combat capabilities of the mechanical soldiers. Master, the target has been captured. Half a minute later, Wang Long emerged from the demon clan's encampment, clutching a demon with a serpentine head and a body covered in azure scales, having broken all of her limbs. Who are you? The serpent-headed demon was filled with dread. She was utterly terrified, having witnessed over 30 demon soldiers being slain in mere minutes. She had intended to flee, but was apprehended by Wang Long. How frightening. The enemy is truly terrifying. Bring her back. Jiang Li cast a glance at her, stating, the commotion from the earlier battle was significant. It is highly likely that other demons will come rushing in. You must return immediately without delay and ensure that this demon is brought back for interrogation. Understood, Master. Wang Long nodded. Please, save us. We beg you to save us. At that moment, the captives confined in the iron cage snapped back to reality, crying out for help. Master? Wang Long inquired. Destroy the cage, and do not concern yourselves with anything else. Jiang Li pondered for a moment before speaking. Yes. Wang Long nodded. Crack, crack. Wang Long approached the iron cage, drawing the long knife from his back. The blade flashed, and with a few swift strikes, he severed the cage. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. The captives scrambled out of the cage. Kneeling on the ground, prostrating themselves in gratitude towards Wang Long, he did not spare them a second glance and turned to leave, while the mechanical soldiers collected the shell casings and looted the demon camp, acquiring some spoils of war. Jiang Li had not been particularly fortunate this time. Although he had slain many first-tier demons, none had yielded soul embers. Subsequently, Wang Long and his companions departed swiftly. However, the captives stealthily followed behind them, creating significant noise that could potentially alert the demons and expose Wang Long's whereabouts. Eliminate them. Jiang Li spoke coldly. If they cannot be driven away, kill them. Understood. Wang Long immediately nodded and dispatched a first-tier early-stage firearm mechanical soldier. Bang, bang. The firearm mechanical soldier fired several shots at the ground beneath the captive's feet. Follow us, and you will die. The firearm mechanical soldier's tone was frigid, and his expression was ruthless. Master, the captives trembled in fear. The firearm mechanical soldier turned and departed. This time, the captives dared not follow any longer. How can they treat us this way? We are all of the human race. Why are we not allowed to follow? They are clearly so strong. How selfish. Many among them harbored grievances. However, a few individuals detached from the group, seeking refuge in the dense surrounding foliage to forage for wild fruits and sustain themselves. An hour later, the communication ended. The scene before Jiang Li vanished. I hope to extract some information from that demon's lips when the time comes, Jiang Li thought to himself. Meanwhile, Wang Yin and her companions had already taken action, but without any information mechanical soldiers accompanying them. Jiang Li was unaware of the specifics in the deep of night, while Yong'an City appeared tranquil on the surface. Tumultuous undercurrents surged beneath. The White Dragon Gang, Listening Rain Tower, and Heaven's Gate Gang seemed to have caught wind of something and began gathering their members. Wang Yin and her group arrived at Zhang Ling's residence, infiltrating the courtyard, eliminating several servants and guards, but failing to locate Zhang Ling. Even after capturing Zhang Ling's steward, they could extract no useful information and had no choice but to search other locations. However, at the other places frequently visited by Zhang Ling, Wang Yin and her group also came up empty-handed. Reluctantly, they returned in the main courtyard of the Wolf Gang. Master, the mission has failed. Wang Yin lowered her head, her tone somewhat dejected as she slowly spoke. We were unable to find Zhang Ling. Not found. Jiang Li furrowed his brow. Did we alarm the snake? Did Zhang Ling realize we were searching for him and deliberately hide? Who could have leaked the information? Master, the county magistrate requests an audience. At the entrance of the courtyard, Gu Tianqi, the leader of the ancient Pine Hall, stood straight, but he was blocked by the mechanical soldiers from entering, and could only shout loudly from the entrance. The ancient Pine Hall was originally one of the 4 major halls of the Sandflow Gang. After Jiang Li took over the Sandflow Gang, it was transformed into the ancient Sand Hall, and the ancient Pine Hall became a hall of the Wolf Gang. Gu Tianqi had been promoted from deputy hall master to hall master. County magistrate, Jiang Li murmured, turning to look, narrowing his eyes slightly. Behind Gu Tianqi stood 2 individuals. One was unfamiliar to Jiang Li, with no recollection of him, while the other was none other than Zhang Ling. Come in. Jiang Li instructed the mechanical soldiers to let them through. Master. Gu Tianqi quickly stepped forward, entering the master's courtyard and respectfully bowing to Jiang Li. Jiang Gang Master, we meet again. Zhang Ling greeted him with a smile. Ha! Jiang Li's smile did not reach his eyes. Jiang Gang Master, the county magistrate. Yang Zik was dressed in plain clothes rather than official robes, exuding an elegant demeanor as he clasped his hands in greeting. I am Yang Zik, the county magistrate of Yongin City. County magistrate. Jiang Li scrutinized Yang Zik, noting his strikingly handsome features and the authoritative air about him. It is quite late for the county magistrate to visit in civilian attire. Is there a pressing matter? Moreover, if I recall correctly, your office still suspects me of collusion with the demons, which led to the city guards detaining the medicinal materials of my wolf gang. Jiang Gang Master, this matter is a misunderstanding. I admit I have been somewhat rash. Yang Zik expressed his apologies, saying, I did not consider it thoroughly, causing you to suffer unjustly, and I hope you can forgive me. No need for forgiveness. Jiang Li waved his hand. If the county magistrate truly feels remorseful, then please retrieve my wolf gang's medicinal materials from the city guards. This. Yang Zik forced a smile. Jiang Gang Master, you may not be aware, but the city guards do not fall under my jurisdiction, and I cannot command them to act. This matter is likely not easy to resolve. Heh. Jiang Li sneered. I truly do not sense any sincerity in the county magistrate's apology. Wang Yin, see them out. Jiang Li gestured up. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yin and several mechanical soldiers stepped forward, emanating a strong aura of menace. Jiang Gang Master, please do not be angry. Yang Zik blated. Startled. In fact, I have come here with a matter of great importance to discuss with you, Jiang Gang Master. I already know who is colluding with the demons. Oh, who? Jiang Li raised his hand, and Wang Yin and the mechanical soldiers retreated a few steps, standing beside Jiang Li. Dugu Huang Teng. Yang Zik spoke in a low voice. However, I do not have evidence of his collusion with the demons. Otherwise, I wouldn't need to go through such trouble. I could directly report to the court, and they would naturally send someone to investigate. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. Dugu Huangcheng is the lord of Yongin City. What would compel him to do so? What benefits would he gain from colluding with the demons? Jiang Li, this is the truth. Zhang Ling clenched his fists, his voice filled with righteous indignation. In fact, I was originally under Dugu Huangcheng's command, specifically placed beside the county magistrate to monitor him. But when I discovered that Dugu Huangcheng was colluding with the demons, I could hardly believe it. Yet the truth remains. So you betrayed Dugu Huangcheng. Jiang Li Nkita. Exactly. Zhang Ling nodded solemnly, his eyes burning with hatred, and he spoke through gritted teeth. There is a blood feud between humans and demons. Demons consume humans. And humans slay demons. That my family perished at the hands of the demons. I absolutely cannot accept Dugu Huangcheng's collusion with the demons. Dugu Huangcheng is a traitor to humanity. He must die. Zhang Ling, I wish to ask you something. Jiang Li suddenly said. What is it? Zhang Ling calmed his emotions, concealing the hatred in his eyes. How did you know I was going to send someone to capture you? Jiang Li asked. Well, Zhang Ling hesitated, failing to respond. In reply to the gang master, it was actually my subordinate who informed the county magistrate, which is how Zhang Ling came to know. Gu Tianqi answered on Zhang Ling's behalf. Elder Wang instructed the gang members to inquire about Zhang Ling's whereabouts. And I happened to overhear it. Gang master, our enemy is solely Dugu Huangcheng. You and the county magistrate should now be on the same side, which is why I informed the county magistrate. Gu Tianqi explained. You traitorous scoundrel. Jiang Li spoke coldly. Jiang Gang Master, please do not be angry. Yang Zik interjected. Whoosh. Wang Yin had already made her move, her figure flashing as she appeared before Gu Tianqi, her alloy dagger slicing through the air, only to be blocked by Yang Zik. Clang! A green iron pin intercepted Wang Yan's dagger. Gu Tianqi swallowed hard, his expression one of horror. Hurry and flee! Zhang Ling shouted. Why yes! Gu Tianqi snapped back to reality, panic-stricken, and turned to flee. Bang! In the silent night. A gunshot rang out as Jiang Li borrowed a handgun from the nearby firearm mechanical soldier, pulling the trigger. His aim was not precise, merely grazing Gu Tianqi's knee. Ah! Gu Tianqi shrieked, clutching his knee and collapsing to the ground. Thought. Wang Gang rushed forward, delivering a single punch that shattered Gu Tianqi's heart, resulting in his immediate demise. Jiang Gang Master. Yang Zike's expression darkened. Is there a problem? Jiang Li gazed at Yang Zike and remarked, do I need to seek the esteemed approval of the county lord to deal with the traitors within the gang? Or is it that Gu Tianqi is, in fact, an agent planted by you in my Tianlang Gang? Certainly not, Yang Zike replied in a somber tone. The leader is overthinking. That is a relief, Jiang Li smiled. What has transpired? My leader? The gunfire from earlier had alarmed many gang members, and Wang Chao and Mahan had also arrived, standing at the entrance of the courtyard. Remove Gu Tianqi's body and hang it at the entrance of Tianlang Gang for 3 days as a warning to all members that this is the fate of a traitor, Jiang Li commanded. Understood, leader. Mahan gulped, then carried Gu Tianqi's lifeless body away. County Lord, let us continue our discussion on our matters, Jiang Li smiled. Very well. Yang Zike took a deep breath to compose himself. According to the information I have received, Dugu Imperial City is undoubtedly colluding with the demon race. Their forces have already infiltrated the surroundings of Yong'an City. The current situation is dire. We must first address our internal strife before we can confront the external threat. Therefore, I require your assistance, Jiang Gang leader, to jointly tackle Dugu Imperial City. Certainly, I have no objections to this matter. Jiang Li nodded in agreement. However, I have one condition. Please, Jiang Gang leader, state your terms, Yang Zike responded with delight. Retrieve the medicinal herbs detained by the city guard. And upon successful completion, I expect 100,000 taels of silver, Jiang Li stated. That is impossible, Yang Zike replied. Firstly, 100,000 taels is no small sum, and the city guard is directly under the jurisdiction of Dugu Imperial City. My commands hold no weight. Then there is nothing more to discuss, Jiang Li shrugged. This condition is utterly unattainable, Yang Zike retorted. You lack sincerity, Jiang Li shook his head. You seek my assistance, and I am prepared to expend effort, even risk my life, yet you cannot even accommodate this modest request. What more is there to talk about? Jiang Li, can you truly bear to witness Yong'an City fall to the demon race, leading to widespread devastation? Yang Zike shouted. Are you aware of how many lives would be lost? Ha! Jiang Li scoffed at that moment. Zhang Ling unexpectedly spoke up. I will find a way. You! Yang Zike was taken aback. You have a solution? Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. Seemingly intrigued. Dugu Imperial City is still unaware of my betrayal. They still trust me that I can seek an opportunity to retrieve the batch of medicinal herbs, Zhang Ling stated earnestly. Very well. I shall await your good news. Jiang Li smiled. Jiang Li, I hope you will honor your promise when the time comes, Zhang Ling said solemnly. Rest assured, Jiang Li nodded. When do you plan to act? Jiang Li suddenly inquired. Naturally, the sooner the better, Yang Zike replied vaguely, not specifying a time. I will send someone to notify you when the time comes. Then you must hasten to bring the herbs, for until I see them, I will not take action, Jiang Li shrugged. Yang Zike who fed, waving his sleeve as he departed. Farewell, Zhang Ling followed suit. Ha! Jiang Li observed their retreating figures in silence, lost in thought. Master, do you truly believe their words? Wang Yin suddenly questioned. Who can say? Jiang Li replied evasively. In truth, he was uncertain whether Zhang Ling and Yang Zike's words were trustworthy, as they were merely one side of the narrative. However, given the circumstances Jiang Li faced and the information he had gathered, Dugu Imperial City indeed bore significant suspicion. Human race, demon race, Jiang Li murmured softly. I should seek some historical texts regarding this world. The memories from my past life lack such records. Half an hour later, Jiang Li had Mahan procure a historical book titled A Brief History of the World. He returned to his chamber, seated himself in a chair, and began reading quietly by the time Jiang Li finished the book. It was already around 3 or 4 in the morning. This book detailed that the world was known as the Supreme Fantasy World, comprising 6 races: humans, demons, barbarians, fiends, gods, and ghosts. The fiends and gods resided high in the skies, while the ghosts dwelled in the abyss. The humans, demons, and barbarians were perpetually at war on the supreme fantasy continent, having accumulated deep-seated blood feuds that could never be resolved. This was roughly the current state of the world. Of course, a brief history of the world was merely a general text, and Jiang Li could glean little from it to gain a clearer and more detailed understanding. He would need to experience and delve deeper into the matter himself. Furthermore, the book provided no specific insights into the strengths and weaknesses of the humans, demons, and barbarians, nor did it elaborate on the distribution of their powers. The fiend, god, and ghost races were mentioned only in passing. With no further details provided, after setting the book aside, Jiang Li retired for the night. The next day, he awoke early. After just a few hours of sleep, he felt revitalized. Under the attentive care of Xiao Hua, Jiang Li finished his breakfast and began practicing the violent bear palm in the courtyard. Due to insufficient vitality, he could not consume elixirs to cultivate his internal energy. Moreover, he had not taken the 10-year-old Zhu fruit either. The morning passed in cultivation. 18 noon. Wang Long and the others returned, but were obstructed at the city gate by the city guard. Upon receiving news from the mechanical soldier No XX02, Jiang Li immediately gathered his people and rushed over. The members of Tianlang Gang confronted the city guard at the city gate, while onlookers gathered around. Jiang Li, a figure clad in armor, approached steadily. Jiang, what? Are you Tianlang Gang intending to clash with our city guard? Such audacity to lay hands on the city guard. Do you know the consequences of such actions? Hao Yin snorted coldly. Then is it permissible for your city guard to obstruct people without cause? Jiang Li retorta. Commander, we suspect they have brought demons into the city gate guard stated. Demon race. Hao Yin's expression darkened. Jiang Gang leader, what is the meaning of this? Jiang Li remained silent and instead turned his gaze toward Wang Long and the others, who were pulling a cart laden with spoils, most of which were medicinal herbs. Additionally, a demon was hidden at the bottom of the cart. Utter nonsense. There is nothing of the sort, Jiang Li declared. If that is the case, then allowing our men to conduct a search should pose no issue, correct? Hao Yin stated slowly. On what grounds? Jiang Li scoffed. You claim a search without reason. What of Tianlang Gang's dignity? Furthermore, there are so many people coming and going here. You specifically target my people, deliberately causing trouble for Tianlang Gang. Is that it? This is a routine procedure, Hao Yin replied sternly. I see you are merely seeking a quarrel, Jiang Li retorted. Search, Hao Yin commanded with a wave of his hand. I dare you, Jiang Li admonisha. Clank, the mechanical soldiers surged forward, shielding Wang Long and the others, their expressions grim and imposing. Meanwhile, hundreds of Tianlang Gang members brandished their weapons, the atmosphere thick with tension. Gulp! The onlookers swallowed hard. Jiang Li, Hao Yin's face was grim. It was evident that the number of city guards surrounding the gate was limited, merely a few hundred, whereas the members of Tianlang Gang numbered in the hundreds, along with Jiang Li's mechanical soldiers. If a conflict were to erupt, Hao Yin and his men would undoubtedly suffer losses that, of course, should a fight break out, the city guards within Yong'an City would provide reinforcements in the shortest time possible, numbering in the thousands, perhaps even more. Regardless of whether Jiang Li won or lost, he would have to flee Yong'an City, leaving the territory of the Deqian dynasty. Openly attacking the city guard would amount to treason under the laws of the Deqian dynasty. A capital offense. Enough, stand down. At that moment, Yang Zik arrived as if he were racing against time. Commander Hao Yin, why make such a fuss over this trivial matter? County Lord, Hao Yin saluted respectfully. This is no trivial matter. It concerns the safety of Yong'an City. If Jiang Li's subordinates have indeed brought demons into Yong'an City, and they conspire together, it poses a grave threat, Hao Yin explained. Haha, Commander Hao Yin, rest assured, Jiang Gang leader would never collude with demons, Yang Zik laughed. What? Hao Yin was momentarily taken aback, pondering that not long ago, someone from his office had claimed Jiang Li was colluding with demons. How was it that now the county lord was asserting that Jiang Li would never do such a thing? County Lord, such matters are not to be trifled with, Hao Yin said solemnly. Commander Hao Yin, I am, after all, the county lord. Though you are under the jurisdiction of the city, do my words hold no weight at all? Yang Zik exclaimed. Would I jest regarding the safety of Yongin City? Of course not. Hao Qian clasped his hands and, after a moment's contemplation, waved his hand. Let them pass. Understood. The city guards nodded and then dispersed. Let us return. Jiang Li said no more, leading his people away directly. So they left just like that. I did not expect the county lord to intervene. By the way, wasn't it just recently that the office suspected Jiang Li? Why is the county lord now defending him? What is going on? Unclear. Something feels amiss. The crowd surrounding him engaged in conversation, their faces inevitably betraying a sense of worry. From a distant loft, the solitary figure of the Emperor of the Lonely Kingdom stood at the pinnacle, surveying the events unfolding at the city gate. He had witnessed all that transpired just moments ago, yet refrained from revealing himself. Father. At this moment, Duga Luo sauntered through the entrance, clad in a blue robe that signified her status as a young gentleman. Luoer, you have arrived, Duga Huangqing remarked with a smile as he turned to face her. Indeed, Duga Luo nodded, her tone laced with excitement as she proclaimed, Father, I have successfully contacted the Lord of Pingding City, that I am confident that this time we can ensnare those demon tribes in one fell swoop and subsequently seize a city from the Crimson Brow Demon Nation. Chapter 42. Interrogation. I trust you to handle this matter, Dugu Huangqing replied with a smile. Father, there is another issue. Dugu Luo pondered for a moment. Captain Hao Yin has detained the medicinal herbs belonging to Jiang Li of the Tianlang Gang, and I have heard that this was done without your permission. Dugu Huangqing nodded. I am already aware of this situation. Hao Yin can be somewhat impulsive and reckless, but his intentions are not malicious. It is rumored that Jiang Li has suspicious ties with the demon tribes, which prompted him to seize the items, she continued. Moreover, Jiang Li's recent conduct has indeed raised some eyebrows. Besides, he is merely a third-rate gang. What waves can he possibly create? After all, Yongin City ultimately remains under my dominion, he asserted confidently. I believe it would be prudent for you to exercise caution. Father, Duga Luo advised with a hint of regret in her tone. I had initially intended to win Jiang Li over, but with Hao Yin's interference, that opportunity has vanished. I too find myself curious as to why Jiang Li requires such an abundance of medicinal herbs, particularly those of a mundane nature. Could he perhaps be an alchemist? Is he using these ordinary herbs to hone his skills? Dugu Huangqing waved his hand, interrupting Dugu Luo's musings. These are trivial matters. Do not allow them to distract you from the main agenda. Understood. Dugu Luo nodded. City Lord. Zhang Ling requests an audience. A voice called from outside the chamber. Zhang Ling. Dugu Luo furrowed her brow slightly. Come in, Dugu Huangqing commanded. Upon returning to the Tianlang Gang's headquarters, Jiang Li and his associates promptly sealed off the premises, preventing anyone from approaching, while they escorted a serpent-headed demon into the interrogation room. Surrounding the gang's headquarters were plainclothes city guards, who had received orders from Hao Yin to monitor the Tianlang Gang. However, the gang's tight security thwarted any attempts at reconnaissance. Inside the interrogation chamber, the atmosphere was dim and reeked of a foul odor, with various instruments of torture hanging from the walls, stained with congealed blood. Master Bai Zhanbo presents himself before the gang leader, a middle-aged man with several knife scars across his face. Resembling a centipede, stood before Jiang Li. His hair was unkempt, and his attire was quite casual. Gang leader, Bai Zhanbo, is our most skilled interrogator in the Liaoxiang, adept in numerous interrogation techniques and punishments. Those who have undergone his methods seldom conceal anything, Wang Pingyuan introduced. He, gang leader, interrogation is not my true aim. I merely relish the sounds of their agonizing screams. Each time I hear their wails, I cannot help but feel a surge of excitement. Such a sensation is utterly addictive. Bai Zhanbo grinned, a ghastly smile spreading across his face. I have no interest in your peculiar inclinations, Jiang Li remarked, casting a glance at Bai Zhanbo. Bring her forth. Yes, Wang Long responded, carrying a black cloth bag to Jiang Li's side and swiftly releasing the drawstring, letting it fall to the ground. The serpent-headed demon, covered in green scales, partially emerged from the bag, her mouth bound, rendering her voiceless, her terrified eyes darting toward Jiang Li and the others, trembling uncontrollably. A demon! Wang Pingyuan gasped, involuntarily taking a step back, his expression one of horror as he looked at Jiang Li, gang leader. How can there be a demon here? Demon? Bai Zhanbua's eyes widened in surprise. I had someone capture her, Jiang Li stated. Bai Zhanbua, from this moment forth, your sole task is to pry open this demon's mouth and extract every morsel of information she possesses. Jiang Li pointed at the serpent-headed demon, enunciating each word. Remember every single detail. Bai Zhanbua suddenly emitted a chilling laugh, his body quivering. Not from fear, but from exhilaration, his smile growing increasingly deranged as he licked his lips. Gang leader, you are simply magnificent. I have interrogated many individuals, yet this is my first encounter with a demon. What will this experience be like? What sensations will it evoke? The unknown always fills one with anticipation. I cannot contain myself. I must begin immediately. Let us proceed. Jiang Li glanced at Bai Zhanbua and, without lingering, turned to leave. Wang Pingyuan cautiously scrutinized the demon, quickly averting his gaze as he followed Jiang Li out of the interrogation room. Little darling, we are about to commence, so you must behave, Bai Zhanbua said, his lips curling upward as he squatted down, extending his right hand toward the serpent-headed demon. The demon struggled with all her might, as if confronted with something terrifying, attempting to evade him. Yet her limbs were broken and nearly rendered useless, her resistance feeble. Outside the interrogation chamber, several mechanical soldiers stood guard at the entrance. No one is permitted to enter or exit the interrogation room without my explicit permission, Jiang Li commanded. Understood. The mechanical soldiers replied in unison. Wang Pingyuan, do you know Bai Zhanbua's background? Jiang Li Nkita. Gang leader, I am not entirely certain. Wang Pingyuan pondered for a moment. He was brought back by Hung Lusha half a year ago and has since served as the gang's interrogator, assisting Hung Lusha in resolving numerous issues. I have heard, though I cannot confirm, that Bai Zhanbua is a fugitive whom Hung Lusha rescued. A fugitive, Jiang Li murmured. That does seem plausible. Gang leader, since you mentioned that Hung Lusha saved him and you subsequently eliminated Hung Lusha, do you think Bai Zhanbua might seek revenge? Wang Pingyuan paused before speaking. It is certainly a possibility, Jiang Li nodded. You shall keep an eye on him. Should any issues arise, I will hold you accountable. That. Wang Pingyuan grimaced. That it was evident to anyone with keen perception that Bai Zhanbua's mental state was far from stable, and the thought of monitoring someone with such a disturbed psyche did not sit well with him. Who could predict what Bai Zhanbua might do? Understood, Wang Pingyuan conceded, observing Jiang Li's impassive expression. Gang leader, regarding the demon, merely a captive, Jiang Li replied. If there are no pressing matters in the next few days, refrain from wandering about. Remain at the gang's headquarters. Hu Dong and Zhou Tianzhong are both absent, and there are numerous matters that require your attention. Understood, Wang Pingyuan replied with a start. I will comply. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the interrogation room, causing Wang Pingyuan to shudder involuntarily, glancing back with trepidation. What has that scoundrel Bai Zhanbua done? That demon's cries are utterly harrowing, Wang Pingyuan thought to himself. Let us hope he does not kill her without extracting any information. I have gone to great lengths to capture her, and losing such a unique specimen would be a significant loss. Jiang Li furrowed his brow in concern. If we wish to capture another late-stage first-tier demon next time, it will not be so easy. At that moment, in Shirtu village, a formidable detachment of nearly 1,000 demons marched in unison, their presence both grand and brazen as they patrol the area, seemingly preparing to welcome a significant figure. My lord, there has been a calamity. The demons soon discovered the grim aftermath in Shirtu village, where over 30 mangled corpses lay strewn across the ground, and surrounding iron cages had been severed. Miss Qingya, a commanding demon, whose aura radiated the strength of a perfected first tier, rushed to the forefront from the rear of the throng. There is no sign of her, the lion-headed demon, with thick fur of a brown hue, reported, its brown armor covering much of its body. We have not located any bodies. It appears that Qingya has been captured. This matter must be reported to the general immediately. Our plans must be expedited. If anything happens to Miss Qingya, we are all doomed. As evening descended, Su Ye, Wu Zong, and Pang Ke each drove a horse-drawn cart, slipping into the Tianlang Gang's headquarters under the veil of twilight. Arriving at the Lord's courtyard, Wu Zong and Pang Ke had recently ingested essence-condensing pills, successfully refining their internal energy and advancing to the initial stage of first-tier warriors that Suya, however, had not pursued a breakthrough but continued to solidify her foundation. Chapter 43. The Big Fish Gang Leader. I am pleased to report that we have successfully procured the medicinal herbs you requested, Suya and her companions announced. Excellent. Unload the herbs, Jiang Li replied, nodding as he instructed the nearby mechanical soldiers to transport the herbs from the 3 carts into the rear courtyard. Although the quantity of herbs was not substantial, they were swiftly unloaded. Jiang Li, despite having reached an apparent agreement with Yang Zik, was aware that Zhang Ling would endeavor to retrieve the herbs from the city guards. Yet, should unforeseen complications arise during this period, Jiang Li's interests would ultimately be the ones jeopardized. Jiang Li specifically instructed Suya, Wu Zong, and Pang Ke to secretly gather the remaining funds of the Tianlang Gang. Along with the wealth they had plundered from various halls, that in total, they amassed a sum of 300,000 taels. This time, Suya and the others divided into 3 groups, opting not to approach the larger merchant associations, but rather to seek out small traders and scattered herbalists, as well as scavengers, to procure medicinal materials from them. Naturally, this endeavor consumed considerable time and effort, yet they successfully returned with 3 horse-drawn carts filled with herbs, each cart costing them 100,000 taels of silver. You have performed admirably on this task, Jiang Li remarked with satisfaction, nodding his approval. What rewards do you desire? Techniques, martial arts, elixirs, or perhaps gold and silver? Well, let's not speak of wealth. The Liashang is currently impoverished. Wu Zong and the others exchanged glances before replying in unison. It is our honor to alleviate the worries of the gang leader. Jiang Li merely smiled and took out 3 jade vials from his robe, handing one to each of Wu Zong's companions. These are inner breath pills. You two have just broken through and refined your inner strength. The inner breath pill is a medicinal pill for first-tier martial artists. As for Suya, you are on the verge of a breakthrough as well, so I'll grant you one in advance. Thank you, gang leader. Wu Zong and his companions were overjoyed and received the elixirs with great respect. You may leave now. Jiang Li waved his hand. We take our leave. Suya and the others bowed and departed with their carts. Gang leader. Not long after they had left, Jiang Li, who had initially intended to convert the newly acquired medicinal materials into energy points, was interrupted by the hurried arrival of Wang Chao and Ma Han, who stood at the entrance of the courtyard and called out, Gang leader. There has been progress in by Zhambua's interrogation. He sent us to inform you. So soon? Jiang Li exclaimed with delight, immediately saying, Let us proceed to the interrogation room. Understood, gang leader. Wang Chao and Ma Han led the way, with several mechanical soldiers closely trailing Jiang Li, almost to the point of being inseparable. The interrogation room was shrouded in darkness by evening. Dimly lit by flickering candles, the yellowish glow cast shadows that danced eerily. Gulp! Mahan swallowed hard. The atmosphere slightly unnerving. Gang leader. Suddenly, Bai Zhanbua emerged from the shadows nearby, but before he could approach Jiang Li, he was intercepted by Wang Gang, who scrutinized him with a penetrating gaze. What is the result of the interrogation? Jiang Li inquired directly. All the details are here. Bai Zhanbua held out a page filled with notes, stating, I asked everything that needed to be asked, and all reports are documented here. Of course, the gang leader may also wish to inquire personally. But is he dead? Jiang Li pressed. Not quite dead, but almost, Bai Zhanbua shrugged. Take me to see. Jiang Li commanded. Gang leader. You wish to see my handiwork. Splendid. Right this way, Bai Zhanbua exclaimed excitedly, leading Jiang Li forward. The heavy iron door swung open, and a foul stench of blood assaulted their senses that in the center of the dim room sat a blood-soaked black chair, occupied by a grotesque, almost unrecognizable figure, its flesh mangled and scales flayed, littering the ground. The IT murmured incoherently. Ugh. Wang Chao and Mahan couldn't hold back, retching violently. Are you dissatisfied with my masterpiece? Bai Zhanbua's smile vanished. his eyes darkening as he stared at Wang Chao and Ma Han. "And no," they stammered, hastily shaking their heads. "It's hopeless." Jiang Li took a handgun from one of the mechanical soldiers and pulled the trigger. A gunshot rang out as the bullet pierced the head of the snake-headed creature, extinguishing its life and ending its suffering. "Gang leader, why did you kill her? She was a demon. She was my first, and she could have held on a while longer. What a pity." Bai Zhanbo lamented with regret. "Bai Zhanbo, I hope you have executed the task I entrusted to you to the best of your abilities," Jiang Li replied calmly. "Otherwise, I believe you would not wish to discover the consequences. Please, gang leader, take a look." Bai Zhanbo smiled as he handed the page to Jiang Li, adding, "I trust you will be exceedingly satisfied after reading it, for this is indeed a significant catch." "A significant catch?" Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, taking the page and delving into its contents, his expression shifting as he read every word. Qinya was the name of the snake-headed demon, the sole daughter of Qing Ling, the lord of the Qi-made demon nation's Qing Lin City, holding a position of great esteem. Originally, Qinya was protected by nearly 1,000 demon guards. However, on the very night Jiang Li dispatched mechanical soldiers to Stone Village, the demon guard had left for a more pressing matter: negotiations with the barbarian tribes, while Qinya, disliking the barbarians, chose not to accompany them. This fortuitously allowed Jiang Li the opportunity to capture her. Given Qinya's high status, the intelligence she possessed far exceeded Jiang Li's expectations, unraveling many of the mysteries that had troubled him. Firstly, several months prior, the demon army from the Qi-made demon nation's Qing Lin City had formed an alliance with the barbarian army from the Black Snake barbarian nation, solidifying a plan to strike with overwhelming force. They intended to seize Yong'an City first, then pacify Pingding City, with their true objective aimed directly at the Black Dragon County of the Deqian dynasty. Should Black Dragon County fall, the Deqian dynasty would lose nearly 1/36 of its territory. More alarmingly, according to Qinya's revelations, the lord of Yong'an City, Duge Huangqing, and County Lord Yang Zik were both engaged in undisclosed dealings with the demons and barbarians. Qingshan Valley, Jiang Li murmured, uttering the name of a location. According to Qinya, Duge Huangqing has reached an agreement with the demons, promising that once Black Dragon County is captured, he would expend vast resources to aid Duge Huangqing in breaking through his cultivation and healing his hidden injuries. 3 days hence, the demons will set an ambush in Qingshan Valley and annihilate the forces of Pingding City. Pingding City, Jiang Li pondered. I am unaware of the identity of its lord, and how did Duge Huangqing persuade the lord of Pingding City to dispatch troops? The information above and what Qinya disclosed can only serve as a reference. They cannot be wholly trusted. I have a nagging feeling that there is a larger conspiracy yet to be unveiled. Jiang Li contemplated, sensing the situation growing ever more intricate. The Qi-made demon nation, the Deqian dynasty, and the Black Snake barbarian nation, with humans, demons, and barbarians converging. This will not be simple. Moreover, with Qing Ling's daughter, Qinya, dead at my hands, should this news spread, it would pose a significant dilemma for me. I still lack sufficient military strength. Chapter 44, 420 Mechanical Soldiers. Jiang Li withdrew his gaze. Having finished reading, after thoroughly confirming no details were overlooked, he handed the page to Wang Chao, who accepted it with some trepidation. Gang leader, are you satisfied with this outcome? Bai Zhanbo inquired with a smile. MHM. Jiang Li nodded slightly, saying no more, and turned to leave. We bid farewell to the gang leader. Bai Zhanbo bowed deeply, adding, Gang leader, should the opportunity arise, please capture more demons for me to practice on. I am still unfamiliar with their physiology, but with a few more attempts, I shall grasp it. That way, once I understand their anatomy, it will be easier to interrogate them without accidentally killing them. Very well, I shall take note. Jiang Li merely waved his hand. Thank you, gang leader. Bai Zhanbo's smile broadened, though the scar on his face rendered it rather sinister. Wang Chao and Ma Han dared not linger and hurried away. Late at night, in the backyard, Jiang Li stood before a series of wooden crates as the mechanical soldiers opened them one by one, revealing an array of medicinal materials, most of which were of subpar appearance, many being 10 years old. Convert to energy points, Jiang Li surveyed the numerous herbs, having spent his entire fortune to acquire them. while holding a detailed list meticulously organized by Suya. Among them were 1,000 10-year herbs, 520-year herbs, 230-year herbs, 140-year herbs, and 50-50-year herbs that have purchased from a Grand Merchant Association. These herbs would cost 325,000 taels of silver. However, since Suya and his companions sourced them from small traders, herbalists, and scavengers, the quality was somewhat inferior, allowing them to negotiate the price down to 300,000 taels. Saving a modest sumbas. A flash of white light flickered and vanished as all the herbs disappeared into thin air, successfully converted into energy points. The conversion yielded a total of 3,250 energy points. With a swish, Jiang Li activated the virtual interface, and his energy points surged from 1,180 to 4. For 30. Jiang Li had utilized the information mechanical soldiers for several communications and replenished the ammunition of the firearm mechanical soldiers. Consuming 4 energy points. Manufacture 100 combat mechanical soldiers, 100 cold weapon mechanical soldiers, and 100 firearm mechanical soldiers. Jiang Li manipulated the master panel, unveiling the troop interface, expending 3,000 energy points to directly manufacture 300 mechanical soldiers, leaving him with 1,430 points remaining. A virtual display materialized within Jiang Li's line of sight, revealing 3 ethereal silhouettes, each accompanied by the inscription X100. Countless luminous points filled the virtual figures. 1 minute later, the 300 mechanical soldiers were completed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before Jiang Li, 300 mechanical soldiers emerged out of thin air, divided into 3 distinct formations, standing in orderly ranks, saluting Jiang Li in unison. "We have seen the master," the 300 mechanical soldiers declared in unison. "Good," Jiang Li replied, observing the dense array of figures before him, nodding with satisfaction. "I now possess a total of 420 mechanical soldiers. This force is already formidable. If Zhang Ling cannot retrieve the medicinal materials from the city guards, I shall have to take matters into my own hands. With these mechanical soldiers, the city guards will be unable to stop me. Most importantly," he continued, "in 3 days the demon army and the barbarian army will officially assault Yong'an City. At that time, I shall inevitably be drawn into the fray. Regardless of what Duga Huangcheng and Yang Zai contend, all I can do now is continuously enhance myself, acquire more mechanical soldiers, and assemble a powerful legion. As long as my strength is sufficient, no matter the schemes and deceptions, I can simply unleash my forces and sweep through." Outside Yong'an City, at the encampment of the demon army in Qinglin City, what was once a human settlement had now been seized and transformed into a military base, with the human inhabitants reduced to mere fodder. Useless! With a thunderous roar, a massive figure was hurled from the central tent, crashing to the ground, blood spewing from its mouth. The fallen figure was none other than a lion-headed demon. "General!" The surrounding demons gazed at the enormous tent with trepidation. Boom! Boom! The ground trembled as a colossal hand ripped open the tent, revealing a giant standing 3 meters tall, a demon with the head of an elephant. His long nose resembled that of a python. He Zong, the general of the Qinglin City Demon Army, commanded the entire force and was one of the key strategists and decision-makers of this operation, as well as a trusted confidant of Qingling. "Huwu, the elephant-headed demon." He Zong bellowed. "Your subordinate is here." Thud! Huwu knelt before him, trembling at the intense malice radiating from He Zong, causing his robust form to quiver slightly. "Inform Duga Huangcheng that we can no longer wait 3 days. We must act tomorrow." He Zong shouted. "General, what are the barbarians?" Huwu gulped nervously. "I shall personally seek out the barbarian bear for negotiations," He Zong roared furiously. "Qingya is the only daughter of the city lord, and my goddaughter. Should any harm befall her, I will flay you alive." "I shall go at once," Huwu quickly replied, scrambling to his feet. "I have always said that war is no trifling matter, yet you refuse to listen, insisting on coming here. If something truly goes awry, how shall I explain it to Brother Ling?" He Zong clenched his fists filled with deep concern, and immediately departed the demon camp, taking several trusted subordinates with him, hastening toward the barbarian army's encampment in the desolate city. In Yong'an City, within the Lord's mansion, a black carrier pigeon swooped into the city lord's quarters, alighting outside Dugu Huangqing's window, flapping its wings. Creak! The window opened, and Dugu Huangqing retrieved the message tied to the pigeon's leg. Unfolding it to read, "Action tomorrow, no mistakes allowed." Tomorrow, Dugu Huangqing furrowed his brow, pondering silently. What has transpired on the demon's side? Why the sudden advancement? There was no prior indication. While deep in thought, he released the black pigeon and retrieved a white one from the cage inside, composing a message and fastening it before releasing the white pigeon into the night. Under the profound darkness, the white pigeon soared like a dart towards Pingding City. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Jiang Li, accompanied by several first-tier perfected combat mechanical soldiers, made his way to the county office, seeking out Yang Zik to inquire about Zhang Ling's whereabouts. "Chief Jiang, this matter is not so easily accomplished. You must exercise patience and wait a bit longer," Yang Zik replied. "I do not have the luxury of time to squander here," Jiang Li retorted coldly, rising to leave the county office. Half an hour later, at the city guard's encampment, Jiang Li led 420 mechanical soldiers, along with numerous members of the Tianlang Gang, brandishing weapons and surrounding the camp's entrance, sealing it off completely. "Where is Haotian? Bring him out," Jiang Li demanded, his gaze fixed on the two guards at the entrance, his voice low and commanding. "It's Jiang Li of the Tianlang Gang." Goodness, Jiang Li is quite audacious, actually daring to besiege the city guard's encampment. Has he lost his mind? I've never heard of a gang daring to surround the city guards. The commotion attracted a multitude of onlookers, who were astonished by the unfolding scene. The Tianlang Gang boasted a considerable number of members, totaling around 2,000 when accounting for all their branches, albeit most were ordinary folk untrained in combat. The sheer number of people gathered created an air of intimidation. Are we truly going to confront the city guards? It seems precarious, but this is the chief's command. I must admit, such a situation is unprecedented. It's somewhat exhilarating. Many ordinary members of the gang were sweating profusely, feeling anxious and tense, while some bolder individuals were eager to participate. In truth, had it not been for Jiang Li's iron-fisted methods that instilled fear in the gang's leaders, there was a significant chance many of them would not have come along. After all, not long ago, the leader of the Gusahal, Gu Tianqi, had been killed, his corpse still on display at the gang's headquarters. Should they defy orders, they might very well meet the same fate. For the sake of their lives, they had no choice but to join. "Jiang Li, what do you intend to do? Are you inciting rebellion?" At the entrance of the city guard's encampment, the two guards gripped their long knives tightly, their fingers paling with tension, reflecting their anxious state. "Bring Haotian out to see me, and immediately release the detained individuals and return what you have seized from us," Jiang Li commanded in a deep voice. "You city guards have no legitimate reason or evidence to arbitrarily detain the medicinal materials acquired by the Tianlang Gang through lawful means, nor to imprison our elders and hall masters. Chief Jiang, Commander Haotian, is currently absent from the city guard's encampment. We cannot make decisions regarding this matter. We kindly ask you to return for the time being. Once Commander Haotian returns, we will certainly relay this matter to him," the two guards responded in unison. "Absent, you say?" Jiang Li scoffed. Even better. Charge in, retrieve Hudong, Zhou Tian, and Zhang, as well as everything belonging to the Tianlang Gang. Whoever dares to obstruct us shall be executed without mercy," Jiang Li commanded. "Understood." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The mechanical soldiers surged forth, 420 of them forming a tidal wave, racing toward the city guard's encampment with incredible speed. Boom! The two guards were directly knocked aside, and the entrance to the city guard's encampment shattered under the force of Wang Long's kick, exploding with a thunderous roar. Gasp! The Tianlang Gang actually dares to invade the city guard's encampment. Have they gone mad? This is going to be a disaster. Crucially, the city guard's encampment is home to at least 10,000 troops. Isn't the Tianlang Gang charging in there asking for death? What on earth is Jiang Li thinking? Do not forget, Jiang Li commands several first-tier perfected martial artists, each with formidable strength. Surrounding individuals observe the spectacle, murmuring and debating. Meanwhile, the Tianmen Gang, the Bailong Gang, and the Tingyu Tower, three other third-rate gangs in Yong'an City, received news of Jiang Li's audacious assault on the city guard's encampment almost immediately. "What the hell?" Hua Tian exclaimed, rising from his seat at the head of the gang, shouting, Gather the members immediately and head to the city guard's encampment. This madman Jiang Li is launching an assault at a time when the demon army is lurking just outside. We must stop him. Yes. The elders of the Tianlang Gang swiftly rose. To the city guard's encampment. Long Chongsui's eyes flickered with concern. We cannot afford to bicker among ourselves now. I hope we are not too late, Yushulan murmured. At this moment, within the city guard's encampment, the 420 mechanical soldiers had already breached the gates. Set up your guns, Jiang Li commanded with a wave of his hand. Clack, clack, clack. 10 first-tier perfected mechanical soldiers positioned their machine guns. Forming a neat row, the dark barrels aimed resolutely ahead. Form ranks, Jiang Li instructed again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Combat mechanical soldiers and cold weapon mechanical soldiers surged to the front, aligning in formation to shield the gunners. The battle formation was now established. Impressive. The members and leaders of the Tianlang Gang marveled, increasingly filled with awe. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. Damn. Form up. Within the encampment, a contingent of prospective city guards surged forth. Forming a disciplined line, their imposing presence numbering no less than 5,000 or 6,000, that a standoff ensued between both factions, as 420 mechanical soldiers gathered, sufficient to constitute a battalion, among which were 26 formidable first-tier perfected mechanical warriors that in the rear. Nearly 2,000 henchmen followed closely behind. Jiang Li of the Heavenly Wolf Gang, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? A burly elder with graying hair emerged from the city guard, his countenance dark and foreboding. Clad in armor and wielding a halberd, he exuded an intimidating aura. He was Hong Tianchi, the chief instructor of the city guards, a first-tier perfected martial artist. Ah, Hong Tianchi, came the murmurs from the crowd. I recall the tales of how, in years past, you wielded your halberd to carve through the demon horde, slaying their leaders with unmatched valor. Is it truly as grand as that? Another voice chimed in, skepticism lacing the air. Surely, such tales are exaggerated. Rest assured, I am fully aware of my intentions, Jiang Li replied coldly. Your city guards are abusing their authority, indiscriminately detaining the elders of the Heavenly Wolf Gang and seizing our possessions. I have come today to demand justice. Ah! On tient qu'il le triste. Raising his halberd, its tip aimed squarely at Jiang Li. Regardless of your reasoning, to forcefully invade the city guard's encampment is an unforgivable offense that a mere third-rate gang dares to storm our ranks. Even in the absence of the city lord and the commander today, I alone am more than capable of ending you. Attack! With that command, Hong Tianchi propelled himself forward, his form shooting like an arrow, launching himself toward Jiang Li, the halberd slicing through the air with lethal intent. Engage! Jiang Li swiftly retreated, leaving the battlefield to his mechanical soldiers. Wang Gang, Wang Long, and Wang Yin collaborated, assaulting Hong Tianchi from 3 directions simultaneously. The 3 first-tier perfected mechanical warriors converging upon him. Boom! Wang Long intercepted with his long blade, deflecting Hong Tianchi's assault, while Wang Yin, sword in hand, unleashed a flurry of strikes aimed at Hong Tianchi's vital points. Scattering the troops, Hong Tianchi swept his halberd horizontally, forcing Wang Yin back, his expression grave. The internal energy surged around him, generating waves of force that cracked the ground beneath. Martial arts. With a resounding thud, Wang Gang advanced, unleashing a barrage of punches in rapid succession. Each strike accompanied by explosive sounds that shattered the air and produced powerful shockwaves. Puff! Hong Tianchi raised his halberd defensively, but the overwhelming force forced him to stagger backward, blood spilling from his mouth as the halberd slipped from his grasp. Ah! He cried out, hurtling backward to the ground. First-tier perfected, 3 first-tier perfected. Hong Tianchi gasped in shock, unable to comprehend his swift defeat. What formidable strength the Heavenly Wolf Gang possesses. I had heard rumors, yet never believed them. Having witnessed it today, it seems even more terrifying and powerful than the whispers suggested. His gaze drifted to the cold-faced mechanical warriors beside Jiang Li, a deep trepidation settling in his heart. Though he sensed no overwhelming vitality emanating from them, their strength was undeniable. Old man, you face 2 choices. First, surrender both the captives and our belongings immediately. Second, I will unleash a massacre upon your city guards and retrieve them myself. Jiang Li's gaze remained steady upon Hong Tianchi. Choose. Do I truly have a choice? Hong Tianchi replied with a rueful smile. Rising from the ground and wiping the blood from his lips, that he turned to his aide. Fetch the captives and our items. But what shall we say when Commander Haotian returns? The aide queried. Explain? What is there to explain? This is the trouble Haotian has brought upon himself. Must these prospective city guards pay with their lives for his mistakes? Hong Tianchi bellowed. Hurry! Chapter 46. 9430 points. Hong Tianchi capitulated. He had no other recourse. For the sake of these prospective city guards, innocent souls who had done no wrong, they should not be entangled in the consequences of Haotian's errors, nor should they lose their precious lives here. If they were to perish, it should be in combat against the demon tribes. Half an hour later, Hudong, Zhou Tianzhong, and others were released, accompanied by a large cargo cart brimming with wooden crates filled with medicinal herbs. Greetings, gang leader. Our subordinates have failed in their duties. We request your punishment. Hudong and the others, unscathed and in good spirits, immediately knelt upon seeing Jiang Li, their voices laced with trepidation. I shall set aside your transgressions for now. You may atone for them next time, Jiang Li declared. Rise. Yes. Gang leader, they responded in unison. Jiang gang leader, both the captives and belongings are here. They are returned to you, Hong Tianchi stated. Thank you, Chief Instructor Hong. Jiang Li replied with a smile, having achieved his objective. By the way, might I inquire about the whereabouts of the city lord and Commander Haotian? It is indeed peculiar. Within the city guards encampment, how is it that only the prospective city guards remain? This matter has no bearing on you, Hong Tianchi replied sternly. If Jiang gang leader has no further concerns, please take your leave. Very well, I shall take my leave. Jiang Li nodded, gesturing for Hudong and the others to lead the laden cart as they confidently departed the city guards encampment. The Heavenly Wolf Gang has emerged. Look, there is Hudong and Zhou Tianzhong. The Heavenly Wolf Gang has managed to reclaim both their detained members and belongings. That it appears they have suffered no losses. Is the Heavenly Wolf Gang truly so formidable? The city guards have capitulated, returning both people and goods to Jiang Li. Such a thing has never occurred before. From this day forth, the Heavenly Wolf Gang shall undoubtedly stand as the foremost of the four major gangs in Yong'an City. The onlookers whispered among themselves, their tones gradually imbued with a newfound respect for the Heavenly Wolf Gang. That in times past, regardless of a gang's strength, they could never confront the city guards. Yet today, the Heavenly Wolf Gang had achieved just that. Forcefully breaching the city guards' encampment and compelling them to release captives and return goods. This incident would surely reverberate throughout Yong'an City. What transpired? Hua Tian, leading the Tianmen gang, arrived only to find the matter already concluded. Witnessing Jiang Li and his followers departing unscathed from the city guards' encampment. What occurred? Hua Tian's expression reflected confusion. There is no scent of blood. Was there no conflict? Or did Jiang Li retreat? No, that cargo cart and Hudong. The city guards actually released them. How could this be? When have the city guards ever been so accommodating? Hua gang leader, regardless of the circumstances, as long as no conflict arose. We have at least avoided an internal strife. Long Chongshui, who had also arrived, remarked, the fact that the city guards retreated indicates that Jiang Li's strength surpasses our expectations, that we should refrain from provoking him in the future. One must know when to show humility. Indeed, there is something important I believe you should be informed of, Yu Shulan interjected, gliding forward. My subordinates have discovered that the city lord, Commander Haotian, along with 3,000 regular city guards and 1,000 elite city guards, departed the city this morning. Such news is astonishing. Long Chongshui exclaimed, raising his gaze. Do we know their destination? Regrettably, I cannot ascertain that, Yu Shulan replied. Ah, now I understand why the city guards yielded. It appears they are left with only the prospective guards. Jiang Li has chosen an opportune moment, Hua Tian remarked, a look of realization dawning upon him. The Heavenly Wolf Gang, along with Jiang Li, had returned to their headquarters, gathering in the conference hall. Gang leader, here is the shopping list, along with the remaining silver, Hu Dong presented the list and banknotes to Jiang Li. Indeed, Jiang Li accepted it, noting the remaining 200,000 taels, indicating that Hu Dong and the others had procured 800,000 taels worth of medicinal herbs. He felt satisfied as he perused the list. Hu Dong, Zhou Tianzong, I wish to inquire about Qingshan Valley. Are you familiar with it? Jiang Li asked. Qingshan Valley. Hu Dong and Zhou Tianzong exchanged glances before Hu Dong replied. Gang leader. Qingshan Valley is situated some distance from Yong'an City and extends from the Qingshan Mountain Range. The Qingshan Mountain Range serves as the border between the Deqian dynasty and the Qimei demon nation. Thus, we are somewhat familiar with it. Very well. Your familiarity is advantageous. Jiang Li raised his gaze, having finished reviewing the list. With such a substantial quantity of medicinal herbs, he could convert them into a considerable amount of energy points and produce a multitude of mechanical soldiers. I have a task for you. Jiang Li set down the list. Please, command us. Hu Dong and Zhou Tianzong bowed in unison. You two shall journey to Qingshan Valley, Jiang Li instructed. To Qingshan Valley. Hu Dong was taken aback. Gang leader, why? You will understand once you arrive at Qingshan Valley. Jiang Li waved his hand, sidestepping Zhou Tianzong's inquiry. I shall dispatch someone to accompany you. Wang Long, Jiang Li called. Present. Wang Long stepped forward. Bring a well-organized force and accompany Hu Dong and Zhou Tianzong to Qingshan Valley, Jiang Li commanded. Understood, Wang Long nodded. Let us depart immediately. Jiang Li waved his hand. I take my leave. Although Hu Dong and Zhou Tianzong were perplexed, they acquiesced, bowing to Jiang Li before exiting the conference hall. I suspect that the demon clan may have acted prematurely, Jiang Li mused, taking a seat and lowering his gaze in contemplation. Their original plan was to prepare adequately for an operation 3 days hence. Yet today, both the Dugu Imperial City and Haotian have led the city guards away from Yong'an City. If that is indeed the case, why would the demon clan choose to act ahead of schedule? Jiang Li pondered. Vaguely, he felt that the reason for the demon clan's hasty actions might be linked to his capture of Qingya, given her distinguished identity, that in truth, this was indeed the case. Let us not rush. We shall wait for Hu Dong and the others to arrive at Qingshan Valley to ascertain the specifics. If they have truly taken action prematurely, I must also be prepared. Jiang Li organized his thoughts. Wang Yin, he turned and commanded, take a few first-tier perfected cold weapon mechanical soldiers and information mechanical soldiers, and lay an ambush around the county office. Keep a close watch on Yang Zik and also on Zhang Ling's movements. Understood. Wang Yin nodded and departed with 3 first-tier perfected cold weapon mechanical soldiers. Speaking of which, could Zhang Ling also be involved in some manner? Jiang Li rubbed his forehead with his thumb. To be able to navigate between Dugu Imperial City and Yangzik so adeptly, this person seems rather extraordinary. Moreover, during this period, Zhang Ling has been conspicuously silent. He claimed he could assist me in retrieving the medicinal materials, yet I find myself having to take matters into my own hands. Contemplating such matters is truly taxing. Jiang Li shook his head, feeling a slight headache. Exiting the conference hall, Jiang Li made his way to the back courtyard of the leader's residence. The medicinal materials purchased for 800,000 taels of silver were all arranged here, effectively depleting the ordinary medicinal supplies of various major merchant guilds in Yong'an City. All these medicinal materials have been converted into energy points. Jiang Li operated the Dominion panel. With a flash, the white light vanished, and all the medicinal materials before him disappeared into thin air, entirely transformed into energy points, leaving the courtyard empty. The conversion was successful, yielding 8,000 energy points that a notification flashed before Jiang Li's eyes, indicating that his energy points had increased from 1,430 to 9 for 30, nearing the 10,000 mark. Finally, the energy points are somewhat sufficient. Jiang Li gazed at the data displayed on the interface, feeling a sense of elation. Chapter 47. Reinforcements. The firearm mechanical soldiers differ from the melee and cold weapon mechanical soldiers. Quality over quantity is paramount. Jiang Li scrutinized the energy points displayed on the interface, carefully contemplating how to rationally increase his forces. Firearm mechanical soldiers require ammunition replenishment. Crucially, Regardless of whether they are first-tier perfected, late-stage, mid-stage, or early-stage firearm mechanical soldiers, replenishing the ammunition of a single firearm mechanical soldier only requires a minimal amount of energy points. Thus, it is best to upgrade all firearm mechanical soldiers to first-tier perfected status to avoid wasting energy points and to maximize their capabilities. Manufacture 200 melee mechanical soldiers, 200 cold weapon mechanical soldiers, and promote 20 firearm mechanical soldiers to first-tier perfected status. Jiang Li made his decision that he promptly accessed the troop interface, initially consuming 4,000 energy points to produce 400 mechanical soldiers, followed by 2,800 energy points to promote 20 firearm mechanical soldiers. In total, he expended 6,800 energy points. With a flash, the troop manufacturing virtual interface appeared, revealing two ethereal figures, each accompanied by an X-200 designation. As countless light particles gradually filled the figures, making them increasingly corporeal. 1 minute later, 400 mechanical soldiers emerged collectively, evenly divided into two groups, standing upright in orderly ranks, exuding a formidable presence that inspired awe. "We have seen the Dominion." The 400 mechanical soldiers saluted Jiang Li in perfect unison, addressing him with utmost respect. "Excellent, excellent." Jiang Li beamed, nodding repeatedly as he surveyed the 400 mechanical soldiers before him, who occupied a substantial portion of the courtyard, making it feel somewhat congested. There remained 540 energy points. Jiang Li glanced at the energy point count on the virtual interface. These energy points can be temporarily reserved. With this recent surge in numbers, I now command 820 mechanical soldiers. Dominion. Soon. 31st-tier perfected firearm mechanical soldiers formed 3 rifleman squads, each soldier fully equipped with machine guns, submachine guns, rifles, and pistols suitable for various types of battlefields. Of course, this was also due to the physical prowess of the firearm mechanical soldiers, enabling them to bear such an array of weapons and ammunition. Had they been ordinary individuals, they would have been overwhelmed, let alone engage in combat. Splendid. Jiang Li observed the 31st-tier perfected firearm mechanical soldiers before him, their firearms and military camouflage uniforms evoking a sense of modern warfare that resonated with Jiang Li, instilling a feeling of familiarity and kinship. One could imagine that if these 31st-tier perfected firearm mechanical soldiers were deployed on the battlefield, in conjunction with the protection of melee and cold weapon mechanical soldiers, unleashing a barrage of firepower without concern for ammunition would create a veritable slaughterhouse. Promote 2 melee mechanical soldiers and 2 cold weapon mechanical soldiers to first-tier perfected status. After some deliberation, Jiang Li expended 560 energy points to promote 2 melee and 2 cold weapon mechanical soldiers, bringing the total of first-tier perfected melee and cold weapon mechanical soldiers to 10 each. In truth, Jiang Li felt this was still insufficient, as he worried that the melee and cold weapon mechanical soldiers might struggle to protect the firearm mechanical soldiers amidst the rapidly shifting tides of battle. For now, this will suffice. Jiang Li took one last look at the energy point count, which had plummeted from 9,340 to 1,980. If mechanical soldiers are rendered inoperative during combat, they can be salvaged, yielding half of the energy points back. Currently, Jiang Li commanded 820 mechanical soldiers, surpassing the strength of a single battalion and nearing that the total number of melee mechanical soldiers stood at 334. With 10 at the first-tier perfected level, cold weapon mechanical soldiers numbered 340, also with 10 at the first-tier perfected level, and firearm mechanical soldiers totaled 140, with 30 at the first-tier perfected level. Lastly, there remained 6 first-tier perfected information mechanical soldiers. Dominion, Information Mechanical Soldier number XX03 requests to communicate with you. Information Mechanical Soldier number XX01 approached Jiang Li. Number XX03. Jiang Li closed the Dominion panel. It is from Wang Yin. Connect. Understood. Boss. Information Mechanical Soldier number XX01 raised its right hand, projecting a beam of light before Jiang Li, forming a clear image. Dominion. Within the image, Information Mechanical Soldier number XX03 saluted, with Wang Yin standing alongside. What is the situation? Jiang Li inquired. Dominion. The county office is deserted, Wang Yin replied. Yang Zik and all the constables are absent, and we have not detected Jiang Ling's whereabouts. No one. Jiang Li's pupils constricted. Have they fled in advance, aware that Yong'an City would inevitably fall to the alliance of the demon clan and the barbarian tribe, prompting them to escape beforehand? Dominion, should we continue monitoring this location? Wang Yin asked. No need. Withdraw, everyone. Jiang Li commanda. Understood, Dominion. Wang Yin nodded. Buzz. The communication was severed. Summon Wang Pingyuan to me. Jiang Li contemplated for a moment before instructing a nearby mechanical soldier. Yes. The mechanical soldier nodded and swiftly departed. Minutes later, Wang Pingyuan arrived. Esteemed leader, Wang Pingyuan bowed in greeting. Wang Pingyuan, send someone to inform Long Chongshui of the Bailong Gang, Hua Tian of the Tianlang Gang, and Yu Shulan of the Tingyu Tower, stating that I, the leader, invite them to a meeting at Yong'an Tavern. Jiang Li declared. Understood, Wang Pingyuan replied, momentarily taken aback. Very well, leader. I shall attend to this matter immediately. Wait, Jiang Li called out to Wang Pingyuan. Leader? Wang Pingyuan queried in confusion. Also notify Commander Hong. If he wishes to come, he is welcome, Jiang Li added. Understood. Wang Pingyuan nodded before turning to leave. Establish contact with Information Mechanical Soldier number XX02. Jiang Li instructa. Yes. Information Mechanical Soldier number XX01 nodded. Buzz. The projection appeared. Dominion. Information Mechanical Soldier number XX02 saluted. What is your progress? Where are you currently located? Jiang Li inquired. Reporting to the Dominion, according to Hudong and Zhou Tianzhang's reports, we are presently near Luye Village, still a considerable distance from Qingshan Valley. Information Mechanical Soldier number XX02 responded. However, along the way, we have encountered few signs of habitation. Many villages have been plundered, and we have not detected any traces of the demon clan or the barbarian tribe. Understood. Accelerate your march. The sooner you reach Qingshan Valley, the better, Jiang Li commanded. Yes, Dominion. Information Mechanical Soldier number XX02 nodded. The communication was terminated in the afternoon at Yong'an Tavern. In a private room, Jiang Li occupied the main seat, with Wang Gang standing rigidly to Jiang Li's left and Wang Yin elegantly poised on his right. The two resembled statues, expressionless and motionless, yet an almost palpable aura of intimidation surrounded them. Leader Jiang, please speak plainly. There is no need for circumspection. Hua Tian occupied the position to the left of Jiang Li, extending his hand to seize a plump chicken leg, indulging in it with great fervor. I have a little quirk. I can't resist chicken legs. Please forgive me, he chuckled. Long Chongtae remained silent, gently fanning himself with a paper fan. The dishes at the Yong'an Tavern are not inexpensive. This time, Master Jiang has truly splurged, Yu Shulan remarked with a faint smile. No rush, Jiang Li replied slowly. We are still waiting for one more person. As soon as Jiang Li's words fell, a steady knock resounded from outside the door. Yu Shulan and the others turned their curious gazes towards the entrance, eager to discover who, apart from the three major factions, warranted Jiang Li's personal invitation. Come in, Jiang Li commanded. Master Jiang, came the response as the door creaked open, revealing a robust elder with white hair, exuding an imposing aura, his ample gray robe failing to conceal the fierce energy surrounding him. Master Hong, Hua Tian exclaimed in surprise. What brings you here? Long Chongtsue appeared momentarily taken aback. I have met Master Hong, Yu Shulan said, rising to pay her respects. Haha, Hong Tianchi chuckled. There's no need for such formality, esteemed leaders. Master Jiang specifically sent for me. How could I not show some courtesy? Master Hong, you jest, Hua Tian replied, unusually humble. You rascal. Hong Tianchi shook his head. In truth, Hua Tian had once been under Hong Tianchi's tutelage during his time in the city guard, but circumstances led him to depart and carve out his own path, ultimately becoming the leader of the Tianlang Gang. Please have a seat. Master Hong. Jiang Li gestured with a raised hand. Hong Tianchi, devoid of expression, chose a spot and settled down. Master Jiang, I presume everyone has arrived by now. Hua Tian turned to Jiang Li. Indeed, it's time for you to speak, Long Chong-Tsue added. Yes. Everyone is here, Jiang Li affirmed with a nod, surveying the assembly that he calmly retrieved several sheets of paper from his pocket and placed them on the table. Esteemed leaders and Master Hong, once you have perused the contents of these papers, we shall continue our discussion. What do you mean by this? Hong Tianqi furrowed his brow. No need for theatrics here, Hua Tian interjected. Jiang Li, if you intend to swallow us whole, just say so that there's no need for subterfuge. I know you have many formidable experts under your command, but I, Long Chong-Tsue, am not one to be trifled with. If it comes to it, I will fight to the bitter end. Long Chong-Tsue snorted coldly. Yu Shulan, silent thus far, took the papers in hand and began to read intently. However, with each passing moment, her countenance grew increasingly pale. This is impossible, she stammered, nearly dropping the papers in shock. What is it? Long Chong-Tsue asked, momentarily stunned, as he caught the falling papers and scrutinized them. His expression shifted to one of utter disbelief. Hand the papers to me, Hua Tian demanded, snatching them away to read thoroughly, bang, in an instant. Hua Tian slammed the papers onto the table, rising to his feet, his gaze piercing as he demanded, Jiang Li, is everything written here true? Absolutely, without a doubt, Jiang Li affirmed with a nod. Not long ago, I sent someone to Shirtu village to investigate my father's death. Fortunately, we captured a late-stage demon. You will understand her identity once you review the contents above. There is no need for further elaboration. What on earth is going on? Hong Tianqi inquired, his brow knitted in concern. Master Hong, please see for yourself. Hua Tian handed over the papers. Hong Tianqi remained silent, accepting the documents and reading intently. After a long pause, he exclaimed, the city lord and the county magistrate are actually colluding with demons and barbarians. The Red Eyebrow Demon Nation and the Black Barbarian Nation have joined forces. How can this be? The reality was too staggering for Hong Tianqi to accept. I refuse to believe the city lord would do such a thing. Master Hong, I dispatched someone to the Yamen, but it has already been deserted. The Dugu Imperial City has taken all the regular city guards and elite city guards with them. Jiang Li spoke slowly. If a demon army were to attack now, what would the consequences be? Is this not proof enough? We can only save ourselves now, Jiang Li declared solemnly. Hua Tian and Long Chong-Tsue fell silent, their heads bowed in contemplation. In truth, panic had begun to set in within their hearts. The signs were all too clear, indicating the high likelihood of Jiang Li's assertions that it was this very possibility that was most terrifying. The city lord and county magistrate had betrayed the Deqian dynasty, conspiring with demons and barbarians, leaving Yong'an City utterly defenseless. A beautiful maiden stripped bare before her enemies, vulnerable to their whims. Master Jiang, I am at your service. If there is anything the listening rain tower can do, please command us. Yu Shulan suddenly rose, bowing to Jiang Li with unwavering resolve. Excellent. Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction, casting a glance at Hua Tian and Long Chong-Tsue. He scoffed. You two gentlemen seem less decisive than this lady. What? Are you contemplating fleeing the city? Damn it. Hua Tian stood up, rebuking. How could I, Hua Tian, be a coward? So what if it's demons and barbarians? I've dealt with them before. I fear nothing. Master Jiang, perhaps you should outline your plans, Long Chong-Tsue suggested. Qingshan Valley, Jiang Li responded. It's a straightforward plan. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Since the demons and barbarians have plotted to ambush the forces of Pingding City in Qingshan Valley, we can unite and launch a surprise attack on them, coordinating with the forces of Pingding City to annihilate the demon and barbarian armies. Our advantage lies in the fact that Dugu Imperial City is unaware that we know their plans, allowing us to catch them off guard. That's a splendid plan. Hua Tian laughed heartily. Master Jiang, I never expected you to be such a strategist. On the surface, it seems like a solid plan, Long Chong-Tsue pondered. But can our combined strength truly defeat the coalition of demons and barbarians? We don't even know their numbers. The information we possess is exceedingly limited. The Bailong Gang boasts nearly 2,000 members. The Tianlang Gang also has close to 2,000, along with my listening Rain Tower and Master Zhang's Tianlang Gang, Yu Shulan stated thoughtfully. If Master Hong also joins us, the reserve city guards will number around 5 to 6,000. In other words, we could muster over 10,000 troops. If we also rally some of the lesser gangs, our numbers could swell even further, Hua Tian added. That's not feasible, Jiang Li shook his head. We cannot guarantee that among those lesser gangs, there are no members of Dugu Imperial City or Yangtze. To be frank, disclosing this information to you all carries considerable risk. Jiang Li, you need not elaborate further. Hong Tianqi rose, fists clenched tightly. I shall head to the city guard camp immediately to gather all the reserve city guards and join you in the Qingshan Valley. If what you say is true, I will not hesitate to risk my life to personally dispatch Dugu Imperial City and Yangtze. Master Jiang, when shall we take action? Hua Tian inquired, with Long Chongsui, Hong Tianqi, and Yu Shulan all looking to Jiang Li. Return and gather all your members. Then await my further instructions, Jiang Li instructed. Very well, Hua Tian nodded. Master Jiang, I hope we can act swiftly. I fear the forces of Pingding City may not hold out much longer. Rest assured, I will not gamble with my own life, Jiang Li replied earnestly. By the way, esteemed leaders and Master Hong, do you happen to have any surplus medicinal herbs? Ordinary ones will suffice, that if you do, I would like to purchase them, Jiang Li suddenly added. I can pay market price, though I currently have limited funds. I can provide an IOU. We are all in the same boat. Mutual assistance is ideal. Jiang Li flashed a warm smile. The group exchanged glances, their expressions difficult to interpret. After a moment, Yu Shulan finally spoke. I will check at the Listening Rain Tower to see what remains. Thank you. Thank you. Jiang Li clasped his hands in gratitude. Master Jiang, what do you need so many medicinal herbs for? Long Chongsui inquired. Rest assured there is a purpose, Jiang Li replied vaguely. Is it that mysterious? Hua Tian asked. Jiang Li merely shrugged, remaining silent. As long as it aids in combating the demons and barbarians, I will lend my assistance, Hong Tianqi affirmed. I assure you, I will not let you down, Master Hong. Jiang Li smiled in response. Chapter 49. The unveiling of the second-tier troop rules upon leaving the Yong'an Tavern. Jiang Li returned to the Tianlang Gang. Glancing at the sky, he noted that it was growing late, nearing dusk, and his anxiety began to mount due to the lack of news from Hudong. Truth be told, without confirming the specifics of Qingshan Valley, Jiang Li was reluctant to act rashly, that in this world of supernatural beings, he could only be considered somewhat capable of self-preservation. Therefore, he knew he must exercise utmost caution before making any decisions. Think twice before you act. Thus, Jiang Li sought out the three major factions in Hong Tianqi, aiming to bolster his own power and rally any forces he could as of now. Everything has progressed relatively smoothly. However, the three factions in Hong Tianqi have yet to deliver the medicinal herbs Jiang Li desires, leaving him quite disappointed, even entertaining thoughts of seizing them by force. Yet upon further reflection, he decided against it. Now is not the time for infighting. Master, the information mechanical soldier No. XX-01 swiftly approached Jiang Li's side. Speak, Jiang Li commanded. Information mechanical soldier No XX-02 requests to communicate. No XX-01 reported. Connect immediately, Jiang Li replied, his heart leaping with joy. Buzz. No XX-01 raised his right hand, projecting a beam of light that formed a visual display, revealing a dense forest. Soon after, No XX-02 appeared in the frame. Master, No XX-02 saluted. Report the specifics directly. Jiang Li spoke with a grave tone. Understood. No XX-02 nodded and promptly stated. To report, we are currently positioned at the outskirts of Qingshan Valley. Wang Long and several cold weapon mechanical soldiers have infiltrated the valley and have just returned. So, you contacted the Master immediately to report the situation. No XX-01 added. According to the intelligence gathered by Wang Long and his team, the 10,000-strong army of Pingding City is encircled within Qingshan Valley, suffering heavy casualties with less than half remaining. Yet they are still holding on. What is the number of the demon and barbarian armies? Jiang Li inquired further. A rough estimate suggests that the demon army comprises 10,000 while the barbarian army also numbers around 10,000. Sustaining minimal losses, totaling roughly 2,000 casualties. No XX-02 responded. Additionally, there are second-tier entities within the demon and barbarian forces. Second-tier. Jiang Li's expression turned serious. What is their quantity? It is crucial to note that Jiang Li currently possesses no second-tier troops. It cannot be determined, but it is assuredly no more than a handful. No XX-02 replied firmly. Have there been any sightings of Dugu Imperial City in Yangtze? Jiang Li inquired. Yes, no XX-02 nodded. They are confirmed to be collaborating with the demon and barbarian forces, having betrayed the De Qian dynasty. Jiang Li fell into deep contemplation. The situation was worse than he had anticipated. In truth, the alliance of the demon and barbarian forces totals 20,000, a scenario Jiang Li had foreseen. Considering that the city guard of Yong'an could muster a 10,000-strong army, with first-tier perfected firearm mechanical soldiers, he was not afraid of a war of attrition. However, the emergence of second-tier enemies caused him considerable concern. It is important to remember that Jiang Li has never encountered second-tier foes, making it difficult to assess their strength or whether they could breach the mechanical soldiers' blockade, that if they could not be stopped, the consequences would be dire. This will not do. Jiang Li shook his head. If we proceed to Qingshan Valley like this, even if we catch the demon and barbarian forces off guard, victory is not guaranteed. I have no second-tier soul fire seeds at my disposal, nor any means to acquire them, making it impossible to promote to second-tier troops or unlock the second-tier mechanical army interface. According to the rules of the Super Divine Mechanical Legion game, unlocking the second-tier mechanical army interface requires 9 second-tier soul fire seeds and 10,000 energy points. I possess neither. Thus, there remains but one solution. If I can gather 10 first-tier soul fire seeds, fusion is possible. Success would yield 1 second-tier soul fire seed, but failure would result in the loss of all 10 first-tier soul fire seeds. The critical issue is that the success rate of fusion is quite low. Swish! Jiang Li opened the master interface, the number in the soul fire seed category glaringly displayed as 0, a rather disheartening sight, as he currently lacked even a single first-tier soul fire seed. Master, people from Tingyu Tower have come, claiming to bring the medicinal herbs you requested, Mahan called out from the courtyard entrance. Tingyu Tower. Jiang Li lifted his head, a joyful expression gracing his face, and without hesitation, he exited the main hall to meet the representatives of Tingyu Tower. With sufficient energy points, he could deploy over 100 first-tier perfected mechanical soldiers. Even if the second-tier forces were formidable, he could overwhelm them with sheer numbers. After all, mechanical soldiers are unyieldingly brave. I hope you Shulan and the others have brought ample medicinal herbs. Jiang Li silently wished that in the courtyard, several individuals from Tingyu Tower were seen pulling a cart laden with wooden boxes, still unopened, but the scent of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. Master Jiang greeted a seductive beauty in a red dress, adorned with a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, her smile enchanting as she slightly bowed to him, her alluring figure accentuating enticing curves. Jiang Li nodded, inquiring, "Who are you?" "I am Miao Hong, the deputy master of Tingyu Tower. The cart contains all the medicinal herbs sent by our master sister. Here is the list for your review." Miao Hong responded with a smile. "Oh." Our master sister mentioned that if Master Jiang is short on funds, there is no need to pay in silver, nor is it required to write an IOU. Does this mean it's a free gift? Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. This may be due to Master Jiang's strikingly handsome appearance, causing our master sister to be unable to resist, falling for you at first sight, and thus offering up her entire fortune. Miao Hong giggled. Ahem. Jiang Li lightly coughed. These herbs are indeed of great use to me, so I shall accept them, considering it a favor owed to your master. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. Yes, I will convey your words exactly. Miao Hong nodded repeatedly. Subsequently, Jiang Li dispatched individuals to receive the herbs from Tingyu Tower, placing them all in the rear courtyard. Upon your return, inform Yu Shulan to gather her team at the city gate as discreetly as possible. We are about to take action, Jiang Li instructed. Understood, Master Jiang, Miao Hong replied solemnly. Shortly after Miao Hong departed, members from the White Dragon Gang and Tianlang Gang began arriving with medicinal herbs. Jiang Li spent his remaining 200,000 taels. Even writing an IOU for 500,000 taels from a millionaire, he became a debtor of 500,000. Finally, Hong Tianqi personally led a team, driving 2 carts filled with medicinal herbs. Truly, the city guard was far more affluent than the 3 major factions. Jiang Li accepted all of it, reasoning that more debts were not a burden. Jiang Li instructed Long Chongcui, Hua Tian, Yu Shulan, and Hong Tianqi to gather their respective teams around the city gate. Within minutes, Jiang Li ordered the mechanical soldiers to transport all the medicinal herbs to the rear courtyard, which was now filled to capacity. Transform all these herbs into energy points, Jiang Li resolved. As he had neither the time nor inclination to ascertain the exact number of herbs present, opting instead to convert them all without exception. Chapter 50. Breaking 10,000 buzz. Before him, a flash of white light momentarily illuminated the space. All the medicinal herbs had been successfully converted, yielding 15,400 energy points. The notification appeared. The energy points had surpassed 10,000. Excellent. Jiang Li couldn't help but clench his fist, his eyes brightening with excitement. With this many energy points, I can promote over 100 mechanical soldiers to the first-tier perfected level. The interface revealed his total energy points had increased from 1,978 to 17,378. Promote 20 firearm mechanical soldiers, 40 combat mechanical soldiers, and 40 cold weapon mechanical soldiers. Jiang Li operated the interface, initiating the troop promotions. Swish, 14,000 energy points were consumed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Around Jiang Li, 20 firearm mechanical soldiers, 40 combat mechanical soldiers, and 40 cold weapon mechanical soldiers shimmered with several beams of light. In an instant, they completed their promotions, all achieving the first-tier perfected level. Equipped with complete weaponry, the mechanical soldiers were elevated from private to sergeant. Very well. Jiang Li meticulously surveyed the newly transformed mechanical soldier unit, now exuding an even stronger aura, and he felt immense satisfaction. With 3,378 energy points remaining, these should be conserved. Jiang Li contemplated. I will decide how to use them based on the specific circumstances. Should I be fortunate enough to gather enough first-tier soul fire seeds and succeed in fusion, I could promote to second-tier troops. Originally, I intended to promote 100 firearm mechanical soldiers to the first-tier perfected level and form a firearm battalion. But with the emergence of second-tier enemies, a mere firearm battalion would not suffice to secure victory. I require formidable combat capabilities and agile combat mechanical soldiers and cold weapon mechanical soldiers to complement each other. Jiang Li reached this promotion decision after thorough contemplation. Currently, the number of mechanical soldiers under Jiang Li's command remained unchanged at 820. 50 first-tier perfected firearm mechanical soldiers, 50 first-tier perfected combat mechanical soldiers, 50 first-tier perfected cold weapon mechanical soldiers, along with 6 first-tier perfected information mechanical soldiers. The remaining 664 were first-tier initial mechanical soldiers. We can set off. Jiang Li took a deep breath and slowly exited the main hall, followed by a procession of mechanical soldiers, forming an orderly line. 820 mechanical soldiers, nearly equivalent to 2 battalions, stood in the courtyard. Upon the sight of Jiang Li, nearly 2,000 followers immediately stood at attention, silencing the previously bustling courtyard into utter stillness. Wang Pingyuan, Wu Zong, Pang Ke, Suya, Sherbaki, and other leaders stood at the forefront of the ranks. We pay our respects to the leader, they proclaimed in unison. Jiang Li Nuda, surveying the crowd as he spoke. This time, you shall accompany me to Qingshan Valley, where we shall confront the demon and barbarian tribes. Moreover, the city lord Dugu Huangqing and county magistrate Yang Zai have betrayed the great Qian dynasty, conspiring with the demon and barbarian tribes to ambush the 10,000-strong army of Ping'an City in Qingshan Valley. What? Leader, are you jesting? You want us to battle the demon and barbarian tribes? Isn't that a death sentence? Both the city lord and county magistrate have betrayed us. Why should we march to our demise? The shock and disbelief among the followers were palpable. Their minds raced with speculations, yet they could hardly fathom the notion of Jiang Li leading them against the demon and barbarian forces. Most importantly, fear gripped them. We have no path left to retreat, Jiang Li stated solemnly. The Chime demon nations Qinglin City and the Haish barbarian nations Huangqing have allied, with their sights set on the Black Dragon County of the Great Qian dynasty. With the betrayal of the county magistrate and city lord, we lack even the opportunity to report to the Great Qian dynasty. Once the demon and barbarian forces annihilate the 10,000 troops of Pingan City in Qingshan Valley, they will swiftly turn their weapons against Yong'an City. At that point, Yong'an City will surely fall. Thus, we must immediately head to Qingshan Valley to support the forces of Pingan City, catching them off guard if we hope to alter the tide. You have no choice. Jiang Li's voice was cold. I refuse to go. I'd rather flee. As long as I escape Black Dragon County, I can go anywhere in the vast Great Qian dynasty. Why must I die in Yong'an City? At that moment, a diminutive and trembling follower retreated in fear, his face pale and filled with dread. I won't go to my death. Whoever wishes to go can do so. In truth, Zhang Xiaolin had sought to join the Tianlang Gang due to its notorious reputation, hoping to wield power in Yong'an City under its banner. Little did he know that merely a day after joining, before he could enjoy the benefits of membership, he was being sent to confront the demon and barbarian armies. Ridiculous. Only a fool would go. Many of the veteran members were unable to suppress their wavering resolve. Gun. Jiang Li extended his hand. Yes. One of the mechanical soldiers respectfully handed over a pistol. Bang! With a cold expression, Jiang Li disengaged the safety and pulled the trigger, the heated bullet shooting forth, accompanied by a plume of smoke and fire. With a thud, it pierced through Zhang Xiaolin's heart. Blood splattering. Ah! Zhang Xiaolin let out a wretched scream as he collapsed, failing to escape the threshold of the courtyard, blood frothing from his mouth. But he opened his mouth as if to say something. But the light of life extinguished from his eyes as he died. I have no time to discuss grand philosophies with you. Jiang Li returned the pistol to the soldier, his gaze icy as he surveyed the gathered followers. Refusal means death now. Going presents a chance to survive. Moreover, for each demon or barbarian you slay, you will be rewarded with a martial arts technique. The more you kill, the greater your reward. Even obtaining a superior grade martial arts technique is not out of the question. Furthermore, those who return alive will receive 100 taels of silver. Deserters, kill! In that instant, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The prospect of martial arts techniques, the promise of silver. Jiang Li's offers were like a devilish temptation, stirring their courage and greed. I swear to follow Leader Jiang unto death. Suddenly, Pang Ke was the first to raise his massive iron hammer, proclaiming loudly, I swear to follow the leader. Wu Zong quickly echoed, I swear to follow the leader. Wang Pingyuan, Suya, Sherbaki, and the other leaders also raised their voices, and the throng of followers rallied, raising their weapons, the blades reflecting the fiery hues of the setting sun. Jiang Li observed the assembly in silence, fully aware that while many claimed loyalty, their allegiance was tenuous at best, driven by the allure of reward and the weight of coercion. Moreover, in the impending war, most of these followers would likely become mere cannon fodder. Set forth. Jiang Li waved his hand. At the city gates, the last rays of twilight vanished, night enveloping them. Under the dim moonlight, Jiang Li, Hong Tianqi, Long Cheng, Yu Shulan, and Hua Ting Et. In total, the Bailong Gang, including Long Chengte, numbered 2,130. The Tianmen Gang had 2,050. The Tingyu Tower comprised 1,920. And the city guard totaled 5,678. Together with nearly 2,000 members of the Tianlang Gang and Jiang Li's mechanical soldiers, they amassed approximately 13,000 individuals. We must not delay. We should proceed to Qingshan Valley at once, Jiang Li instructed. Understood, Hong Tianqi nodded. I will lead the way. I'm most familiar with the route to Qingshan Valley. That would be excellent, Jiang Li replied with a nod. Neither Yu Shulan nor the others voiced any objections. The sound of marching echoed as Hong Tianqi's city guard took the lead, followed by the Bailong Gang, Tianmen Gang, Tingyu Tower, and the Tianlang Gang bringing up the rear. They marched on foot, as there were not enough horses available. Collectively, the city had barely 1,000, and many among the followers were incapable of riding, necessitating a foot march. The distance from Qingshan Valley to Yong'an City was considerable. separated by several villages. Hudong and his group had taken nearly half a day to arrive, and with 10,000 marching on foot, they would require even more time. Deep into the night, they had traversed more than half the journey, passing through several villages, all utterly ransacked, with the remnants of demon feasts leaving behind bleached bones. Throughout their journey, Jiang Li and his company encountered no signs of the demon or barbarian tribes. In truth, this was not a good omen. The absence of encounters suggested that the demon and barbarian forces had likely concentrated all their troops in Qingshan Valley, and Jiang Li's group would undoubtedly face a fierce battle ahead. In the early hours, halt! Hong Tianqi raised his hand and called out. The 5,000 city guards came to a stop. Conceal yourselves, Hong Tianqi added. Rustling sounds followed as the 5,000 city guards swiftly dispersed to the sides of the road. Seeking cover, in mere moments, they vanished from sight. What is happening? Long Chongcui appeared puzzled. Indeed, Hua Tian echoed, equally bewildered. Compared to the disciplined city guards, the members of the three gangs were far less organized, resembling a scattered mass. Captain Hong, Jiang Li approached. Leader Jiang, do you not smell blood? Hong Tianqi replied in a grave tone. Ahead lies Qingshan Valley, he indicated. Under the moonlight, Jiang Li looked up to behold a winding mountain range extending into the distance, with two peaks standing side by side, forming a unique valley. Leader Jiang looked closely at the ground. Hong Tianqi continued. There are numerous footprints, including horse tracks, densely packed, indicating that a large army passed through here not long ago. And so, Jiang Li inquired. Taking a deep breath, Hong Tianqi's gaze darkened. Thus, Leader Jiang, your suspicions may well be true. The army from Pingan City has been ambushed. It was always thus, Jiang Li replied. Leader Jiang, we must exercise even greater caution on this next stretch. We cannot make any excessive noise. We must approach Qingshan Valley quietly. If we alert the demon and barbarian forces, our ambush plan will be jeopardized, Hong Tianqi advised. Jiang Li nodded in agreement. In such circumstances, nighttime operations may indeed prove advantageous, Hong Tianqi remarked. Currently, we are unaware of the specific situation regarding the demon and barbarian forces. We can only hope that the army from Pingan City can hold out longer, proceeding one step at a time. After several minutes, Hong Tianqi detailed the situation to Long Chongte, Hua Tian, and Yu Shulan, issuing commands for everyone to lower their footfalls and conceal their movements as they gradually approached Qingshan Valley. Half an hour later, they finally reached the entrance of Qingshan Valley. Such a heavy scent of blood. Be cautious. Long Chongte and the others' expressions changed as they caught the acrid stench of blood wafting into their nostrils. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed around them. Who goes there? Startled, everyone drew their weapons. It is my men. Jiang Li quickly approached. Leader, we pay our respects to the leader, Hu Dong, Zhou Tianzong, and Wang Long, along with other mechanical soldiers, emerged from behind a thicket of dense ferns nearby. It's Hu Dong. Indeed, it is the Tianlang Gang. Phew, Long Chongcui and the others released a sigh of relief. Leader, you cannot enter through this entrance. The barbarians and demons have established a tight blockade at the valley's mouth to prevent the army of Pingding City from escaping, Hu Dong stated directly. If you attempt to enter here, you will surely be discovered. What should we do? Hua Tian inquired. Hua Gang Master, we can circumvent this entrance and ascend from another direction, approaching the barbarians and demons from behind before launching our assault, Hu Dong suggested. Very well, Hong Tianqi pondered, surveying the terrain of the Qingshan Valley, and nodded in agreement. Let us proceed without delay. We must act immediately. Agreed. Understood. Hua Tian and the others nodded in unison. Hu Dong, lead the way, Jiang Li instructed. Understood. Hu Dong replied swiftly, taking the lead, with Zhou Tianzong following closely. Wang Long and the others returned to Jiang Li's mechanical troop that a few minutes later, they had bypassed the canyon entrance and carved out a narrow path from another direction, ascending the steep slope along the left peak of Qingshan Valley. After a while, Hu Dong suddenly halted. Having sensed something amiss, he quickly crouched down and gestured for the others to follow suit. Hong Tianqi immediately understood, signaling for all the reserve city guards to crouch down as well. Long Cheng and the others instinctively concealed themselves, and the group mimicked their actions. Before long, 9 imposing figures appeared, forming a patrol squad that passed right in front of them. Thanks to the dimness of the night and the dense foliage, they remained oblivious to Jiang Li and his companion's presence. "It's the barbarians," Hua Tian whispered in alarm. "That was close," Long Chong-sui thought to himself. "If we had continued, we would have surely been discovered." "This must be a patrol squad of the barbarians," Hong Tianqi remarked. "Wang Yin, take your men to deal with them," Jiang Li commanded with a glint in his eye. "Yes," Wang Yin nodded. Breaking away from the mechanical troops, followed by 8 first-tier perfected cold weapon mechanical soldiers, and immediately took action. No. Long Chong-sui internally protested. The barbarians specialize in totems, possessing formidable vitality, making them difficult to kill. Moreover, this patrol squad includes a totem warrior at the initial first-tier level. If we fail to eliminate them in one strike, it will surely alert the others. That is far too reckless. Hong Tianqi's expression grew grave. However, their warnings came too late. Wang Yin, leading her 8 perfected mechanical soldiers, had already acted decisively upon receiving Jiang Li's order. Chapter 52. The battle begins. Swish, swish, swish. The speed was breathtaking. Long Chong-tae and the others could barely catch a glimpse of the shadows darting past. Puff, puff, puff. Almost instantly, the glint of the alloy short swords flashed in the moonlight, followed by a spray of blood as Wang Yin and her team pierced the temples of the barbarian totem warriors. They struck from the left temple, emerging from the right, achieving a flawless kill. Their movements were fluid and seamless, dispatching all 9 barbarians in mere moments, despite their formidable vitality, once their skulls were pierced. Survival was impossible. They didn't even have the chance to let out a cry of despair before they were silently taken down. "This," Long Chong-tae gaped, his expression one of astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. "Just now." "First-tier perfected," Hua Tian exclaimed in shock. "Such speed, such reflexes, such strength. There's no doubt they are first-tier perfected warriors. 9 of them." "Gulp!" Yu Shulan swallowed hard, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity. "Is this real?" Hong Tianqi was equally stunned. "This is astonishingly efficient. The targets have been eliminated." Swish! Wang Yin and her team returned to Jiang Li's side. "Very well, regroup," Jiang Li instructed. "Yes." Wang Yin and the others rejoined the ranks. "Oh, by the way, Long Gang Master, did you mention something earlier?" Jiang Li turned to inquire of Long Chong-tae and the others. "And no, nothing at all," Long Chong-tae stammered with a sheepish smile. Cough, cough. Hua Tian's expression became somewhat obsequious as he immediately remarked, "Jiang Gang Master is truly prescient, a master strategist, having sent someone ahead to scout the Qingshan Valley and ascertain the terrain. I am thoroughly impressed. Truly impressed." Yu Shulan chuckled softly. "Jiang Gang Master, while your subordinates are undeniably powerful, to prevent any unforeseen occurrences, it would be prudent to avoid acting too recklessly and to exercise caution," Hong Tianqi advised. "Indeed," Jiang Li nodded. Choosing not to elaborate further, in truth, he had complete confidence in Wang Yan's capabilities, and allowing those 9 barbarian warriors to continue their patrol might lead to their discovery. Given their numbers, some of the gang members lacked the psychological fortitude, which could inadvertently create a disturbance. Thus, Jiang Li had deemed it necessary for Wang Yin to act. Furthermore, he was far more aware of the situation regarding the demons and barbarians than Hong Tianqi and the others. In reality, both the 3 major gangs and the reserve city guards were merely pawns Jiang Li had gathered to serve as cannon fodder against the armies of the barbarians and demons. After all, he had only 820 mechanical soldiers at his disposal, while the barbarian and demon forces numbered nearly 20,000, not accounting for the forces of Dugu Imperial City and Yangtze, which would only increase their numbers. After a moment, Hudong resumed, leading the way forward. "We have arrived." Jiang Li's group came to a halt as they reached their destination. Before them lay a series of tents, where numerous barbarians, clad in armor, towering at 2 meters tall with dark skin, their faces painted with intricate patterns akin to war paint, gathered in abundance. The camp was brightly lit, and the sheer number of barbarians was overwhelming. "Gulp!" The group swallowed hard. gripping their weapons tightly, their palms slick with sweat as their emotions turned tense and anxious. There are still people in the valley, someone pointed out. The group turned to see the valley littered with corpses. Severed limbs forming a gruesome battlefield, blood pooling into small lakes, the heavy stench of blood assaulting their senses. Indeed, this is the army of Pingding City. Hong Tianqi recognized at a glance, his expression grave. Their losses are catastrophic. Out of 10,000 troops, fewer than 2,000 remain. The remaining 2,000 soldiers from Pingding City huddled together, fighting desperately to resist, which had also inflicted significant losses on the barbarians and demons, prompting a temporary withdrawal to regroup before launching a full-scale assault. Should we engage? Long Chong-Sue asked, his anxiety palpable. Now that we are here, how could we possibly refrain from fighting? Hua Tian replied in a low voice. But how do we fight? Long Chong-Sue pressed quietly. Pingding City has only 2,000 left, while the barbarians are roughly estimated to have at least 7,000, not to mention the demons. The disparity in strength is too vast. Jiang Gang Master. Yu Shulan turned her gaze towards Jiang Li. Long Chong-Sue and the others also looked to him, and before they knew it, Jiang Li had become their pillar of support. Prepare for battle. Jiang Li ignored their glances and waved his hand, issuing the command. Now is the perfect moment for an ambush. The riflemen, take aim at the barbarian camp and do not hesitate with the ammunition. Open fire. Yes. Crack, crack. 51st Tier perfected firearm mechanical soldiers swiftly stepped forward, setting up their machine guns in an instant, their dark barrels aimed directly at the barbarian camp. The sight of the 50 rifle mechanical soldiers forming a line created a lengthy battlefront, effectively covering the entire barbarian encampment within the range of their guns. Simultaneously, 51st Tier perfected melee mechanical soldiers and 51st Tier perfected cold weapon mechanical soldiers took their positions around the riflemen. With over 600 first-tier initial mechanical soldiers standing ready to join the battlefield at any moment. There's movement over there. What is that? Enemies. Enemies are sneaking up from behind. Prepare for battle. Quickly, notify the general. The sound of the guns being set up caught the attention of the barbarian warriors. Under the dim moonlight, they discovered Jiang Li and his companion's presence. However, it was already too late. Open fire. Jiang Li commanded the rat-tat-tat. As his voice fell, all 50 rifle mechanical soldiers simultaneously pulled their triggers, unleashing a terrifying barrage of bullets. The muzzle spewing forth a torrent of flames that a cascade of bullet casings clattered to the ground. In that instant, the rifle mechanical soldiers showcased the terrifying might of modern weaponry. Puff, 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 blood splattered as countless bullets tore through the flesh of the barbarian warriors, penetrating their armor, and cries of anguish erupted as bodies fell in droves. Yet due to the barbarians' resilient vitality, even as bullets pierced their bodies, they did not strike vital points, and thus they did not perish immediately. Even so, under Jiang Li's ambush, the machine guns rained fire indiscriminately, and the relentless barrage claimed the lives of at least 1,000 barbarian warriors, many of whom were also wounded by gunfire. What kind of weapon is this? Do not fear. Charge forward and destroy those weapons. Kill. The barbarians will surely triumph. Boom, boom, boom. In the center of the camp, the sound of war drums resonated, uplifting the morale of the barbarian warriors and subtly augmenting their strength. Akin to a beneficial buff. What are you dawdling for? Get moving. Jiang Li cast his gaze towards Long Chong-Sue and the others. City guard, follow me to slay the enemies. With a thunderous roar, Hong Tianqi brandished his Fong Tianhua halberd, resembling an unrivaled warrior, charging into the barbarian horde, closely followed by over 5,000 reserve city guards. Kill! Victory for the city guard is assured. Charge! The battle cries of the reserve city guards resounded like thunder, their morale unwavering, especially under Hong Tianqi's leadership, radiating an unstoppable force. Wang Pingyuan, Hudong, Zhou Tianzong, you are to lead the Sky Wolf Gang to support the city guard immediately, Jiang Li commanded. Chapter 53. Totem Black Snake, kill. Wang Pingyuan and the others exchanged glances. In such a dire situation, they dared not defy Jiang Li's orders. Drawing their weapons, they channeled their inner energy, a brilliant white light enveloping them as they shouted in unison, Sky Wolf Gang members. Follow us to slay the enemies, brothers. Whether we rise to prominence depends on your willingness to fight with all your might. By taking down a barbarian, one can attain inner strength techniques. Kill! The various masters of the hall shouted loudly, bolstering morale. Charge, brothers! Take down one, and it's a gain. Damn it, let us clash with them. Nearly 2,000 members of the Sky Wolf Gang surged forward amidst the cacophony of roars, taunts, and battle cries. Following closely behind, Wang Pingyuan into the fray. As the two forces collided, a common member of the Sky Wolf Gang was brutally cleaved open by a barbarian's blade, blood splattering as he collapsed to the ground. Rolling in agony, his screams piercing the air. I killed him! I killed him! A robust gang member seized the opportunity to ambush, severing the head of a common barbarian warrior, laughing in exhilaration. But in the next moment, a barbarian armed with a long spear charged from behind, piercing his heart, silencing his laughter as blood poured from his mouth, his eyes filled with unyielding regret as he perished. White Dragon Gang. Heavenly Gate Gang, listening Rain Tower. Jiang Li turned and shouted, "Aren't you rushing forward? Kill!" Under the oppressive gaze of Jiang Li, Long Chengte gritted his teeth and led over 2,000 members of the White Dragon Gang into the battlefield. Brothers, slay these barbarians. Hua Tian roared. Kill! Yu Shulan, her brows furrowed with determination, led the members of listening Rain Tower into the fray, her soft sword striking like a sinuous serpent, swiftly dispatching a barbarian warrior. Ahead, a fierce battle erupted. The sight was one of brutal combat, a bloodbath between humans and barbarians, a struggle where it was either you or I who would perish, devoid of any mercy. Both sides were locked in a fight to the death. Due to Jiang Li's sudden assault, 50 machine guns had mowed down 1,000 barbarian warriors, including several first-tier totem warriors. Thus, in terms of numbers, Jiang Li's side held the advantage. The four major gangs, along with the reserve city guards, totaled over 10,000, while the barbarians numbered only 5,000 to 6,000, a disparity of nearly half. However, many on Jiang Li's side were merely ordinary members of the gangs, some even untrained in any techniques, relying solely on brute strength, with only the reserve city guards possessing commendable combat capabilities. The barbarian warriors were formidable, their vitality robust, and many were first-tier totem warriors, leading to Hong Tianqi and his men being forced back, suffering significant casualties. Fortunately, Jiang Li promptly ordered the mechanized soldiers to apply suppressive fire, gradually turning the tide. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Across the battlefield, gray dots of light, akin to fireflies, flew from the corpses of several first-tier barbarian totem warriors, merging into Jiang Li's brow. Captured a first-tier soul seed. Captured a first-tier soul seed. Although the drop rate for soul seeds was modest. Given the sheer numbers, Jiang Li successfully acquired 5 first-tier soul seeds. Indeed, Jiang Gangmaster subordinates are formidable. Those peculiar weapons possess astonishing power, completely suppressing the barbarians to this rate. We might truly win, Long Chongcui declared as he felled a mid-tier first-tier barbarian totem warrior, surveying the battlefield where they were subtly gaining the upper hand. Kill! Hua Tian bellowed, wielding his dual blades, cleaving a mid-tier first-tier barbarian totem warrior in half, his body smeared with blood, exuding a palpable aura of slaughter. Boom! 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 Hong Tianqi, wielding his Fong Tianhua halberd, unleashed his moves with a powerful flourish, preventing any barbarian warriors from approaching, cutting them down with ease. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated across the battlefield as a troop of small giants, towering 3 meters high, leaped into the fray. There were only 19 of them, but each was a fully realized first-tier barbarian totem warrior. Black Snake! Boom! The 19 fully realized first-tier barbarian totem warriors roared in unison, their tattoos glowing ominously, coalescing into a terrifying black mist that ascended into the air, forming a colossal black serpent, vividly alive, stretching 10 meters long, its crimson eyes fixated on all the human warriors present. The barbarian totem. Hong Tianqi's pupils constricted as he shouted, "Be cautious. Retreat quickly." Totem, Jiang Li murmured, sensing an overwhelming pressure. Hong Tianqi's warning came too late. The black snake totem spiraled in the air before crashing into the battlefield, exploding amongst the crowd like a missile. Unleashing a torrent of black light, boom! The ground trembled. Ah! The sound of piercing screams echoed as, in an instant, at least 1,000 lives were extinguished by the black snake totem. When the light subsided, a massive crater was left in the ground, surrounded by blood, severed limbs, and mangled corpses, resembling a scene from a hellish battlefield. Cough, cough. Long Chungte spat blood. He had narrowly evaded the onslaught of the black snake totem, but was still too late, sustaining severe injuries as his chest was left a bloody mess. Damn! Hua Tian's eyes widened. The power of this totem must be close to second tier. Yu Shulan exclaimed in astonishment. Totem! Black snake! Buzz, buzz! The 19 fully realized first-tier barbarian totem warriors roared again, their bodies engulfed in black light, channeling their inner totem power, attempting to conjure the black snake totem once more. Not good. Run! We're doomed! Everyone's eyes widened in terror, frantically fleeing. We must stop them, Hong Tianqi shouted. Who can withstand such near second-tier power? Despair gripped Yu Shulan and Hua Tian. The once favorable situation had suddenly turned dire with the appearance of 19 fully realized first-tier barbarian totem warriors, who had combined their powers to summon the black snake totem, leaving Long Chungte and the others in a daze. Open fire! Jiang Li bellowed at that moment. All mechanized soldiers, aim at those 19 fully realized first-tier barbarian totem warriors. Unleash all firepower. Fire at will. Rat-tat-tat. 50 machine guns roared to life once more, spewing forth a torrent of bullets that formed a terrifying rain of fire, blanketing a vast area aimed at the 19 fully realized first-tier barbarian totem warriors. Bang! 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 The black mist generated by the totem power expanded, forming a massive barrier that enveloped the area. The black mist appeared thin, yet was remarkably resilient, blocking countless bullets, which hovered in midair. Keep firing. Unleash hell upon them. I wish to see how long you can withstand this. Will my energy points outlast your totem power? Jiang Li fixed his gaze on the 19 fully realized first-tier barbarian totem warriors, gesturing grandly as he consumed 50 energy points to replenish the machine gun ammunition. Boom! The black mist erupted. Before the 50 mechanized soldiers could finish their second barrage, the 19 fully realized first-tier barbarian totem warriors faltered first. Their totem power depleted. They coughed blood as the black mist dissipated. The black snake let out a mournful cry before collapsing. Ah! The 19 fully realized first-tier barbarian warriors screamed in agony. The black snake totem has been shattered. Kill! Long live the Sky Wolf Gang. Long live Gang Master Jiang. It's time for our counterattack. Charge! Hua Tian, Yu Shulan, Hong Tianqi, and the others roared in unison, their fighting spirit ignited, surging forward towards the barbarians.